Well, hello everybody. Welcome to the show today. It is I don't know, something of April. And it's Easter. That's what I do know. So happy Easters. Glad to have you guys here on this wonderful sex holiday. It's good. You need to have the sexes so
He
you
just
can
couldn't, he
make
couldn't
the
help
babies.
himself. He couldn't help himself, but immediately go to the sex holiday.
Well, it's Easter. I mean, come on now.
Oh, this
The
guy.
the Twitter
This
patient
guy.
is real.
Wait. I thought Easter was about hiding the eggs. What are you hiding on Easter, Jay?
Dude, I'm floating the eggs, baby.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, boy.
yeah. Yeah, I said it. Yeah.
His poor wife. Holy cow. Wow.
Hey, she don't complain. Anyway,
He's probably afraid to.
yeah, that's true. That's true. You're going to be floated whether you like it or not. Okay, yeah. That wouldn't work. You ever meet my wife? No, that wouldn't work.
I haven't. I'd love to, though. She seems lovely.
I have. She's awesome.
Yeah, she's a very nice lady. She's way nicer than me. But I guess
Yes.
that's why we get along. I mean,
Somebody's got to be.
that's true. Well, she's literally the person that will run to your aid instantly. I mean, that's who she is, right?
My wife's like that, too, but she is much meaner than me.
Oh,
So
no, no.
we're the opposite way. But when it comes to helping people, immediately. If it's like a medical thing. If they did something stupid, then whatever. But
Yeah,
if
no,
they did something, they're hurt or whatever, yeah, she'll run to that. Whereas I'm just like, let's see what happens.
yeah,
I'm
I
much
mean,
more interested in watching.
let them burn. I mean, there's enough people on the planet anyway, really.
I think we have enough, right? We've got
Yeah,
about 8 billion. I think it's a good number.
that's true. But nevertheless, thank you guys very much for joining us on the Easter. I'm going to go over here and hit that share button and like, and hopefully you guys will do the same. Get as many people in here
Yeah.
as possible. I do apologize for last week, but I did get kind of a last
Secret
minute.
Agent Chester.
Yeah, oh,
Yeah,
no,
a
no,
secret. A last minute, a buddy of mine just offered me a trip to Malta. What is
no,
your life, Chester? What
no,
the hell
no.
is your life?
No, he didn't offer me a flight to Malta. His company was taking a flight to Paris, and I jumped on board. And then when I was in Paris, I took a flight to Malta.
Oh, and he just happened to go assassinate somebody in Malta. I understand. I get it. I
Hey
get it.
now,
Yeah.
we all have our responsibilities.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Most of us, it's not international, murder. Most of us, it's not that.
It's true. That is true. But I did find a really nice little set of property over there to buy. So
That's good.
yeah, it is good.
Oh, the
Because
Mediterranean, though, right?
yep,
Oh,
yeah, I know.
oh my God.
No, because I have a friend in Malta, and I've been talking to him recently. I haven't talked to him quite a while, because I met him in Hawaii, but he's been living over there for over a decade now, and I was like, I really want to find some cheap base of operations in the Mediterranean so I can go sailing, because that's really my goal. That's my retirement, right? And
Mhm.
he was like, "Well, you should come to Malta." I was like, "Why?" And he explained, and I said, "Okay." So I had a chance and went over and checked it out. Yeah, I'm going to buy the property, dude. It's
Nice.
really super cheap. I mean, it's really cheap. Everything's cheap there, and it's super touristy. But the property I'm going to buy is on the island of Gozo. It's in the north, so it's a little less touristy, a little bit. But yeah, the food was freaking awesome, dude. I really
I
enjoyed
got to
that.
do it, Chester. And I apologize in advance. Your boat, your yacht,
Yeah.
are you going to change its name to the Falcon?
No, I'm not
Chester
that.
got it.
I'm not that
Chester got
cheeky. I'm not that cheeky. But no, my name of my boat is the Ertglam. So
Which is
silver arm. It's a reference to
Silver Arm.
Nawada or the Norse
Ah,
tear. Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. Uh,
Good
but
old
uh,
tear.
yeah, but no, it's really good because it's a little place. But it doesn't need to be big, right? And I got a little lot next to a dry dock. So I can store it when I'm not there, and then just get a cradle and drop it in the water when I am there. So it worked out. It's going to save me a lot of money over the long run, right? So it'll be
Yep.
much cheaper. And that's one of the great things about having a boat, because the Mediterranean is a little bit pricey, it's
Yeah,
a
no,
little bit
not at all.
expensive. But
It's
having my own,
notoriously cheap over
yeah,
there.
but having my
Notorious.
own bed and residence to sail around and enjoy, it'll reduce my cost a lot. So
I'd love to go back to the Mediterranean. That might be the most beautiful water I've ever seen, and I've
it
seen
is.
just
Yeah.
about all of it. Yeah, it's unbelievable how beautiful it is.
Yeah, I spent a summer on the Aegean when I was a high school kid. It's really,
Mm.
really nice. You ever been over there, Ben?
Yeah, it was a long time ago, so my memories of it aren't as crisp, unfortunately. But
It is gorgeous place, dude.
I have been looking at buying, like, not seriously, but like I get like kind of an urge to buy property in Japan, right? So I kind of
Sure.
look because I mean, there's really cheap property over there now. So there's,
There is, dude. Yeah.
there's a, I
Wait a
can take a
minute,
look
you're
at it.
telling me it's cheap in Japan?
In the
Hold on,
countryside. Yeah, if you go to the
that's where
city,
I want to live.
it's
Yeah,
insanely expensive. Yeah,
I
that
want to
that
You
live with
can
all those
even
people.
find some like not terribly priced like townhouses like in Kyoto and stuff like that. Like because the
Mm.
population shifting, right? The
hmm
property's starting to free up a lot.
They
So
are. Yeah, it's true. Well, I told you I bought the entire valley here for 80 grand, dude.
right, exactly. That's
I
what I'm
mean, it's
saying.
dirt cheap,
Whole
dude.
valley. I can scrounge together 80 grand. I could do that
No,
for a valley,
seriously. Yeah, I mean, and if I had bought this equal amount of it's not that big. It's only, what is it, 30 acres? Something like
right?
that. But if I did some equivalent in, say, Tokyo, it would be, I don't know, $500 million or something like that.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I mean, outrageous price. But yeah, no, you actually can find pretty cheap property all over the world if you take some time to research it. And here's the
Oh,
thing,
totally.
folks. There are a few countries that won't let you buy property being a foreigner, but most countries will.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah.
it's not that hard. But I'm really happy I took that trip. I know yeah, it was really the big thing was not missing the album cover drawn a quarter because that sounded hilarious. But nevertheless, I'm glad I went over because going there and seeing it because I was actually looking at Cyprus was my main thought. But this
Mm.
place is it's got to be a good 25-30% cheaper overall for everything, particularly taxes.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
So,
I'd love to go there. Go to like. I'm sure there's still all kinds of it standing around from the Knights of St. John and stuff.
oh my God,
I'd
it's
love to go
everywhere,
check
dude.
all that out.
It's
Oh, I'd love to go
everywhere.
check all that out.
Yeah. No, if you're into history stuff, Malta is badass. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet.
Uh, but it's gorgeous terrain. The ocean is, I mean, I must have been in the water a dozen times, dude.
Hmm.
It was really nice. And like I said, it has a couple of negatives, but one, it's very touristy. I mean, but that's
Yeah,
also a positive because that means the population tends to be pretty nice, and the people I met were really nice.
that's
Very
good.
super friendly. Yeah.
Speak a lot of English there.
Oh, everyone speaks English there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, uh,
figured.
they're part of the
Tourist place.
EU.
That
It
makes
is
sense.
super touristy. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Which that's a negative. Another negative is there's not a lot of marinas.
Really? On an
Yeah,
island?
yeah, I know. But it's all rocky coasts is the problem.
Oh, okay. I got you. No
And
cliffs and stuff.
yeah, so I looked into that because I was it was really it worked out perfect because I literally called my friend. Well, I use the internet. I interneted my friend on the flight. Like, dude, I'm coming. And he's like, oh, okay. But actually, I'll be talking about his company here today. He works for
Nice.
Square Enix, actually. But
Squeenix.
yeah, but he, but when I got on the ground and I saw this up, but his wife, I guess his second wife actually, but his wife had I don't know family member, friend of a friend, or I don't know. They had connect contact to a real estate agent and he took me around the island for 2 days. Well, the two islands for 2 days, and I spent the last day just kind of chilling, drinking grappa.
Grappa.
Grappa. It's
What
not.
is grappa?
It's an Italian wine whiskey thing.
Ah,
Yeah.
the
Never had
Italians.
grappa, Ben?
Italians every time with them
I
Italians.
know, dude.
Yeah.
Well,
Not, not for a long time.
yeah, it's actually not that bad. I'm not much of a drinker, man. But
Yeah.
that the culture over there in Malta was really, really interesting. They're quite an attractive people, actually. But I guess I understand the history of the island, but the Arab invasions from long ago have stuck in the DNA quite harshly, and it actually sticks in the language because I was listening to them talk, And of course, there's a lot of Italian in there. There's some English pidgin in there, but I was also hearing Arabic. It's a weird Maltese is a weird pidgin language. So the Arabic from yeah, well, it is from those invasions were a long time ago, right? I mean, a really long time ago.
Right.
But it's not only stuck into the culture a little bit, particularly in language, it's stuck in the DNA because it's hard to explain what they look like, but they're kind of caramel Italians, I
Caramel
guess.
Italian.
Yeah, very
Interesting.
attractive people. But the churches and all the Maltese night historical stuff, it's just throw a rock, dude. It's everywhere,
That's
right?
awesome. That's
Yeah,
what I would be. That's where I'd be. I'd be lost in that for days. Days on end. I love old history.
yeah,
It's a shame more people don't love old history. I think you can learn a lot of lessons from the past. Learn a
yeah,
lot of lessons.
yeah. And the thing, another thing was a very big positive, other than the location and it being really cheap, which was the most appealing thing, was the international community is so large. I mean, I was on the smaller island to the north, right? And
Mm,
where my friend lives, and that's where I'm going to buy. That property is where I'm going to buy. And of course, he's an American, right? He's from Hawaii. But
yep.
a whole bunch of there was a whole bunch of foreigners there, people from Britain and Europe, and I guess he and I were the only Americans I met. But they were just it was very cosmopolitan, and that's cool too. It's easy to get along and
Yeah.
talk. And my wife is a traveler as well, because she couldn't come with me on this because it was a last minute thing, and they're in the middle of a new ship deal. But anyway, sorry about that, everybody. But I don't think anyone here is going to really blame me for taking a free trip on a chartered Emirates flight to Europe. Yeah,
Well, I certainly am because I'm petty.
I'm sorry.
I was about
Yeah,
to say, let's not make any assumptions there.
fair enough. Well, dude, have you guys ever been on an Emirates flight before? I hadn't. It was
If
my
not,
first
I've
time,
seen them though. There's people with videos of them on YouTube, and I'm like, good lord. Some of them
dude.
are just insane how
It's really
glamorous they
pretty.
are.
Well,
Yeah.
your seat, because it's a chartered flight, so everybody on there was from the company, right? So
Yep.
there was, but your seat actually lays down completely flat, and they have like this screen wall that kind of pops out, and then it has this pull screen, like a curtain screen that goes across the side. You literally have like your own little private sleeping chamber. It
Sure.
was very nice because I was in the air freaking nearly what over 20 hours, right? Over 24 hours.
That's amazing to me.
Yeah.
Amazing to me that we can have planes fly for that long. I love it.
Oh yeah. Well, I did
Humans are
land in
pretty
Paris
great.
once, but yeah, no, that's true. That is true. Well, where's the furthest you ever been? I guess probably Japan, huh, Ben?
Well, I mean, Australia, we go yearly, right? To Australia. And then I've been over to different parts of Europe and England as well. So been mostly Western cultures or Western type areas like within Europe, and Japan's probably the most quote unquote exotic place I've been to
Yeah.
um, that wasn't like purely English speaking, right?
Yeah, but
Except
true.
because I toured like Greece.
Yeah,
um
Greece is nice, dude. I like Greece.
yeah, Greece is nice. Great food. Like that's what I remember the most from
Yeah.
that Greece trip. Like amazing food. But yeah, fairly robust international traveler. There's still a lot of other places we want to go to. It's just a matter of like finding time at this point, right? But
Yeah,
Mm,
again, because my wife's family, we go back to Australia once a year. So,
sure.
but
Well,
I don't that doesn't count. That's Australia. That's like Texas with like accents.
that's true. That is true. And am I allowed to make disparaging remarks about inmates?
No, because I already make them and I get beat up enough for it. So if you
Fair
make
enough.
them
Fair
all,
enough. I'll let you handle that. I'll let you handle that.
yeah,
Yeah. I actually know that of course, the first season I spent over there, I won't go very far away from Malta. But maybe the second season I'll go over and just spend in the Aegean. You know, it's a little
mm,
bit more of a leg. I mean, I don't want to. I've never sailed in those waters before, so I don't want to be an idiot.
right.
So I'll take my time. But how about you? Where's the most exotic place you've been, Thunder?
the most exotic place is probably Jordan. I
Ah,
went over when I was a young man, like 14. My parents and I and a whole bunch of people from their church went to Israel, and then we went up to just before Syria because we couldn't get into Syria for some reason. Just going to like famous sites from the Bible and stuff,
right. Well, there
and
is
that
no
means you have to go
Syria
out.
now.
Well, right. That means you have to go outside of, uh, you know, just Israel because the New Testament, especially, is all over that whole area.
Sure.
And the that was pretty cool. We were over there for about a week and a half or so, and then on the way back, on the way there, we stopped in London, went through London International Airport, which f that. Got through that, got back on the plane. So in total, we were flying from Detroit to London. We went straight from Detroit to London. That was a 12-hour flight. And then it was another, like, I think 6 or 7 hours from London to Israel, to Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
So that's probably the most exotic place. The poorest place and the most eye-opening place I've ever been is Chihuahua, Mexico. It's one of the
Oh,
poorest places in this entire hemisphere. It's, I just can't even explain it to you in words. You have to see how these people live.
oh,
Uh,
I've been in Central America,
yeah,
Mesoamerica, and South America. Yeah, 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 yeah,
at the time it was the poorest place in Mexico,
yeah.
the poorest province or whatever they state or whatever they call it, and it was just unbelievable. I mean, I've never even expected to see anything like that in a country that should be wealthy like Mexico. But that's another topic.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, Jesus, all the resources,
yeah.
water on each side. I mean, Jesus Christ. But yeah, yeah, a different conversation.
But yeah, so that was the most eye opening. But Israel was quite an adventure. I wanted to what before my father passed. Unfortunately, I wanted to try and convince him to go to Egypt with me,
Mm,
because we've both always really loved ancient history. And Egypt, you don't get much more ancient than Egypt. So I think he would have had a good time. The only problem is because he was a very tall man with dark hair and a beard. Sometimes they don't like to let him leave those places. Because
fair.
when we were in Israel, we were joking the whole time that man, they're not going to let you leave because he got a tan while he was over there too. Like I don't think you're Arab. They're not going to let you leave. And they literally stopped him and said, "Hey, who are you?" What? That actually happened at the airport. We're like, "Oh!" He had to get out everything, get all his identification out.
Poor
Took a little bit
Germans,
longer. Yeah.
misunderstood.
It was pretty. It was actually pretty funny, but it wasn't very funny at the time because we're on the other side of the world. These
Right.
people are giving us
Yeah.
hassle.
Yeah.
But
Well,
no, that was the farthest I've ever been was Israel. It was awesome. We went there obviously, for Christian stuff, but I mean, it's Israel. It's one of the oldest places in the world,
yep.
and there's everything there. There's ruins from just about everybody who at one point or another has owned that territory, and it's pretty awesome. Like we were going up to Caesarea, and there was a big aqueduct and a big Roman amphitheater there that they were still excavating,
Yeah, yeah.
and that was just awesome because, as I've said, one of my dreams when I was younger was to be an archaeologist. So I actually got to
Yeah.
watch that happen in real time for a while, and that was great. And then we went to Masada, which is the Roman fort that's on top of a mountain. It literally took them a very long time to conquer because it was a Jewish fort before that, an Israeli fort before that, and it was where we were at was 122 degrees in the shade on top of this hill. That
Yep.
was a little warm. That
Yeah,
was a little warm.
but no humidity though.
No, no,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
hot. Just like I wish I was dead hot.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to be a Indiana Jones myself,
Hmm.
and I did, and it's not at all what you think it is. I
I know.
literally translate Mesopotamian languages into English.
That's what I figured you were going to Malta for. There was some emergency that they needed Chester's expertise. No, he was just having a vacation. This
I'm not
prick.
an
I was all
expert.
excited. I was like, oh, he's gonna be great. He's gonna go over there and do something cool, and he's just buying property.
Yeah, no, I only have a level 3 license for that stuff. Well, I got a level 4 in a couple things, but yeah, no, I'm not an expert at all. Uh, but nevertheless, my point is it's not Indiana Jones.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's not why I wanted to do it. It's always fascinated me. I've always been incredibly fascinated with just ancient history. The older, the better. As old as you could find for me. I always loved it, especially like Egyptian. Then I come to find out that most Egyptology is bullshit, and I was like, ah, that's disappointing.
yeah, that
That
is
was that was a
unfortunate.
real disappointing red pill there. Like, ah,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah.
I wanted
Well,
that to be true. That was cool, but
well,
no, it's not.
Egyptologists are bulldogs. They're always they want all the money, they want all the limelight. You're not allowed to say
Yep.
any. They're a real pain in the ass. Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was a nice round the world conversation, though. I did enjoy that. Yeah. But
World, we got a panel full of world travelers here.
yeah.
World travelers. We've been all over.
Well, most people in the world, well, the first world people, tend to travel a little bit. Americans travel least of anybody, though,
Yeah, we like
right?
America.
Well, and
We
I get
listen.
that.
I've been all over the world, and I genuinely believe America is probably the best place to live.
This is,
Even with all of its problems, and depending on where you live, of course, there's certain places that's not true for
that's
sure.
true. Yeah.
But there's some places where
Especially not
I
Austin, Texas. My God.
yeah, I like 4 seasons. I as much as the winter annoys me, I still like having it. Um, and America, I think, does that kind of better than everywhere else. Like we just, especially where I'm at, we get all of it. We get the really really hot and the really really cold, and we get the snow, and then we get the nice summer breezy days, and we just get the whole deal here. We get all four
Yeah.
of them, and we get the extremes of all four of them. So we get to have that kind of fun.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm New Englander, so that's true. But Ben,
Yeah.
has the temperature ever changed where you live? I mean, ever?
Yeah, I mean, like, well, we're going through a lot of kind of wild stuff, right?
That's
Like, so
true.
last year we had like a deep freeze where like where I was at, we lost power for several days because we had the Bonchi, right? The northern winds come through and drop the temperature significantly down here, and
Oh.
we didn't have the infrastructure for it. So like my house was without power for multiple days. Um, and the thing that was, funny about that though is that a lot of the modern house makers here they do fancy stuff with like tankless water heaters. I didn't do that. That's one of the things I was like, oh, we'll do later. So we have a tanked water heater, um, and that end actually ended up saving our life because a lot of people had like the tankless that didn't work because they need electricity, right?
Hmm.
Where ours just runs off of propane, it doesn't need electricity to run. So we had hot water the entire time,
Oh, that's
and
nice.
because we have propane in the house, we also had like our stove working and stuff, right? So we just had the kids like take hot showers throughout the day, to keep warmed up. They'd actually go out and like play in the snow and then just come back inside and go take a hot shower, and we like were able to cook hot food. So like we survived just fine throughout the freeze. But yeah, it was pretty not good during that time.
Yeah, but
These
what did
Southerners.
what did you guys do? Throw yourself in one room? That house of yours is gigantic, dude.
So we did. That's actually exactly what we did. We went into the mother-in-law suite in our
Ah,
house.
there you
We
go.
all slept in there, right? So it's like, yes, it's chilly, but like if everyone takes a hot shower and then we all go into that same like small room and we're all sleeping in
Yeah,
there, it warms up enough to where people can sleep and
sure.
stuff. So
Yeah. Well, that's
I,
interesting.
I always find it amazing how, and I understand why, but it just amazes me how much the cold just screws with the South. Like when it gets a little cold, like
I
because up
know.
here, what
Yeah.
was happening in Texas is like a Tuesday in February, right?
Right.
It's not a big deal. But you go down south and they just don't have any preparedness for it,
No.
and it's just it blows my mind how just that little bit of a geographical change, because it's really not that far when you think about it. It just completely alters how people live entirely, completely and entirely alters it.
Right.
and
Just
and
very
I was
interesting.
I originally grew up in like Vermont, and then my parents
Yeah,
were from Nebraska and stuff. So like I am more acclimated to colder weather, so like it's not wasn't really a problem for me.
yeah.
And I know
Well, and
enough
you're a
about.
bear, so
That's
Well,
that
true.
yeah,
helps.
that I'm a bear as well, so that helps out a whole bunch. So like didn't really bother me that much. Now my wife is from the tropics and she hated it, right?
Oof.
Because anything that drops below
Yeah.
six, like I in Australia, it's funny. I go there and I'm going to use it. I don't have my video on, but I'm going to use this in quotations. We go to Australia during quote unquote winter, but when I
Yeah.
say winter, I mean it's like at lowest, like dead of night, it's like high 50s, like low 60s, to
Oh,
where
that sounds horrible.
I'm still in like t-shirts and in
Right.
shorts, and like her family's like running around in like jeans and sweaters and stuff, and they think I'm weird because I'm like, this is great weather. Like I would like this
Warm
all year
bloods.
round.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
dude,
Yeah, I'm a warm blood too.
you come with a hirsute suit.
it's true. It's true. It's true.
It
So
is
that's
true.
like
That's
I
a
You
can't.
know what
you're
sucks about
cheating.
losing all this weight, Chester, is I actually got cold this winter. I was upset about it because I was heavier, last year. I didn't get cold. I wear shorts all the time, shorts, t-shirt, maybe a hoodie if it's windy out, just because the wind will make you cold. So I didn't get cold. Even the snow didn't bother me. But this year, because I was so much thinner, oh my gosh. I was like, how do skinny people do this? How do you
Yeah.
survive in this cold? It's brutal.
Yeah, no, I have a cheat like he does. I'm not hairy like him. I actually have perfect balanced human hair. Yeah.
Listen to this guy.
But but I have Erb's palsy in my left arm, so I've since the day I was born, was of course why I got it. I've had pain in my shoulder, so my body kind of has numbed my skin.
Mm,
So I'm sure I would be cold, but I just don't feel it.
yeah.
But the problem with that goes further though, because like when I take a shower every day, I'm always checking myself for cuts and stuff because I don't feel them.
Mm,
It's not. It sounds like a good thing, but it's not actually.
no, that would
Yeah,
suck.
yeah, it
Um,
does suck. Yeah,
a lot of people I've noticed, that's just living around here. A lot of people, usually women, but there's some guys who do it too. They have this weird thing where they go outside, right? And it's cold out, and they feel the cold, and immediately they assume that they're cold, and they just start going like they start shivering. And I'm like, there is no physical way you're that cold already.
yeah.
It's not possible. It's not that
Eh,
how that body works.
it's
It would
psychological.
have to. Be like you can't be outside in bare clothing, in bare skin, cold for it to work that fast, which does happen here sometimes. But I just find it amazing how the psychology works too, right? You feel the cold and their brain just instantly tells them they're freezing, so they start behaving that way, even
Sure.
though they're not.
Yeah, no, it's true. No,
Interesting.
psychology's strong. But Ben, I mean, you have to admit to, as long as your wife's not standing right behind you, that here in Japan, when the winter comes on, the ladies start putting the winter fashion on. It's nice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Japanese
That,
ladies look their best in the winter. That's for damn sure. Japanese winter fashion is great. Very, very
I
attractive.
miss winter in Japan, right? Because it doesn't get like. Well, I
No.
mean, we have the trees and stuff, but like it's different. I miss winter in Japan. It's it's fun. I mean, Japan's a smaller like society, so you can move around a lot easier and like
Hmm.
not have to rely on cars and stuff like that. So there's a lot
Mhm.
more, I think, interaction of like walking down the streets or bicycling and stuff like that. So yeah, I totally know what you're talking
Yeah, yeah, no, they do get they get sexy, winter sexy. But did I tell you what I'm driving now, Ben?
about. No, what are you driving now?
I have a Civic ST. And
Cool.
I'm dude, I love that car. It's the best car. You know me, I've owned tons of cars, right?
Right.
And but oh, that car is badass, dude. It's badass. And the great thing about it with the Brembo brakes on the thing, I know I have the best brakes on the highway, unless I see a Ferrari somewhere,
Right.
right? Oh, I love that car, dude. It is so awesome. And
Oh, one today. Actually, we were driving out in the country in Ohio, of all places. There's this white Ferrari coming right at me. I'm like, what the hell?
yeah.
Where'd that guy come from?
Well,
This
see,
beautiful, what brand new Ferrari just drives right by me. I'm like, what? What are you
yeah.
doing here, bud?
Well, yeah, yeah, they it does surprise you when you see them. Over in Kumamoto is actually a very large Ferrari club, so there are not. I can see them easier here, but I've owned a lot of cars. I've had Jaguars, I've had a Cobra, I had a Daytona,
Nice, yeah.
I've had Conquests, I've had RSEs, GRs, GTs. I've had a lot of cars in my life.
Had them all.
Yeah, I know. I'm a car guy, right?
I can tell.
I've never had a car drive as smoothly and beautifully as that Civic, dude. And it's weird too, because when I was a kid, Civic was some stupid, girl
Mom
car.
car.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mom car. Yeah.
So I'm like, what the hell
Yeah.
happened, dude?
Hey, they make those mom cars to be driven. That's what happened.
They
That's
did,
why they
didn't they?
ride smooth. Moms don't want to ride around in nonsense. They want a nice smooth ride.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just that turbo just kicks up, and oh my god. Anyway, Eric says, so Japanese women are pretty when they're all covered up in winter clothing. Gotcha. Yeah, it's true. Women, I think Japanese women have a good fashion sense, actually.
They
Um,
do. They do. I agree.
Japan's
Even from the
subtle.
outside looking in. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very well, it can be overstated, but it's often very understated, and I appreciate that. When you can
Well,
do more with less, I like
yeah,
that's what I like.
yeah. Well, Japan is Downton Abbey, and Korea is Nickelodeon. You know,
Yeah,
it's
hate is real.
and they're right next to each other. It's funny.
It's amazing. It's amazing how you've adopted the Japanese hatred for Korea as a foreigner. I love it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Dude,
I'm not judging it. I appreciate it.
the Koreans suck balls, dude. I mean, Ben, am I wrong, Ben?
I think so. So I'm not gonna weigh in on this. I don't know why we would go with that, but you do you,
Uh,
buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
oh
Thank you.
man, that's just the poor little Korea's never done nothing to nobody, and Chester's out here just spreading anti-Koreanism all over the place.
Yeah,
I approve. I love
thank
it.
you. Thank you. Uh, but I mean, what do you want? I mean, they just, because here I've lived here a long time, and I can sum up Asia very simply for you. The Japanese are aloof and hard-headed, right?
No,
Yes, they are. The Koreans are children, and the Chinese always lie.
that's
Always.
true. Every time I've ever dealt with in like any other field, even just online when I talk to Chinese people, it's amazing to me how often they're lying to me. It
No,
actually amazes me. Like
it's
I couldn't believe it. I was like, why are you? And about stupid things. Like, why are you lying about that? Just tell the truth.
yeah, the Chinese, I don't know. They are what they are. And they all have good points too. Of course, they all have good points. I like the more aggressive, I would use the word samurai culture of Korea, whereas Japan doesn't have any of that. They're my God, these boys are soft over here. They're
Yeah, it's a
so soft.
problem.
No, seriously, I was in the class last week. I try to keep the kids in age groups the best I can, but I have a couple of giant junior high school classes, like my favorite age group. I love that. And
Hmm.
Ben knows this because he's done teaching before. A lot of teachers, it's the hardest thing to teach is junior high. But for me, it's not. It's actually my favorite group. I love junior high school kids. It's
Well, yeah,
perfect.
they're all scared of you. You're a giant
Oh
man.
no,
They're
dude, they
terrified.
laugh their ass off in my class. They love
Yeah,
that.
because they're afraid not to laugh at you,
That's
you big
fair.
old bear.
Fair. Fair.
I had no problem with junior high.
Well,
Yeah, you're a
you
big
know
old
what I
bear
mean,
too.
though.
Wait a minute.
You know what I mean, though, Ben. You know what I mean.
Uh,
But I love junior high school kids. But anyway, I was in the class, and of course, it's a really big class. And I have on one side, I got all the girls huddled together, of course, right? Because here in Japan they don't mix, and although the rest of it's like this big L of boys, right?
yeah.
And I'm just kind of going through it, and the topic of the night was sports, and just different conversations and different sentence patterns with about sports, right? Simple. And I come around, and I have some boys in the class that are on the soccer team, and I got other boys in the class that are they're in the tennis club, right? And I got a basketball kid too. But anyway, so I'm going around, and I've already established all this, and I'm having them asking questions, and I have this habit kind of going around where they're asking each other questions, and so this one boy comes up, and it was a girl, and she asked him, "What is your favorite part of playing soccer? What's your favorite part of playing soccer?" I think that's what the sentence was, but whatever. And he's like, "The bench." I about lost my shit, dude.
I think that's funny.
Yeah, but he said it. He meant it. This boy, if I, laugh too loud, he shivers.
Oof.
He's
Yeah, it's not good.
so weak, dude. I try to toughen these boys up, you know. But
I
anyway,
think, and I've said you know this, Chester. My opinion that the Japanese, as a society, needs to remasculinize a little bit.
yeah,
They need to
it's
toughen
not
up.
good. It's not good. Yeah. Speaking of that, let's get into it here. So let's see here. Once again, just as a reference, Happy Easter. Hope everybody's had their eggs laid and candies found. you
And
know,
lots of ham and cupcakes. I shouldn't have had all the cupcakes, but they were good.
no, I don't mind Easter. I don't really celebrate it. I'm not actually a part of the Christian religion. But when the kids were younger, I did Easter, of course, because it's fun. And a couple of my daughter's friends had heard about it, and they asked if they could come over for Easter because they wanted to find out what this Easter bunny was all about. And I was like, yeah, sure. So over the years, the amount of little girls sleeping in my frickin' living room became more and more, and that means that I have to go buy Easter baskets, and I have to tiptoe around all these snoring children and putting baskets on kotatsus. But anyway, it was great fun though, and they absolutely adored it. So in this little pocket of Japan, there is at least I don't know. I guess the biggest was probably ten kids. So there's a good 10 households around here that know what Easter is, and they might well carry on the tradition. So I've laid some manner of virus here, but nevertheless. Easter can be a lot of fun, and one of the best parts of church when I was a kid, because I grew up in church, just like most Americans. I was
Hmm.
a Northern Baptist, and those people don't like dancing or anything fun. But
Correct.
however, the best time of year was Easter, though, because we would go to a sunrise service,
Hmm.
right? And out on the ocean there in Rhode Island, and it was gorgeous, beautiful. And then we come back and have a big, the whole church in the basement of the church having a big old breakfast together. I don't know why, but I really, really enjoyed, have good memories of that. So yeah, Easter, man.
Community. It's important.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Uh,
important.
now, yeah, you being a heathen and all, Ben, have you ever done anything with Easter?
I mean, these are traditions that occurred in my family, but not for like religious reasons, more just of like tradition reasons.
Secular
So
reasons, yeah, yeah.
yeah, secular reasons. So like my family like celebrates Christmas in that Christmas is a time to, give gifts to family members and spend time with family. And we do Easter just as sort of a celebration of the time of year, but not in any religious form or fashion.
Well, I haven't put together a dissertation on it, but Easter doesn't have anything to do with Christianity at all, anyway.
No, it doesn't. And
Yeah.
and I know that as well,
Tell the
right?
Christians. They're
It's
very
it's one of those
serious
things
about
that
it.
they adopted from, other, non-Christian, traditions and such, right? To
Well,
try and yeah.
well, it's
You-
because they didn't want to celebrate Passover because those damn Jews killed their Lord.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're not fans.
it's
The
like that.
not
old
fans.
Christianity.
Yeah,
They
not
weren't fans of
fans.
the Jews.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Well, it's changed though, hasn't it? But
In
anyway,
America, especially, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Let's get into it here. Let me share my screen. Hope you all are having a good Easter. And where did I put that? Where did all that go?
In your on your screen.
On your screen. It's on your screen.
Yeah, that's where you put it. Yeah.
Yeah. Did I?
Uh-oh. Is it sundowner? It's not even. Wait, It's morning over there. Wait, you can't have sundowners. You have sun uppers. That's a terrible fate.
Oh, I see. I was being stupid. I'm allowed to be stupid. Thank
Yeah,
you.
We're gonna
everybody's
see.
allowed. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I had a moment. It was an elderly moment. It's okay. So all right, you guys can let me come back
Look
over
at that beautiful
here.
Easter scenery. Look at that.
It
Just
is.
beautiful.
I wanted something sexier, but oh well. Did I lose that again? Oh no. Uh-oh.
Easter's one of those holidays to me
Oh, here
that,
it is. Perfect. Okay.
religious or not, I think it's one that pretty much everybody can celebrate and feel, I'm going to use a lefty word, included. Because it's just fun. It's just a good time,
Hmm.
right? It's nice. It's one of those holidays with very little negative connotation attached to it. It's one of the few.
Sure.
And I mainly because it's so wide, like it has such a wide net of how many different people basically celebrate the same thing all over the world. Um, and I don't know. I've always liked Easter for that. It's very refreshing, and it's funny because it's like a spring holiday, which is refreshing, and it's just that whole energy, like you were talking about, basement of the church and everybody together, just good energy,
Yeah.
positive energy. It's nice.
It is nice. I say Halloween is more universally secular, but yeah,
Yeah,
no, Easter is a good fun time. All right, so let's get into our news here, and all right, so where'd I put it? There it is. Here we go.
man, he's just still in Malta. Former One Piece voice actor Vic Mignogna, that's name, buddy, that name, to play lead in NFT animated series. Wait a minute.
Okay, now,
Why? Just
Yeah.
n-
just why?
Why? Yes, but this is a little bit interesting conversation because you guys know, and several people in the chat know, because this channel is connected to comic books, the indie scene, particularly, and we've had a lot of really cool guests and people we've talked to in the indie scene, and we also have our art show, which has amazing comic book artists on it. We actually are probably a little bit closer to the NFT situation than most would be
Yep.
because we have a lot of our friends here that are actually doing the NFT stuff
And making money,
and making some money, which
getting
I'm
paid.
happy. I'm
Listen,
happy.
if people will give you money for that kind of art, let them.
Yeah, no, I
Why
agree.
stop them?
Um,
Get while the getting's good,
yeah,
because it's
that's
gonna
Yes.
that's what I told him too, man. I told him get while the get is while it's
I mean,
getting good because it's gonna go
did
away.
you see what happened with Jack's NFT of the first tweet?
Yes. Poor guy.
We all knew it was a scam, but holy crap!
Poor guy. Oh.
Yeah,
So Jack sold an NFT of the very first tweet on Twitter for $2.7 million, and it
mhm.
sold back again for $1,000, right? And
Yeah.
Ooh,
for me, this is the perfect encapsulation of like the scam that is NFTs
Yeah.
and the inappropriate like lore that's been built up around NFTs
right.
and stuff. So
Well, it's
it's
just forced speculation, is what it is.
Yeah.
If this was going on in the stock market, it'd be illegal and people get arrested.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
And they
absolutely.
should probably. They probably should.
Yeah, but I mean,
Uh,
whatever. I mean, it's not illegal. So make your money while you can. Just understand
Right.
this isn't going to last. But it's interesting how Hollywood always wants to latch on to what they think is a trend, right?
yes.
And that's exactly what this is. This is an HBO series, I do believe. I think,
HBO series about it. No!
yeah,
Stop it. Go the other way, HBO.
Hey,
Make good shows again.
yeah,
Stop it.
in,
What are you
uh,
in the
doing?
same vein, there's a creator that I follow, Kevin Smith. I liked a lot of his earlier movies,
yeah.
but I
Mm-hmm.
got very disappointed with him because he's making the quote unquote first NFT movie, and I'm just like,
Oh,
oh,
Kev.
why? Like this is
Kev,
ridiculous.
what happened to you, Kev? What
Right.
has happened to
Yeah,
you,
we're
Kev?
we're all disappointed with Kevin Smith. Unfortunately,
He just makes me sad now. I just
yeah,
look. I'm
he
like, oh,
does.
Kev.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he almost died or something, and after that, he's so emotional now, and he just
Yeah,
isn't himself. Yeah,
it's a shame.
it is a shame.
It's a
Uh,
shame. I don't wish any ill on him, but it's just a shame.
yeah. But this thing is called Humanals.x project, the Humanals, and it sounds stupid as shit.
I am
It's
happy that
dumb.
Vix got work though,
Me
because
too.
he kind of got screwed over there for a while. I'm glad he's finding work because he is a fantastic voice actor. He's one of the ones in that industry who's just genuinely good at it. Like
He is a good
he's in
voice actor.
stuff you would
Yeah.
have no idea it's him. He's that good. And from the interviews I've seen of him, I have never met the man. I have no idea. It could be all BS, but he seems like a genuinely good dude.
He
So
does,
I hope
and
he gets a career renaissance. And if it's this stupid nonsense, well, so be it.
so be it, right? And he is a voice actor. So,
Yes.
and it's a weird thing. It's that they're selling the NFTs along with it. I don't know. You're just seeing a lot of this weird NFT stuff, and of course, I agree with Ben. And I think Thundera does as well. This, it's not. This is not going to last. I'm telling you, these people with the cryptocurrency are starting to make actual money, and the actual money. The people who actually print the money, the banker dudes,
Hmm.
they're not going to stand for that very much longer, dude. They're not,
No, they don't like it.
right?
They're not
Well,
Um,
I
fans.
mean, they're already like cracking down. I mean, did you guys notice on your tax? Well, Chet, I know you have. I don't know when's the last time you did a U.S. tax return, but like there's stuff on taxes now for have you sold crypto in this
Yep.
year, right?
right.
Yep.
The feds are coming for you on that because that's there's
It's coming.
basically money being traded that's not being taxed, and the feds do not like that.
Yeah, no,
No, they're not
I
fans.
haven't filed an American tax form in 20 years. I
Yeah.
don't live
They're
there.
they're pretty much the same. They've added a few lines here or there, but it's not that much different from because I've been filing my own taxes since I was like 20,
Yeah.
and it's pretty much the same. There's a few, like you said, there's a few new lines here or there, but by and large, it's the same as it always has
The
been.
major stuff is the same. There's like sweeping
Yeah,
minor differences depending on if you have kids or if you have your own
right.
business. So it's
Sure.
in the detail that where the differences are. So
That's where they get you.
Right. Well,
That's where they get you.
when I lived in America, I did do my own taxes, and I did. Well, what's that basic form called? W something.
W
So the
two. Well,
W
the
yeah
W
two.
W
Yeah.
yeah.
1040
I,
form probably.
I used to work for
1040.
the
Yeah. There you
IRS.
go. Oh,
Yeah.
shut up, Ben. All right. But over here, I don't do. My wife is, I've said this several times. She's, actually a professional with money. So I let her take care of all that stuff. And I know now with all my nonsense that I do, she has to juggle a lot. I know
Oh
that
yeah,
every damn receipt, she wants it. She doesn't care what it is.
It's good,
yeah.
man.
I know
It's
that.
good.
Itemize.
Receipts are important.
Gotta
Receipts are
itemize.
important.
Well, she irks me a little bit though, to be honest, because
Uh-oh.
well, a little bit. I mean, Ben know. I mean, you guys probably know my character by now as well. But I mean, I know it. But
No.
I do goof around here a lot. I do goof off a lot here. But I'm a type of guy when we go to a hotel, which my wife loves hotels. For fucking sake, it's her natural habitat. But when we go to the damn hotel, she's the one that always wants to take all the little perfumes, all the little shampoo bottles, all the little everything.
I love it.
A towel ends up in the
I knew
damn
it. I love your
luggage.
wife.
Yeah.
We get along like just gangbusters,
I
her and I. Because I'm that way too. Take it.
I
Yeah, yeah.
I
We
don't
paid for it.
like
Come on.
it. I don't like it. I don't like it. But
Does
so
she take the towels? Because there's people who literally just take the towels. Is she one of those?
she did, and I yelled at her about it, and she hadn't done it since.
I wouldn't take the towels, but like a little thing of like shampoo here and there, that's fine.
No,
I know.
you know me, Ben. I don't
I know.
like that. I don't even take the free food samples at the supermarket.
Oh, this guy.
I can't help it, dude. It's just my character.
Well,
I
it's okay. Most of the time, that food's gross anyway, so you're fine.
fair. But anyway, so I know that she tries to tack every expense on the business, right? Or one of the business,
Yep.
mainly I think mainly the school.
Smart.
Yeah, no, it is smart, and I just kind of don't look at it. Don't look at it. I don't look at it. That's what I do.
Oh, that's
But
best.
it is
She's probably
best.
like, yeah, please don't look at it. Please, just
But
go read your comic books. I'll
sure.
do the adult things. You
That's
go
right.
there.
That's right. You go deal with the kids. But but nevertheless, the point being is I haven't filed a tax return in 20 years. I haven't had any. I mean, I don't even look at it. I don't even know what the bank accounts look like, Ben.
Oh my. Oh
That's
my.
oh my, yeah.
Yeah.
You're lucky your wife loves you. Holy crap.
Well, I do have a couple of my own little separate things.
Oh, she's not there, is she?
No.
Yeah.
No. Well, I do have a car account. And but that yeah, did I ever tell you a story about my car account? How that happened?
No.
It's pretty cool actually. When I was a kid, I was making money from well, let's just say I was making money. But anyway,
Uh-oh.
and I had a big chunk of money in my pocket, and I was over to my friend Jason's house, and they're just a typical, New England family type of house, and big old garage and stuff. And we were in the garage for some reason, and I saw a car was underneath a tarp. So I went and I pulled off the tarp and pulled it up, took a look, and it was a freaking 1969 XL Jaguar.
Nice.
And it was
Very nice.
beautiful. It was sitting on blocks and it looked untouched. And I'm like, oh my God, what is this? What is this? What is this? And he says, oh, he didn't know. He never looked at it before. So I went and talked to we were at his grandma's house. I went and talked to his grandma. And it turned out that her son had bought that just shortly before going to Vietnam. And he didn't come
Mm,
back.
mm,
Yeah. So that
mm.
car literally had under 10,000 miles on it, right?
That
And
damn war.
yeah, dude, I paid 10 grand for that car, which is probably
Nice.
more than I should have, to be honest with you. But I was just a kid. I paid 10 grand for that car, and that car, by flipping that and turning it and getting other stuff, it kept rolling into more and more money, allowing me to get bigger and cooler cars. And the money from that long train of trades and trade ups and things like that, I still have money in an account from that one trade at 16 years old.
Good. See,
It's
for
good.
somebody
It's good to be
that
early.
frugal, you would think you would take all the free food that you can get.
Exactly.
I just can't. It's a principle of the thing. But
This guy.
nevertheless, This right the NFT thing is interesting. Like I said, if you guys are into, I know a lot of you guys are. Good. Make your money. Just make it now. The other thing with Vic is good for you because you guys remember they tried to burn this guy during the whole Me Too thing for complete bullshit. He did nothing wrong whatsoever. He's been completely vindicated. Although they still
Yeah,
hate him, I'm happy to see this guy getting some work because he was treated badly.
it was pretty much just, it's at least from what I could gather, was just corporate jealousy, and they were trying to get rid of a guy who
Yeah.
had the jobs they wanted, and unfortunately, it seemed to work. So hopefully, he can find as much work as he can. I mean, any just about any anime for the last 20 years, he's been a part of a major
Yeah.
one. And he's just great. I've always loved Vic.
Yeah.
I'm glad to see him get more work. Hopefully he does well here. I'm sure he will. Hopefully this series does well, even if the premise is ridiculous. Because I think I like to see good people do good things and not be punished for being good people.
Right.
And a lot of what happened to him seemed like he was being punished for being kind of naive more than anything. And I don't like that. That's the bastard in me doesn't like it when other bastards hurt naive people. And that's what it's always seemed like to me from everything that I don't remember all the details now, but when I remember looking back at it, I'm like, this guy didn't do anything wrong. He's just a little, he's innocent. He doesn't know he didn't know that somebody was misconstruing what he was saying or whatever. Like, I genuinely believe that.
Yeah.
And
No,
I
it's
think
complete
there's
bullshit.
too
Yeah.
much, yeah, there's just too much like zealotry out there to get somebody, that we take away context and we take away a person's their experiences in life and what they've seen.
Yeah.
And I'm glad Vic's having a little bit of rebound. That's good. He deserves it. He's a good guy and a fantastic professional. That's like his job is the work he's done is speaks for itself. He's been in everything, top level at everything for
Sure.
20 years.
Well,
Like,
he's a younger version of that old guy, the Megatron Matt or Megatron Mark. What's his name? He was in everything. So
yeah, I
many.
know who you're talking about. The guy who does the voice for
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But he's a younger
Grimlock
version
would
of
know if
that.
he was here.
Yeah,
Grimlock
no,
knows that's
fair enough.
his
But
jam.
Grimlock, I'm not allowed to talk about some the big funny black lady. I'm not. What's her name?
Leslie
Oh
Jones.
yeah, I'm not. Don't talk about her. Don't say it. Eric says car account, yacht account, castle account, island account, mountain account. You know, Eric. Ben. These guys accuse me of stuff all the time, and I'm stupid because I say things and I don't think about it, and then I have to live with it for years. Yeah, yeah. And the thing is, when I got this little valley here, right? Like I got it super cheap.
Little Valley. It's
Well,
okay, Eric. It's okay. It's a little valley
it
that he
is.
knows. It's
Eric, you
fine.
forgot the Valley account.
Well, yes, right. But here's the thing, Ben. Yeah, I don't know if you know this area very well, but up on that mountain over there, which is on the property, right? There
You're talking about
is,
Unozu, right? I know Unozu. I used to
yeah,
teach there.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So on the mountain, there is an old fertility shrine. It's been there forever,
Hmm.
hundreds and hundreds of years, and because I bought the property, it becomes my responsibility now.
Yeah.
So I have
It's
to
Sex
upkeep
Mountain.
it. I
Yep.
don't own it. But I'm responsible for it.
You're
Simple enough,
caretaking it.
right? So yeah,
Yep.
exactly. Simple enough. No big deal. These guys turned it into my Sex Mountain Hotel Castle.
I mean,
I mean, that
we're
could be a business venture. I'm just saying.
Dude, it's a little teeny shrine up on the mountain.
There have been more done with less. Is what I'm saying to you.
so. I guess my question would be, since you own a mountain that has fertility shrine,
Yeah.
where's the nearest love hotel in relationship to that?
Right at the base of Kitachi before you come up Motogoe.
And is that within your quote unquote valley?
No, that mountain is perpendicular,
Okay, so but there is a love hotel within the vicinity of your shrine,
which I don't own
which you don't own
yet.
yet.
Yet. No, I never will. You guys are right. I'm very frugal. My money is super tight. But anyway, let's move on from this. As damn accounts. God. All right, here, the ugliest woman on the planet. Go ahead.
Poor lady. Look at her. I mean, it's not her fault. Maisie Williams admits to showing off boobs when auditioning for Danny Boyle's upcoming Sex Pistols series on FX.
Okay. Now,
No, she's ugly. I've seen some
Dude,
pretty ugly women.
she's she's bad ugly. I mean, she's barking, dude. She's barking. Here's the thing.
Poor
Um,
Daisy.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. She said a few dumb things here or there, but she seems like a nice girl. But the thing that's funny to me, yeah, I mean, she's super British looking. I mean, look at that face. You can't get much more British than
That's
that.
pretty British. Yeah, that's a Brit. Yeah,
But here's the thing: we're talking about Sex Pistols here, right? They're doing an FX show, which I don't know why, because Johnny Rotten is still alive and he's still an asshole, right? And the Sex Pistols did not create punk music. The Ramones did. Fuck off, Britain. But anyway, this tragically ugly girl is going to be playing what's her name? I can't remember that the Johnny's little girl there that was did the fashion stuff. Oh yeah, Pamela Rook, right? She's going to be playing Pamela Rook, and I guess she's got to show off her tits. And this is what Pamela looked like. She was maybe kind of cute, maybe cute. Man,
I
yeah.
don't get where you're getting the like fugly from. Like, it's he
Fugly
looks,
is fugly.
but she's not. I mean, I mean,
This is fugly, dude. Fugly,
no.
mega fugly.
That second picture is definitely not a. It's not a good picture. I have to agree there. But
Way
that first
fugly,
picture,
dude.
she looks fine.
It's got a specific like way the makeup is done. She's like
Yeah.
they get
No,
so weird with these things,
no.
dude. I don't
I've
like.
never. I can't think of the time in my life I'd like to see breasts less than now.
Oh God! Wait a minute.
I
He needs to
know.
go up to his sex island, his sex mountain.
But yeah,
That'll.
he needs to go to his fertility shrine. It sounds like he needs a
See, you get on it too. Fine. I thought you'd understand. But
I
but
do.
anyway, I just think it's a weird choice because God, dude. First of all, I don't know why we need a Sex Pistols series anyway. Their music sucks, and yeah, take it, Rabbit, because it does. Yeah, she's gonna be playing Pamela. Ah, dude, I don't want to see her tits, dude. I don't want to see her tits.
What if they're splendid though,
No, they're
Justin? Like,
not.
what if they're
They're not.
what if they're like
No, they're
perfection
like
in the booby land?
no, they're the wedgy ones that are way too far to right and left, and they're going to be small, and they're going to have little curve. It's gonna no, it's going to be bad. It's going to be
Prejudging their
bad.
boobies. They could be perfect. They
No,
could be
it's
perfect.
impossible. It's
And I
impossible.
know you're a straight man.
Yeah,
If somebody's offering to show you your boobies, you're gonna say yes.
dude. All right, fine, but no.
Got him.
Anyway, fine. But what do you guys? I guess aside from my distaste of this wall-eyed girl, do you guys? What do you guys think of the Sex Pistols series on FX, though?
That's a tough one. We'll see.
Yeah.
FX is kind of hit or miss. Sometimes they do really, really well with shows, and other times it's kind of so. We shall see.
Well, Johnny has, who's still alive, by the way.
Yeah.
Johnny has spoken out, and he's not happy because he does. You can't corporatize me, man.
Yeah.
And how much money have you made, Johnny? How much?
Right. I don't even understand that argument, bud. You kind of sold out a long time ago. Sorry to tell you.
Long time ago. A long time ago. But Johnny's
At
not
least,
happy.
at least, what's his name from Metallica? His name leaves me. At least he, when people say he's a sellout, he's like, yeah, I sell out every night. Thank you.
Lars. Yeah, yeah.
Lars, yeah, he just owns it. He's like, yeah, and I'm rich. So what do you
Well,
want?
we could actually do a whole show on Metallica,
You should.
their early years, their fall from grace, and their return. They actually have a 3 act story going on. Frickin' Johnny, this guy. Now I'm
Yeah.
older than the rest of you here, so I remember the whole Sex Pistols things. They were actually kids wearing their shirts when I was a high school boy, junior high school boy. The
Oh,
whole punk thing was real when I was little. So I know exactly who this dude is. He's noisy and troublesome, and he
he's
always
a punk.
has been. He's a fake ass punk, is what he is.
The problem with punk nowadays is it's completely corporate. It's not punk anymore. It is the man. It is the system. At least the ones that anybody ever really hears about. I'm sure there's small punk bands out there that still exist that aren't that way, but anybody who has any kind of name recognition nowadays that I've heard, if you look enough, they're right in bed with the big companies, and it's like, well, you're not really punk. What are you doing? You've kind of lost the whole plot here, guys.
Nah, those British guys were all fake punks. They were just
Yep.
faking it, dude. All of them. And yeah, whatever. The whole punk scene thing, it was so stupid. The music,
Manufactured.
With the punks. Jeez.
yeah. No, well, dude, I love me some punk drum because the drummers from punk are the ones that really led into the heavy metal drum. I mean, let's be fair, right? The punk guys are the ones you don't get Queensryche without punk, right? So
Mm.
credit where credit is due. But Johnny's not happy. He's suing people.
I
Do
mean,
it.
it sounds
Sue
like
them.
this is being done largely because, like, Pamela Rook, who she's playing,
Hmm.
died of cancer
Yeah,
relatively recently, right? So there's a that aspect to it, right? Because it's
sure.
not
Mm.
necessarily being done because of him, but she's passed away, the
Yeah,
character she's playing, right? So there seems to be some, reason for it, right? You're right, like the singer's still alive and stuff, but there's aspects of this that have. And when I'm looking at Pamela Rook, like she,
yeah, I know.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
Maisie's a good cast for her.
No,
Like
no,
I
Maisie
like
is
her,
never
but
good cast. Never, never.
He's very anti-Maisie to the very anti-Maisie.
Yeah.
it's kind of weird,
Yeah.
what
Well, another thing that irritates me about this is what's exactly is going to happen with Johnny here and Sid Vicious' story. They're going to talk about how these guys created punk music and it's going to be when they're younger, and it's so much bullshit because the
Yep.
Ramones went over to England and they were a big hit, and before they landed back in California, punk was rolling. The Ramones brought punk to
So
Britain,
I
and
think
I
we found the
guarantee
crux,
you they're not going to mention
Yep.
one fucking thing about
Fundera. I think we found the crux of the problem here of
I
what his
think you're right. Yeah.
beef is. So
it. Fine.
See, I'm so it's so weird to me to watch typically older people like Chester. And some young people do it too, to some degree, but I guess it always strikes me as very odd. Either way, when people get obsessed or get really in love with certain bands or artists, because I'm just not like that. I just don't care. I don't care who makes it. I don't care. I really wouldn't care about their political beliefs if they just shut up about them. I don't care about any of that. I just, is your art good? That's all I care about. And if the art's good, I'm like, all right, let's do it. Let's rock. So I've never had that, like, because some people get way too attached to individual groups or individual
Yeah.
artists
I don't
to
like
like
the
crazy
Ramones,
levels.
just so you know. I'm not actually a
Oh,
fan of the Ramones at all. But I
gotcha.
get your point, and yes, I can be like that. Dave
I
says
could tell.
I always get burned in those situations. True. The hotter I look, the uglier she gets. Right, right. Roger says not attractive people should not be taking their clothes off on camera. I know. Yeah,
That I agree with.
yeah.
Yeah, I
Uh,
want pretty people to be naked on camera, please. I don't need to see myself. Okay, if I could take my shirt off and look better than the person on the camera, there's a problem. There's a
I'm
problem. There
yeah.
should be, we need to have some standard here, and that standard should be prettier than me. If you're prettier than me, get as naked as you want.
Right. Well, no, but that's true. But my beef has to do with the fact that the British are always taking credit for anything cool that happens in music.
That's
That's my
probably
beef.
true. Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
hey,
That's
I
actually
mean,
not
if we're gonna
inaccurate.
expand out from music, we've got nothing but Brits playing superheroes now. They're gonna start taking credit
Yeah,
for that
that's
as well.
weird. What's
Yeah, they
that
do.
about?
They're always.
It's
That
like
that's
it's it's
that's
it's like some weird Hollywood thing that we got to get Brits. Like, it's got to be a
that would
British guy for some
that
reason.
would be one I'd be willing to go down the rabbit hole with you on Thundero, because if you
Yeah,
really look at it, like we've had multiple Batmans now, Superman, Spider-Man, like all of these guys were just
the
like
Brits.
instant Brits
Yeah.
There's
over
not
like
one
two
American.
Spider-Man. We've had
Yeah,
two Spider-Mans be British. We've had, multiple Batmans. It's like getting kind of weird.
Yeah.
pretty odd.
Yeah. That's
Pretty
true.
odd. And it's not even like a weird race thing because they're white. So it's like, what do we? There's not a white American who could play Superman. There's just not. You couldn't find one. Couldn't find a single one.
Well,
I don't believe it.
there's only two Brits anyway. You got Michael Caine or you have Sean Connery. The rest of them go to hell. So
Well, one of them probably did.
probably,
So
probably, probably. Well, you really shouldn't slap the woman with an open
he
fist.
did openly talk about
I
slapping
know.
women and refused. I will give him credit. He refused to apologize for it. I'll give him the credit that he stood by his conviction.
Yeah.
But Sean, just maybe don't. Maybe just
It was
chill
show
out.
conviction.
I get the point he was making, though. I got his
Yeah.
point. Yeah. Um. Anyway, go ahead.
Channing Tatum reportedly fires Than. Whoa, how do you say that? Tandy?
Tandy.
I don't know. Tandy, sure. Yep. Newton from Magic Mike sequel over argument about Will Smith's slapping of Chris Rock.
Okay.
I didn't know Channing Tatum had that authority, but good on him, I
Well,
guess.
he's producing, so
He,
he's the
yeah,
boss.
he owns that thing. That's like his baby because it's based
I
off
didn't
of
know
his
that.
life prior to becoming an actor. Because he really was a dancer, like
A
a strip club.
Chippendale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, now,
Women seem to like him. I don't know why. I think he's goofy looking, but women love him.
yeah. Well, that's fine. And the guy has had a hard time making a career, so any success he has, I'm happy for him. But I've never seen any of the Magic Mike stuff, and I doubt I ever will. But however, Tandy here, she's been around Hollywood for a while. She's getting a bit older, but when she was younger, she had a weird attractiveness. She is a pretty lady, but it's an odd attractiveness, I think. But nevertheless, she's done a lot of those kind of things. Probably my favorite version of her was in Rock and Rolla with what's his name? Who's the guy to play
So
the new Mad Max?
you say rock and rolla, and I think of Chris Jericho, so I don't know what you're talking.
No, who's the guy to play the new Mad Max? With Tom Hardy.
Tom
Tom
Hardy.
Hardy, and it had
Oh, that movie.
Gerard
Oh,
Butler, who is one of my favorite. I love Gerard.
I don't
Um,
like that movie, but we'll get into that a different time.
Yeah, fair enough. But that's probably the best I've seen her as far as Tandy goes. But the problem with Tandy is she's one of these Hollywood starlets who shoots her mouth off constantly about everything because everyone's racist except her. She's one of them. And I we don't know we don't know exactly what happened on this. Shut up, Eric. But
We have to shit on Chester Knight, and I'm okay with that.
that's fine. But he's a Scot. He's British, Eric.
Yes.
But anyway,
Scotland is still part of Britain, even though they probably shouldn't be, but they are.
yeah, they should separate. I think they will eventually. But anyway, she's a noisy lady, and she's been that way for quite a long time. Even before all this, the current trend of it. However, some of the reports from the set was that she was yelling and screaming at everybody about everything, and no one was sad to see her go. So it sounds like these two got into a big old row over the Chris Rock thing. But it sounds like she really was just causing problems in general, and he's like, "Get her out of here." It's an interesting little thing because Tatum is not the biggest success story, and neither is
He's
Tandy.
he's had a he's had a let's say mediocre would be the
Yeah,
right word
fair
career.
enough.
Like he hasn't been terrible, but it just hasn't been Chris Pratt, right? Like he's just not. He never clicked on that next level for whatever reason. I think he pissed somebody off in Hollywood because they were pushing him for a minute, and then that just all stopped. Like
Yeah,
boom,
they
like
tried.
somebody cut his legs out from under him or something.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
they
he just
literally replaced him in his franchise with The Rock. Like that
yeah.
literally happened in the GI Joe movies. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know whose Cheerios he pissed in, or if maybe he just the metrics on him turned real sour. But yeah, they tried to push him for a while, and he just kind of went away. Magic Mike was his only really big hit, besides I think like the first 21 Jump Street movie.
Yeah. Well, they
Um,
they literally killed him in the second GI Joe.
yeah, they just killed him right
Just
off out of his
killed
own
him like out of
franchise.
nowhere. But because the first GI Joe wasn't a great movie, but it was fine. The second one sucked bad, dude. That was
It was
not a
bad,
good
yeah,
movie.
very
But
bad.
but anyway, yeah, Channing, they tried to make him something, but it just didn't really work. But beyond that, I think it's interesting to me, Ben, that this Will Smith thing is causing so much controversy, and I don't understand why. It's pretty simple.
So
You
it
don't get up
well,
and slap people in any situation. Fuck off, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
watching the whole thing fall apart has been really interesting because it's like you remember when like the world like was caught within the cultural zeitgeist about like the magic dress that some people thought was blue and other people thought were silver and
oh
stuff,
yeah,
and they
yeah,
kind of
yeah, yeah,
it's like it's very much like that where this happened and then like the whole country it's like Marvel Civil War we split and we were like, oh yeah, like never do that, and like, oh no, he was protecting his woman, he was defending his woman, right? And so like it split the country in a really weird way, and it wasn't down political lines, right? There was a lot of like cross between the two, so you couldn't say like this was the liberal side or this the conservative side. It was
yeah.
really just
Fair
this
enough.
kind of thing that happened, and it still feels like a 50-50 split where some people are like, no, 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 we don't do violence like that, and other people are like,
Nope.
well, no, he was standing up for his. So it's kind of interesting how that's happened.
Well, it's kind of the idea of fighting words. In a lot of states in this country still today, that's law. If you say the wrong thing, depending on what it is, a fight can break out and it's fine. Fighting words is part of law. It's something that's debated constantly in assault cases and things. And some people took what he said apparently as fighting words. Like it's a time to be violent. And I'm like, I don't think there's ever really a time to do that to a comedian. If Kramer can get up there and start throwing n bombs left and right at a black person, and nobody beat him up, then I don't think calling his wife bald is a good
Well,
enough
and he
excuse.
didn't even. He said, "Looking forward to seeing you in GI Jane 2." That's it.
Right,
That's
exactly.
it.
And if
It's,
we're gonna let's be honest, like Demi Moore is pretty like you can have arguments against the movie, whether or not you
yeah, the
liked
movie wasn't
GI
very
Jane or
good.
not, but
Yeah,
she was badass in that movie. She got in really
yeah.
good shape for it and
She
stuff,
did.
right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of
And she
weird,
was like the hottest actress in the world at the time. Like she was
right?
at the peak of her career.
I talked to my uncle about this. My uncle Bill, he's been bald like I think since he was like in his mid 20s, and he was like, "Listen, you got to chip up and just learn to take some bald jokes, right?" Because
Right.
he's like 80 now, and he's been bald for like 60 some odd years, right? So it's like, yeah, you gotta man up and take some bald jokes, right? That's just
Yeah,
part of the course at a certain point, right? Because like alopecia, it's not cancer, right?
No.
It affects like what was it, 10% of women and like 60% of men and stuff like that, right? So like,
yeah,
yeah, and especially like if you're in the front row and the Smith household as of recently has been very tumultuous,
It's
right? There's been
broken, dude. Yeah.
right, and it's been in the news in a big bad way, partially because of
Yeah.
her TV show that she's forced Will to talk about on that he didn't want to and stuff like that. So
Yep.
she's forced the issue several times. So it's kind of really her fault that
It is.
they've become a target in this way, right?
Yeah.
well, if you look at my picture that I have now
I know
on
I
Discord
just saw
here,
that
yeah,
video she did with him that he did not want
yes,
to participate in. So
Yeah.
yes, and the way that her whole language, her whole demeanor was very manipulative and very
right,
aggressively manipulative,
totally.
and it was wrong. It's just wrong. Like if watch anybody who watches that video and just I don't know how any rational, reasonable person can look at that and say she's in the right here.
Right.
He's not being mean. He's not being nasty. He's just like, can you please stop doing that? But he's so defeated because he knows he can't do anything more than just ask her like that, right? Obviously. And he also knows it's not going to work because she assumes herself is right, period. And it's like, man, it's rough. It's
It
rough to
it
watch,
is. It is.
and it's a shame that she gets such a pass from certain people, and I don't know why that is because she is clearly an abuser, like an
Oh yeah,
emotional abuser.
very much an
There's
emotion.
no doubt.
Yeah.
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 And
No, it's
if
true.
you've read like Smith is going through a lot of stuff right now, like post incident, he's being dropped from everything, right? He's
Yeah.
been
Yeah,
dropped from the Academy, he's been dropped from I think the Screen Actors Guild, he's been dropped from multiple movies that he was attached to, like the new Bad Boys and everything. Like he's found himself in a very lonely corner right now. So
Yeah.
and it was his responsibility, so he owns the repercussions of his actions, but
Sure.
again, I think we're all in alignment here that like it felt like it seems like he felt he had to do this because of Jada's reaction. Because if you
Sure.
look at the video,
Clearly.
he was laughing at it, and she did not have a nice look on his face. So clearly, he felt he had to react because of her reaction,
Right.
right?
yeah.
And that's probably why the slap was so weak. But
And Chester, you were a bouncer for a long time,
I
right?
was. Yeah.
How often does that happen? Do fights get started because the lady's upset?
Always.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah, yeah.
It's always because of
Yeah.
women.
Gentlemen,
Um,
listen, any gentleman listen to this, don't do that. If your woman hasn't been threatened or, somebody hasn't threatened something violent to her or whatever, don't hit somebody over it. It's never worth it. It's never worth it. Ever. Just don't do it. And if
yeah,
she
no,
wants
no.
you to do that, get away from her because
That's
she
true.
is
It's true.
a
Right.
manipulative monster of a woman. Just put her over there and get away from her.
Yeah. Well, the thing with it though, I mean, in no way should you be doing that. In no way
Yeah.
should you be putting your hands on anybody ever, right?
Yeah.
However, I do think this thing is blown way beyond.
Yeah.
anything. The reaction is too much. No matter what the
And
reaction
I
is.
think Chris is actually the only one who's handled it correctly the whole time.
Yep.
He
No, he
still,
looks
as
cool.
far as I know, hasn't said anything about it. He's just, I'm not ready to talk about it, is what he said.
Well, let's wait till a special happens.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's
pretty
true.
much what he said. He
He's
wants
got to
to wait
build.
till he gets paid for
He's
it.
got to work up the material. That's true. But just so you know, though, Tandy's been replaced by the Salma. Better.
Oh, well, I mean, that sounds like an upgrade to me.
It
So
is an upgrade. Salma Hayek is always an upgrade.
yeah, she's
Yeah.
pretty much perfection in female form. It's
Yeah,
ridiculous
it
how
is
pretty she
true.
is.
Yeah. But anyway, we're going to move on from this story here. But
Here we go. The
there is
hero we
some.
all needed.
Well, there is a connection because
I'm glad.
she is kind of as noisy as a lot of Hollywood people, including Mr. Penn. Right? They have lots of opinions these days, and of course, yeah. Go ahead.
John Penn says, quote, he's thinking about taking up arms against Russia, end quote, just 1 month after fleeing Ukraine. Sean,
Please
buddy,
do.
listen. No, please don't.
Please do.
The Russians are pretty serious about this situation. They'll probably kill you. Just, just, just don't. Just go be in Hollywood where you belong because you're an insane man, and just be an insane man. They like them there for some reason. They get along swimmingly.
Yeah.
So just please don't, Sean. We don't.
No, do.
No, I don't want to watch the endless virtue signaling about how evil Russia is because Sean Penn's dumbass walked into a war zone and got himself killed. I don't want to hear it.
You do realize there's a 90% chance Ukraine would be the one who killed him.
Probably.
Yeah.
But regardless, Russia's going to get the blame for it, and I don't even care who kills him. I don't want to watch. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear about it. It's going to be so insufferable, the amount of virtue signaling from every side of the aisle about it. I'm just like, this is a level of cringe I don't want.
Yeah.
Well,
There's certain levels I don't want.
that like toxic celebrity thing where they have to like take what's ever in the news and figure out a way to make it about themselves. Like,
Yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
I mean,
Yes.
like nobody cares what he thinks about this, right?
No,
You
sure.
know,
Yeah.
he's not the person to be making comment about this or weighing in, and he's not going to like take up arms and stuff.
Right.
Right?
He's not. He's full of shit.
It's like all the ones who are like, if Trump gets elected, I'm leaving. They're still here.
Please do.
Yeah, most of us are like, okay, bye.
Please. But here's the thing. They're estimated that over 12,000 foreign combatants have come in. And the vast majority of those are TikTokers and YouTubers, right? And a lot of them have ended up screaming, running out of Ukraine. We've lost some of them too because the idiots are over there TikToking about, hey, we're in the hotel, yeah, we're gonna fight Russia. So Russia sees it. What does Russia do? They send a missile into your fucking hotel room, right? You dumbass.
We've
Which,
also had
I mean, why wouldn't they?
we've had a lot of ex-U.S. armed forces, like, because like Ukraine has a requirement; they want you to
That's
like have
different.
military. Yeah, and so we've had lots of like ex-U.S. military people go in there, but that's what's needed. They don't need your like dumb
They don't need
TikToker
TikTok.
butt
Yeah, but
going in there.
those guys are going through the Foreign Legion, though.
Right.
I'm not talking about them. But do keep in mind that we've got to the point now where Ukraine is saying we don't want any more fighters coming in. Please stay out. We also don't want any more Western aid and weapons. Now, why do you think they're saying that? Because the foreign fighters come in are useless. Other than the Foreign Legion guys, which those are official mercenaries, right? Because it's just troublesome, and then it's not going. It's really bad, right? And the foreign arms situation, which everyone's talking about, we got to send $2.8 trillion into Ukraine with weapons. Well, why? Because the Russians just take them. So all you're doing is arming the Russians.
Well, America has a problem with that. A lot of that was happening in the Middle East too. We'd send over there for people to fight, and somehow it would end up in the wrong hands like 80% of the time, or some ridiculously high number.
Barack Obama's a not so secret Muslim.
Oh God,
Jesus Christ!
This is the right stream for that. We can have that one, the TFT on Barack Obama. That was a presidency. Whew.
Goodness gracious.
Anyway, let's keep this on topic.
We shall. Let's do that. Anyway, so please go. Go ahead, Sean. Go, please go. You moron. Moving on here. I do need to, because I need to give it over to these guys here in a second. But let's see. Do I want this to be the last one? This right here, just real quick. This is just coming from the new president of Square Enix, Yosuke Matsuda, and he's basically saying, "Yeah, we're not going to change the way we do things because if we tried to emulate this woke nonsense in the West, we wouldn't do it well anyway. We'd much rather
Yeah.
make good games." So he's
I want
basically saying we
I
ain't
want the
doing it.
Japanese to do things the way they do because I like that way. I don't
Yeah,
want it to change.
yeah,
There's plenty of companies over here who do things the other way. Some of them make okay games, some of them don't. But I like Japan to just stay their way because their way is
yeah.
fun.
And
I
that's what he
enjoy their
said.
way.
He said we're going to do what we are passionate about, and we're not going to emulate other things because we wouldn't do it well. Why would we do that? Makes sense.
Yeah.
Amy Schumer, idiot. They tried to kill me. The Secret Service called me. Lying bitch. This girl, I don't understand why she exists. Ben, explain to me why this girl exists.
It exists.
Boy, that's a heavy conversation. I don't know if I'm qualified to weigh in on. I mean, Amy's always been a controversial subject in the comic world, right? You know, she's openly stolen jokes from several comedians,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
Um, she has been kind of weird in that she's accused sexism in the industry or within the comic industry while kind of participating in it herself.
yeah.
Kinda,
So,
not kinda. Kinda
well, no, I mean,
deny. She's
right,
100%. Yeah.
Uh-oh, he Japanesed you there. He threw it out.
right. So she's a very controversial person in comedy in the comedy realm, right? Um, so yeah, I mean, and again, I think this is just a um, what can I do to get some attention?
Right. And comedians do
Um,
that a lot. I mean,
First of
it's
all,
kind of
you don't get the Secret Service involved for death threats, right?
no. This she's lying. She lies a lot.
Right.
The my real problem with her, I don't. I mean, all that stuff aside, the my problem is she's just not funny. She's not funny at all. And
Yeah.
there are, I mean, since it's for her, it's all about being female because that's her whole identity is her femininity, her feminism anyway.
For vagina,
Her
especially.
vagina, yeah. But I mean, there are ladies who are chuckle worthy. She's
Yeah.
not one of them, dude. She is not funny at all. But they keep pushing her. They keep putting her in our face, and I don't understand why. Is this some
Well,
kind of
she
punishment?
is connected by blood, I believe, to Chuck Schumer. So
Oh,
I don't know
that
if that's why. That's
dick.
tinfoil hattie, but it very well could be the reason.
Now there's a dude
Uh,
who needs a bitch slap.
hey, if we're slapping politicians, you know I'm in. So,
Like Chuck Schumer. My God. What are we going to talk about? Mitt Romney next? Fuck.
oh
God
God,
damn it.
oh
But anyway, this
I've
idiot.
never, yeah, I've never been a fan. I'll take like a Nikki Glazier or like what's her name, Eliza Schlesinger. Like those, I'll
mm.
go to far before like Amy Schumer.
But she's not funny, dude. She's really not
No,
funny.
I'm not. Hey, I'm just
I'll still take the old Roseanne. I love Roseanne. I think she's
Roseanne
hilarious.
can be funny. I
Yeah.
love old Carol Burnett.
Oh
She was
God,
real
yeah,
funny, dude. And what's that lady? She was on the thing, and she's like all proud about her lesbianism stuff. But Wanda Sykes, I think is her name.
yeah.
She
She can be
actually
pretty
can be
funny
pretty
too.
funny,
Yeah,
actually. Yeah,
it'd be
yeah.
pretty funny. Yeah, and I think there, yeah.
yeah. So,
I
but
think America needs to one stop propping up bad comedians like
please,
Miss Schumer, and two, we need to relearn how to take a joke. Like it's getting bad. It's on every side. Nobody can take a joke anymore, and there's well, I say that it's not that nobody can take a joke anymore. I think most people can and understand it's a joke. It's that you have these very loud voices that overshadow these people all the time, and it's just annoying. I think most people are over it, and we just want comedy to be funny again, and just stop worrying about if somebody's offended because you could say the most mundane thing, and somebody out there might think of it as a sacred cow, and he just can't have you besmirching it,
yeah,
and you're
it's
gonna offend
stupid.
him.
Yeah, it's stupid, dude. I mean, that it is a big problem. It's all part of this woke progressive culture thing. It's a push that's going on. There are a few questions here in the chat I'll get before I go to the last story, and then let these guys get in their conversation. But Chester, what is the situation with Taiwan? High alert. That's what the situation is.
Yeah.
Are things in
And
Shanghai really that
Roger,
intense? Yes,
yeah,
dude.
Roger. One of the things I'm going to show in my when we're doing this is I just found it today. It's a video of a man. literally in the street just screaming about how much he hates the government because him and his family are starving to death in Shanghai.
No, the same situation in Shanghai is really, really, really ugly.
Yeah.
And you're
Right.
seeing now. Here's the thing. There are riots and pushbacks in China all the time. You just don't see
Yep.
them because they have media blackouts, right? It happens
Right.
a lot more than you think. A lot of us have this idea that China is so oppressive that Chinese are terrified to do anything against the Communist Party, which is true, but it's also not true
Yep.
because the Chinese push back all the time and bad things happen, dude. People disappear constantly in China, right? It's a
Yep.
problem. I mean, in some ways, I know a lot of the West likes to complain and point fingers at China a lot, but you should be happy that that's the fact, because if China gets their shit together, watch out. I'm
Mm.
telling you. But but yeah, no, the situation in Shanghai is really really bad. Let's cover this little last story here, and then we'll get into talking about. I don't even know what the subject will be. But anyway, uh, this right here. Go ahead.
DC Comics delays The Flash, the Fastest Man Alive movie prequel comic to October.
Okay.
Movie prequel comic. Okay, that was. We need Augustine. What are you doing, buddy? Give me comics. Give me a
Comma.
comma.
Yeah, they don't like the commas over there. But anyway, this situation here is more has everything to do with Ezra Miller.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is we're talking about a comic book here that is going to be put side by side with the release of the movie. Okay, and the guy
Yep.
who's made it said that they keep pushing back because they keep pushing movie back. But as far as he knows, he hasn't. Well, he as he knows, no one has asked him to alter anything in the comic at all. It's just delayed. So it's
Hmm.
done, it's in the can as it were. But here's the thing. We know that the Aquaman movie has been put on hold indefinitely until, well, at least till the end of this trial. Because with the new Discovery bosses coming in, they are hacking and slashing over there at Warner Brothers, and of course that
Good.
it involves DC Comics,
Yep.
because those dudes are all about money. And we actually have rumors coming out that this is like Midnight Edge level rumors, so you know it's basically 99% true, right?
Hmm.
Because those guys are always on it. I don't know what kind of contacts they got, but whatever. They're actually talking about reshooting the entire Aquaman movie with a different actress in place of Amber Heard.
Do it. They
That's
should.
serious. They've now this has happened before. Back to the Future was done that way. I mean, they had
Yep.
the thing basically done, and they decided, nah, this guy isn't good enough, and they got Michael in. But so that's going on with the Aquaman movie. The Flash movie has been delayed many times too, and it looks like it's been pushed back to 2023 at least. But because they're talking about having to redo the whole thing with someone else too, because Ezra Miller has
They should.
become radically toxic. So
Oh
I honestly think they need to, as much as I hate to say this because of Henry, they need almost a reboot. They need
yeah,
new bodies in these roles
yeah,
from the Snyder stuff.
yeah. We
One
get
for if no other reason than to separate it, right? To move on, right? To close that chapter and move on. But also Ezra Miller is just a scumbag, and I really don't want to see him play Barry Allen anymore. Barry Allen is awesome, and Ezra Miller is not, and
yeah. No,
I don't like it.
I agree 100% with that. And the problem for me is I don't want the Hamada verse. I don't want it. But I
Mm,
don't want the Snyderverse either, because I understand where he's going in the Snyderverse is the storyline there where Bruce is the one that gets shot, and Dad becomes this hardcore Batman character, and Mom becomes the Joker, right? That's the Snyderverse. That's what
sure.
Schneider wants to do. I don't want that shit. And I don't certainly don't want this Hamadaverse, which is basically all women all the time, no men at all, right?
Mm,
Because understand that which what he wants is the Latino Supergirl, because Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman and Batgirl. So it's all women is what he wants, which is kind of silly. I mean, if you want to introduce those characters independently, sure, go ahead, but that's not what his plan is. So I would rather Discovery just burn the whole thing down and just start
start over.
anew.
Yeah,
Uh, but
I
but
agree.
but the
You know who
Ezra,
they should? If they were going to completely start over, they should give him his rollback as Reacher as Aquaman again, the guy who plays Reacher, because he played that back
he
in the day
did,
on Smallville,
and I liked it.
and and I love that actor. I like him. He was great as Reacher, and everything I've ever seen him in, he's been spectacular in.
He's freaking
So,
epically perfect as Reacher, dude. I couldn't believe it. It just right
nails it.
out the pages.
Like, I
And
genuinely was like, man, is this guy like, is he like autistic in real life? Because he is killing this role. Because there's like this, this subtext of Jack Reacher kind of being probably on
autism,
the spectrum.
very
Yeah,
much so. Yeah.
and
Anyway,
he just killed it.
yeah, no, and of course, the real crux of this whole situation, we don't know what Discovery's going to do, but Ezra Miller just keeps it. I mean, we had what a week or 2 weeks ago, he was arrested twice in 1 week
Yes,
for
for
going on a
violent
tear in
things
Hawaii, in
twice.
Maui or something like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
violent shit. So, Ben, what do you think's going to happen here? Because because dude, Discovery's cutting heads, man.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to the whole like, the mergers happened, right? And some new executive leadership's taking over, and they're probably looking at the DC universe thinking like, okay, you guys have really been kind of fumble farting around for a bit. Like your
Yeah,
strongest stuff is your animated stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
you're really behind the on your movies. They went too fast. They basically wanted to be where Marvel was without putting in the footwork, which is
true,
like what caused a lot of their problems in the first place.
true.
Um, so and this, is where you have a complication with a movie with an actor who's gone, out of public favor, right? A lot of things have come out about Ezra Miller regarding his like, arrests and other activities. So the question is like, what do you do? They've already invested hundreds of millions in that movie, right? And they've got Michael Keaton back, and they've got Ben Affleck in his last performance and stuff, right? So what do you do? And there's not really a good answer. A lot of people are advocating for Grant Gustin from the TV series to take over in the on the movie roles. But Warner Brothers doesn't like to do that. They kind of like to keep their TV stuff separate from their film stuff, which is unfortunate because it could really bolster both, but they really don't like to do that. So I don't, unless like their leadership decides on some. And this is the other problem in DC is like they keep rebooting, right? Like they keep feeling like they're not accomplishing something, and so they just reboot over and over and over again. Like we've gone through like, and I'm talking within the comic book world, right? We've gone through like two or three like major reboots of the DC universe, like in the last like what 10, 15 years. That's a lot
It
of
is
like
a lot. Yeah,
like that's kind of crazy, isn't it?
it
Right?
Yeah.
is.
And so
Schizophrenic in a way.
it is. And so
Yeah.
and it makes it like I hated the new 52 because they were saying like we're starting over from scratch. Heroes have only been active for like 1 or 2 years, but then they kept a lot of the storylines that came from like older stuff that took years to develop. Like how would Damian Wayne still be around if like Batman's only been active for like 1 or 2 years? Like that doesn't make any sense,
It's
right?
true, yeah. But you
And
remember
so,
when you remember when it came out though, Ben? We were reading it religiously, right? And the first couple of years of the New 52 was actually not bad.
Well, the concept was not bad, but the implementation was handled like very poorly
It's
in some
true.
regard.
It
hmm,
is true.
From
Yeah.
yeah, and
DC's
so
whole problem.
right, a lot of logistical problems, right? And
Yeah.
so it to me, this shit sounds like we're warming up for another reboot, and it's just going to make my eyes roll. And
I
it's a
know.
reboot that they're going to want to do it in both. Like, so this is my prediction. They're going to say like, we're doing a reboot. We're rebooting the comics and the movies and launching them together at the same time. I mean, I don't know for sure certain that's what they're going to do, but that's what it feels like they're warming
Yeah.
themselves up to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but
Which I would say, if you're dead set on it, you should do that. You should just lean in. But I don't want them to do that. But if they're going to, they need to lean in. And one of the problems I think people on over here have had is they do, like you've been saying, they just keep rebooting stuff and they keep starting over and they'll make a decision or seemingly and then go back on it the next year. And it's like, commit to the bit, right?
yeah,
Commit
that's
to it.
true. Yeah,
Lean
commit.
into it. If you're gonna do it all the way. Let it run its course. Let it see, because you never know. How many? I mean, Superman wasn't immediately popular. There's a great. Batman wasn't immediately popular. If you just commit to things and maybe make alterations, because both of those characters were altered, you have a much more. I think you have a better likelihood of success than if you just throw things at a board for a little while and when it doesn't stick, you just shake the board off and do it again, which is what it feels like they've been doing.
Yeah.
Instead of, okay, this is our going forward, this is our plan, and we're going to stick to this plan no matter who's in charge. This is the plan, and instead of doing that, instead of setting out a long form plan, They just keep shaking the board up, and now everybody's left with a whole bunch of pieces just laying from the chessboard, and we're like, well, these don't match. What are we looking at here? Because if you go find a book from 5 years ago, a lot of the characters are going to be completely different than what they are now, and you're like, what? What am I looking at here?
Yeah. No, I get your point on that, and actually, the comic book, the DC Comics is on the floor. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
So is Marvel. Although there are some sales numbers that are a little arguable, but we know they're hurting. However, I agree with Ben's point on this, and I've kind of had this opinion since day one. DC animated kills it.
Absolutely.
They do a great job with it, and they always have. There's some really good stories they've done with it.
Literally
Please,
always, too.
yes,
Like,
lean
since the
into
90s.
that. Please lean into
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's what
You
I
can
would
lean
want.
into that or just let those guys make the movies.
Yeah, or
Why can't the
yes.
directors of those just direct your big movies?
Well,
Why?
think
What's the
about
problem?
this. Think about this. You guys remember the DC animated movie came out about Green Lanterns notifying the Justice League that he's found some weird stuff, and then Darkseid shows up on Earth and he ends up capturing Batman. Remember that animated movie? I mean, not
Yeah.
I do.
Batman, Superman. He captures Superman, right?
Yes.
Really well done. Great. Why was that not the Justice League movie?
I don't know.
Because that would have been epic.
Because Zack Schneider had a vision. That's why.
I guess of freaking
A
shirtless
vision
Momoa.
for awful freaking IMAX format that was going to be on streaming. Oh, what a pretentious dick! I'm sorry, but like, if you know you're going direct to streaming with your version of the movie, why would you force IMAX format? It's such pretentious bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah. I
Yep.
think we all agree Zack Schneider should not be making comic book movies. Can we all agree on that?
Well, I,
He's an
I
amazing director of photography. He has a good
Yeah, he
vision.
can do that, but
well,
he
it's
shouldn't
like
be the guy in charge.
it's like J.J. Abrams. He's a great cinematographer. He sucks at everything else. But
Yeah.
my opinion is really, really simple. Don't let goddamn Germans tell the fucking American Superman story. What the hell's wrong with you?
Wow, he just damned all the Germans. He's the Koreans got some, the German, poor Maisie Williams. Chester's on a tear.
Yeah, no kidding. I feel like he's hiding in his closet somewhere. Jesus
You
Christ.
should. But anyway, goodness gracious. But now I tried to show a little bit of compassion for Mr. Ezra Miller the other day. And I was soundly throttled about the ears and
Yeah,
shoulder.
yeah.
But I,
He's
I
a scum.
what do
He's a
you think it
scumbag.
is though? Is he, because we've been joking and kind of following it. He's kind of the unofficial mascot of the show, by the way, Ben.
Yeah,
We used to have a guy on here that was he absolutely adored Ezra.
he
But
loved him.
yeah, he loved him.
Couldn't get enough.
So we've been kind of watching the travesty that is Ezra Miller here for a couple of years. But I think there's something mentally wrong with the guy, and he needs some help. He needs people
Oh, there's.
around him to help him out.
I'd say definitely.
Do you think that that's potentially that, or you think he's just a rich Hollywood kid that's just getting too drugged up and drunked out, like and just doing crazy shit? What do you think it is?
Uh, Both.
Yeah, it can totally be both.
It could.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ezra needs to go away for a very long time. He needs to grow up a lot because he's just insufferable to watch. Not so much in movies. Actually, he's a decent actor, but when he's outside of it, if you watch like him give an interview or just him at all, he's just so insufferable. Like he's the type of person everybody would be like, I really don't want to be around him right now. Like he's that kind of guy. Nobody would look forward to hanging out with him. At least if he's the guy that we see. If he's that same guy all the time, I would not be his friend. No, I'm good. I'm good on
No,
whatever you have to offer.
that's definitely true. But I mean,
Yeah.
his cringe level is on Kamala Harris level,
Oh,
dude.
it's bad. It's so bad. I don't. There's not even a word for how cringy he is. I remember watching that interview that him and Gal Gadot were giving, and she was just like, "Bro," like you could see it in her face. She just wanted to slap him. Like, "Bro, chill. Just calm down. Be normal for 10 minutes here while we give
Yeah,
these interviews."
yeah, dude, and you got to be kind of cool around Gala anyway. Oh, he's
She
gay.
might
Oh,
kill
I
him.
forgot. Yeah.
But she could
Yeah.
probably kill you. She was a
Well, because
soldier,
you got to be
so
cool
remember that
around the
skill.
gal, right? Because you want her to think you're cool because she's a sexy beast,
She is
sexy
beautiful,
sexy beast.
just beautiful.
But oh my God, Ezra Miller. But the thing that also leans into it, so I was kind of trying to lean the conversation toward is Discovery's on a tear. They're definitely taking heads.
Yep,
But people like Amber Heard and Ezra Miller are making it easy for them,
yep.
right? And pouty Ben Affleck and all that. They're making it easy. So,
I think it's good. I personally, I'm real tired of Barry Allen not looking like Barry Allen. I don't
mm,
understand why we can't have Barry Allen just be a blonde guy. I don't see why that's so offensive. Uh, and blonde haired, blue eyed, kind. Not even he's not even supposed to be a small guy like, compared to a normal dude. He's actually kind of big. So I don't know why we can't get that for the Flash when we have other examples that work. Like Henry
well,
Cavill,
they got
Gal Gadot.
sure you
Like,
got Chris Hemsworth. He's
yeah,
blonde.
I want Barry Allen to look like the Barry Allen that I fell in love with when I was reading comics back in the day. I don't want him to look like Ezra Miller or even Grant Gustin, who I like Grant Gustin. I think he does good with the character, but aesthetically, to me, he doesn't look like Barry Allen, and
Yeah,
I that's important when you're doing a movie.
yeah.
It's
Well,
kind of a big deal.
I mean, in a way, I do kind of understand that, because they really want these to be big international blockbusters, and they want to have diversity. Now, I know this has
Sure,
become an ugly word recently, but I get it though. I understand that. But instead of
I do
race
too.
swapping or gender swapping everyone, just kind of use some of the other characters,
They're
that
there,
already exist.
and
But
some of them are cool, like
some of them
Storm.
are.
God's
Yeah, no, we've
sakes, where's
talked about
Storm?
that. Yeah. But I mean, I'm
Ah,
just saying that, in a way, I understand.
yeah.
But there's better ways to do it. But nevertheless, Ben, you have a closing comment on that before I go over to TFT?
Yeah, I think they'll find a really nice British person to play him.
Yeah,
Ah,
no, yeah, we need that. Yeah, oh God, the tinfoil talk on that.
enough,
All right.
enough out of Britain. We've had enough, Britain. Keep your own
I just
actors.
want to bring it fully around for you, is all.
All right.
No, no,
Well,
I'll get my blonde guy, but he'll be British and have a Cockney accent. I'm like,
all right.
come on.
Well, here we go. We're going to do a TFT. I'm going to roll the intro. So, radio silence,
While you do
please.
that, I'll be right back real quick.
Fair enough. All righty. So, before we even get into that, Ben, have you seen my little intros and outros? What do you think? How did I do?
I think you did a great job. Are you getting the music from like the open source or open public usage
Some of it.
site?
One of them I played myself
Oh, good.
with the
That's cool.
band. Um,
Yeah,
I thought that was cool, but it was too much hard work, so the rest of them I just took off the YouTube.
very
Yeah.
cool. I think you've done a great job.
Yeah, no, I'm liking him. So, while he's going to get his coffee or whatever he's doing, Ben, what is today's tinfoil talk about? What is the subject?
So I was told, and Fundero and I have a variety of disagreements on things, and I will give us both credit. We've had multiple debates in the debate channel. We keep it very civil, unless other people come in and try to deride the conversation. But we do keep it pretty civil, and we usually do find areas of agreement within like the broad topic. And this one, from what I can remember, we were talking about issues regarding COVID,
Yeah.
Yep.
or the broadcasting and news related to COVID about certain things like alternative medicines like ivermectin and
Hmm.
what was the other one, hydroxychloroquine or something, right?
Yeah,
So
hydroxychloroquine.
hydroxychloroquine, right? So I think vaguely it was around that,
Hmm.
but what was your impression?
I wasn't even in that one. I think it was Chester, you, Eric. We had a whole bunch of people that night. Chester, you, Eric, Tower, and Grimlock. And I was just kind of listening, and I was the one who came up with the idea, why don't we do a TFT where we can actually get some data, do a TFT on it, on COVID, the COVID hysteria. Whether you think it was warranted or not, it was definitely a hysteria. And I think that was my point. What I'm going to be I'll just tell you right now. What I'm going to be mostly focusing on is the one that I think most people find the most annoying, which is masks. That's where my focus is going to be. I have no idea if you have anything planned or not, but that's what I'm going to be focusing on.
Okay.
And I'm also going to focus on the fact that the CDC, because they're a bunch of bureaucrat doctors, largely, um, is listening to the wrong people. And I'm going to show you the people we should have been listening to from day one.
Okay. Then I'll lay out the primer. Just so you know, Ben, when we do the TFT stuff, which we don't do all the time, but when we do, we take this a little bit more seriously.
Okay.
Just so you know. All right, primer. Here's the deal. If you guys remember, way, way, way back in the what December of 2019. I think.
Mm.
I was talking about how I thought it was odd because being over here in Japan, it was easier for me to get access to the strange, weird things that were going on in China than maybe you guys in the West at that early time, anyway. And I was really saying this thing is blowing up. And I was questioning why the government, under Trump at that time, why they weren't reacting because I felt they were slow on their reaction. They were.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know in January 2020, Trump did get on it. He banned travel from China. Of course, he didn't ban from Europe until much later, which was a problem because the main influx of infection came in through Europe, not China, which was a good thing because by the time it got to the states, the various mutations had already lowered it to a much less lethal version of it.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, that kind of worked out. But anyway, we talked about it here. We did a lot of coverage because I had access to it, not only to understand Chinese to a point, especially my wife is absolutely perfectly fluent, and we were able to cover it pretty well here in late 2019 and into 2020. And as things developed, this is what happened from this show's point of view, as far as what we saw happening here and what we reported. Initially, all the doctors came out. This before Fauci got the spotlight, but all the doctors and stuff, including the CDC, came out and said, "Yeah, yeah, 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 don't get into all these mask stuff. The masks are not going to help you. This is a 2 micron virus. Those masks are not appropriate. Now, you can buy a mask that would be appropriate for it, but they're of course more expensive, harder to get."
Mm-hmm.
And those were mainly being put on the side for hospitals and stuff anyway, which is probably what it should have been anyway. But nevertheless, that's how. So things started out normal, right? And one of the things we did on the show was make comparisons to the fact that back in Obama's time during his presidency, we had the H1N1 come out, which killed way more people than COVID has. But it really hit the third world more than the first world. And no one really even chatted. It was hardly any conversations about it. It was very, very little, minimal conversation. And when coming up to, I don't know, March maybe, so January, March, January, February was when America really started interacting and talking about it, and it was being handled like you would expect, normal. The CDC information was very normal, and this is what we need to do, this, and that. March came along, and things changed.
Mm-hmm.
And they just changed more and more. All of a sudden, now masks are vitally important. But although during this period, in the past 2 years, masks being important and not important have come and gone many times, right? But we started seeing a lot of nonsense news coming out of Europe and America and Asia, all the absolute horror show that was going on in China. Many of the smaller countries around the world locked down really well and effectively and didn't have much trouble with it, especially here in Asia. A lot of these countries kind of dodged it completely almost. And it started becoming extremely political. And from my point of view, that I talked about that entire year was the fact that it seemed to me that the politic had more to do with just simply opposing something Trump had said more than it had
Mm-hmm.
to do with the actual science. Because keep in mind, the whole thing with the science has gone back and forth, right? There is no consistency whatsoever. Fauci, when he came on the scene, that guy has flip flopped more than frickin' Mitt Romney,
Yeah.
right?
Which is saying
And
something.
I'm not joking. I'm being serious, right? We have just an absolute debacle with the CDC. We have an absolute debacle with the political mouthpieces and the politics in general. And it just seemed more of the TDS stuff, Trump derangement syndrome, going just whatever Trump said. We have to do the opposite. And I can. It's stupid, but I can understand politically doing this. With all your little nonsense you do in that little Congress room. But this is serious. We're talking about medicine here.
That's
And so what we've lived under the past 2 years, 2.5 years, really, is just an absolute clusterfuck of lies, left and right, flip flopping this opinion, that opinion, here or there. As far as the various medicines and stuff that come out, if Trump said we're going to look into this, we're going to see if this is useful, everyone's like, oh, that's a horrible thing. Well, it turns out a lot of the things he was saying we should look into actually turned out to be pretty useful. Right?
Yep.
Joe Rogan, much more recently, came up and said, "Yeah, they hit me with this, 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 and this." He wasn't even making a controversial point. He was just simply saying what his doctor's regimen for him was, and it worked really well and really quickly. And people
Mm-hmm.
instantly dropping on and lying about Joe Rogan, which is weird because he's a freaking liberal.
Yep.
Yeah. But that's the situation. I'm not going to dig any deeper, but that's the primer. We all know, we've all seen it. It's been an absolute debacle of lies the entire time. And I'm not picking on one political side or the other here. They're all full of shit. And they've
Yeah.
made something that didn't have to be as tragic as it is. It didn't have to be, right? Because now not only do we have dead people, nowhere near as many as they tell us. That has been was something that came out from the CDC, and then they shut that up quick, didn't they? Right?
Yep.
But you not only have that, you also have the political ramifications of people's livelihoods. How many businesses have been lost? How many people have gone bankrupt because of this nonsense when there was no need for it whatsoever? That is the nonsense we've been under. And there's your primer. So, take it away.
That was a primer, all right. All right, who's going first, Ben? You want to start or do you want me to start? I don't mind either way.
I don't mind either. We can flip a coin or something like that. I'm fine either way.
I'll
Well,
close
I'll
my
go
eyes
ahead.
and point.
I
Thundero.
have I have a whole. Well, here I'm going to share my screen right now. I have
I'm gonna get some coffee. I'll be back in a second. You guys go.
a whole presentation here. This was not created by me. This was created by this gentleman here, Stephen E. Petty. This is his qualifications, and this is the topic of it: concepts of industrial hygiene exposure control (PPE) masks. Why masks do not and cannot work, and what works, and the potential and actual damage to adults and children. So who this guy is? He is the president and owner of a forensic engineering company, which is called EES, for 25 years. He's a section manager and senior research engineer for Columbia Gas for 10 years. He is a senior research engineer for Battelle for 10 years. Columbia Gas is actually my gas company. I didn't know that when I started looking into this with this guy, but there it is. More of his qualifications. His education, he has a bachelor's in chemical engineering, a master's in chemical engineering, and a master's in business. He is a senior research scientist at Battelle, senior research engineer at Columbia Gas, president of that company. He has multiple national certifications in different and certifications in different states, like license to work in these states. He is a national exposure and PPE expert. He's worked with Monsanto, Roundup, and DuPont, to name a few. He is selected to determine general causation outside of litigation on dozens of products, meaning he sets the standards, typically either for OSHA or with OSHA. He helps go in, and he's the guy who they lean on for this kind of stuff. When you hear about a new, like say you work in a plant, and you hear about a new thing you have to do at that plant, it was probably either him or somebody like him who helps set up those standards, whether good, wrong, bad, up, down, left, right. This is who they call when they need an expert opinion. He's an adjunct professor at Franklin University. He teaches environmental and earth sciences, and he has 9 U.S. patents, mostly regarding heat pumps. He is also he also has memberships in pretty much every single one of the organizations that somebody like this should have memberships in to do business at that high of a level. I'm not going to read them all, but they're all right here. I know ASHRAE personally from my career. or my former career. Eric Hawkins, who's in the chat, probably has heard of them too. So that's pretty much the best in the world right there. ASHRAE they're at the top. He also does podcasts detailing this stuff. This presentation he put together himself. He was at the New Hampshire board, and it's going to talk about that a little bit here. New Hampshire's government, basically, in front of what was effectively their Congress. And he was giving a presentation trying to get the mask mandate overturned for the children in the schools. Because as Chester was talking about, we've gone back and forth, up and down, and we're one of the only countries that masks kids, at least in like the modern world, because it just doesn't make any sense. That's a big part of the hysteria. He'll explain why it doesn't make any sense in this better than I can, so I'll let him do it when I get there. But that's just a little preface. That's where we're going here. He's done litigation support for Boone County, Kentucky. He testified on May 17th of last year against the governor's mask mandate. U.S. District Court for Western Michigan County mask mandate testified in September, and he has filed multiple affidavits in over 30 cases in federal courts in September trying to get these overturned. This is what an industrial hygienicist is. That's what he does. That's his official title. Industrial hygiene is a science and art devoted to the anticipation, recognition, evaluation, and control of those environmental factors or stressors arising in or from the workplace which may cause sickness, impaired health and well-being, or significant discomfort among workers or among the citizens of the community or a community. Key tenets of the field. This is their mission statement. Anticipation, recognition, evaluation, and control. Industrial hygiene is the field associated with exposure, PPE, and warnings as such. It is not recognized by much of the public, media, or government officials, so oftentimes media and the public rely on medical doctors and not industrial hygienists for information on controlling exposures. But like I said, I've worked with industrial hygienists going into big compounds to fix appliances and things because their job is one of the most important in any major building. If you're in a major building of any kind, somebody in this field has had input into what you are allowed to do and not do in that building. To the very basic level, anything that could be a gas or a liquid or anything potentially dangerous, this person or a person like him has had major oversight on what goes in there because of safety, and you don't want people getting sick, not even just litigation-wise, just because you don't want people getting sick. And it has nothing to do with dentistry. For some reason, people think has something to do with dentists. So, in this thing, he says masking does not work at 3 levels. At 100,000 feet, epidemiologically, I probably screwed that word up. Ground level, basically, at the micro scale. Macro view regarding masks, New Hampshire cases. He was just using New Hampshire because that's where he was, but you can literally, and at least I did have, hang on, let me make sure if I do have it or not. A thing you can use that will quite literally, you know what, I might not have saved it, but I could probably find it later. A thing you can use that will quite literally show you this same data for every state in the union. It was basically a little test you could take. I swear I put it in here. A little test you could take that would, it's not in there, that would allow you to guess when certain things about COVID restrictions. One of the things it would do was masking for each state. It would give you a random state, say New Hampshire in this case, and it would say, okay, look at the data. Here's just the data, just like this chart here. Here's just the data, right? You see the data of the case numbers, cases per day. Here's just the data. Guess when the mask mandates were implemented. And in pretty much every case that I did, I'm just saying pretty much because I didn't do every state, but every state that I actually did on this test showed something very similar to this. So this arrow is pointing to right around here. The masks were implemented here, and then you see a massive shoot up. Now, that's not saying the masks caused it. What he is saying is the masks were irrelevant to it. Looks a lot more like when you're looking at this data. If masks worked, one would expect curve to drop with time, but because of the winter time and people being indoors and things, that didn't happen because the masking just simply had no effect on, especially the masks most people were wearing. We're going to get to the difference between a mask and a respirator too. So, macro view regarding mask after mask mandate, cases have risen dramatically in these 4 different counties. I believe these are all in LA, so or not in LA, in California. LA, Orange, Ventura, and San Diego, and it shows you different dates. LA put their mask mandate here. This is their line, just keeps going up, and then slowly went down over time. As you can tell, I don't know if you can see this, but right here it's giving you the dates down here where my arrow's at. And it's basically in summertime. It had a peak right at the start of summer and then went down the more sun people got, basically. Summertime.
You should
Um,
full screen your presentation.
is it not full screen?
No.
Oh, well, hang on. Let me full screen it. So, you know what? I'll do this. It'll be a lot easier if I do it this way. And then come over here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not, regardless, but I'll check. Real quick, gonna switch screens. Well, it's going to be a little different because it's a different reader, but it's the same information. Um, okay, so here is right around, make that full screen. Here is right around where that slide was, right here. Yeah, you still can't see it. But regardless, that is what's down there. It is the dates by month, by basically every week of a month, the 2nd of August, 9th of August, and so on and so forth. Showing that in those counties, which are maybe the most populous counties or very close to it, LA County's got a lot of people in it, uh, the mask mandates were brought in LA County, Los Angeles County, April 10th, and it did not. If anything, it was a slight drop, and then it just kept consistently going up, and then spiked heavily right near the end of basically winter, but right at the beginning of late spring when people start getting around each other more. And then as people got out more in the sun, it started going down, which is what should happen with a virus. Basic virology, the best disinfectant is UV, and it's not even a disinfectant, it just obliterates viruses. More UV radiation being absorbed by the skin because more people are outside, that just makes sense. Anyway, that's that chart. Here's his epidemiological argument at the ground level. There's only been, at the time of this, he put this out in around at the end of last month is when he went and gave this presentation. The only major randomly controlled mask study had come out of Denmark at the time. I don't know if there's another one. A lot of the studies, and he'll show you this, a lot of the studies that he checked, all the ones that he checked, did not have proper controls or any control. The ones that the CDC was referencing, their control was they would tape a board or glue a mask to a board and spray things at it. And if it didn't come through, then it works. That was what how a lot of these tests worked, which is obviously ridiculous. That's not scientific at all. In this particular one, though, just to summarize, a total of 3,030 participants were randomly assigned to the recommendation to wear masks, and 2,994 were assigned to the control. 4,862 completed the study. Infection with SARS-CoV-2 occurred in 42 participants recommended masks, which is 1.8%, and 53 control participants, which is 2.1%. Statistically, that's the same, right? You have to put in for statistical evaluation. That's the exact same. Multiple imputation accounting for loss to follow-up yielding similar results. Although the difference observed was not statistically significant, the 95% CIs are compatible with a 40% reduction to a 23% reduction in increase. But it's such a small number that makes it sound a lot bigger than it is. And that's one of the things that the CDC and other organizations do. They take these really small numbers, turn them into a percentage, and they sound a lot bigger. So if you were to hear that it's 46% effective to 23% effective, that sounds huge, right? But when you actually take it to the actual numbers, it was like 4 people difference. That's not huge. That's not huge at all when the amount of people who actually even got affected was really small to begin with. Now, the masking in schools, which is what he was there to talk about. These are all the people who signed on to this particular study. I have all the links. Some of them don't work anymore for some reason. I don't know why. But I have all the links to these studies and to this content. If anybody wants to see it, I can put it in the Discord. Conclusion with regard to Florida schools, masks versus no masks. And in this study, quote, we do not find any correlation with a mask mandate. Infection rate and mask wearing is what that means. in response to infection rate and mask wearing. Masking in schools, does that work? And here's the data on wearing masks. I'm not going to break down the chart just because it would take a minute, but effectively it doesn't really show when you adjust for, as they had done here, when you essentially no difference between wearing masks and not wearing masks and the disease when the data is adjusted for community case rates and demographics. The problem is the way, as you know, everybody's heard the old saying, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. You can manipulate data to say just about anything you want it to say, and you might not even be doing it consciously. If you have a bias towards something, you can do that. This happens all the time in statistics work. It happens all the time in science. It just happens. It's just what humans do. That's one of the reasons we do things like peer review. We peer review studies, hoping that that person will see something we didn't to falsify this data. Now, there's a lot of problems with peer review. We'll get into that at a different time. But that's the thought process, right? We're trying to make sure we're having somebody else check our work because we may have screwed up somewhere. This is, when you adjust for it, there's basically no difference between the two. It's so minor and insignificant that there's no good reason to do it, is what he's effectively saying. So, and here he gets into why the CDC studies, cited mass studies, the flaws with them. I don't know why this font's so weird. Almost all of cited CDC studies are flawed because they, one, are not randomized controlled studies, have no control group at all, meaning a group not wearing masks to compare to with group wearing the masks, and have confounding factors in a single study. Include masks along with other factors, distancing, quarantine, HVAC changes, and conclude masks had an impact, which there would be no way to know for certain if you didn't control for it, which is his whole point. Micro-level argument. This is the most simple argument you can make, and it's one Chester has made, it's one I've made, it's one my wife made. Full disclosure, when COVID first started, I was one of the people pushing masks before anybody else because I thought, well, that's obviously going to work, right? Because doctors wear them. That was my thinking, because I didn't think it through. I didn't put the next logical regression in that a lot of people don't do. We're going to do that right now. Recall seeing dust in the air. Visible dust set in sunlight is 50 parts per million, roughly 500 times larger than COVID-19 viruses. Recall how small a micron is versus a human hair. This black ring here that it's showing is a cross-section of a human hair. This here is 1 micron. A COVID virus is 1/10 the size of this comparatively. So it is way, 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 way smaller. And the question he asks, can you get a human hair past the side of your mask? Obviously, you can. In other words, it's offering no filtration. Most people, at least in my experience, when you're wearing these masks, sometimes you can breathe right through them, but a lot of times your breath goes out and up. Because one, they're not on right, or two, they don't fit well, or whatever, meaning they're doing nothing. And he's going to explain why they're doing nothing here in a second. This is from a different study, Edwards et al. This is the simplified data. 99% particles were aerosols, which is the really small guys that he's talking about up here. This is for COVID-19 in general. So, day after infection, aerosols, almost always it was an aerosol after the initial infection, meaning what you're spreading and the way that you're going to spread it is through aerosol. It is not through droplets like the government keeps saying to people for some reason. I don't know why they keep doing that. It's just not true. The virus is aerosolized. It is in the air.
Hand cream.
Yes, it is probably. It is in the air, and droplets are largely superfluous to it because unless somebody basically spits on you or coughs right on you, the droplet is irrelevant. I'm going to show you why. Small particles take a long time to fall 5 feet in still air. Most people are about 5'9" or shorter. The average median height of a man is 5'9". Women are even shorter than that. That's why he picked 5 feet, just in case anybody's wondering. Droplets fall fast, in less than a minute to 10 minutes at their slowest. Particle size, parts per million, 10 takes 9.6 million to fall. 25 parts per million takes 1.5 minutes to fall. Particle size, parts per million, 100 takes 0.1 minutes to fall. Those are all different sizes of droplets. Stokes' law, which is the law they use in determining these things, assumes still air and moving air times would be even longer. Small particle, which makes sense, think about it, still air means nobody's in there, nothing's in there disturbing it. So it just has gravity pulling it down all the time, nobody walks by, nothing comes by to create an updraft and lift it back up. Small particles take a long time to fall 5 feet in the air. Aerosols can take up to 59 days to fall out of the air. 59 days. That is a long time. That is almost 2 months. 59 days. Particle size, parts per million, 0.09. 58.9 days. Particle size, 0.12. 46.4 days. COVID is typically in this ballpark. It's 0.1, roughly. There's a very high chance that COVID stays in the air for way longer than the CDC is admitting, at least that I've ever seen them admit, that it is completely aerosoled, and in an enclosed space where there's very low UV radiation, it's just kind of floating there for a long period of time. So your mask isn't really going to do anything, because unless you keep it on literally at all times, which nobody does, you're eventually going to breathe that stuff in. COVID-19's viruses falls very slowly, 46 to 58.9 days. Again, Stokes' law. So what about the gaps around the masks? Real world results in zero mask effectiveness. And this is just a little chart. It's showing this red square right here is showing the size of COVID particles, or solid particles, I'm sorry, not COVID particles. COVID particles are even smaller than this. And at this size even, you can look here, this is what happens. So if you read it here, it says it somewhere, where's it at? Surgical, dashed lines is 10 parts per million. So it right here, and then this shows after the mask, the larger ones, it can actually slow it down and stop it. Based on this work, at 3% open area, cloth mask effectiveness goes to 0. They don't work at all. And they don't work at all because they literally can't. They're not designed for that. They're designed for much larger particles, like 10 parts per million here, which would be bacteria, which would be mold, which would be just all sorts of things like that. They'll work against that kind of stuff. They can't even work against the flu virus, because the flu virus is typically spread through droplets, through coughing and sneezing and staying on your hands. COVID is not. COVID hasn't. We've known this for a very long time. In fact, Chester, I think we were talking about it before it even hit America, that it was in the air.
No, we were. We were.
So what does all that mean? Issue has always been about the little guys, the aerosols, not the big guys. Why? Vast majority of particles are the little guys. Little guys stay in the air for hours to days. Little guys reach the deep lung and are associated with the disease. For some reason, he says, real misinformation, the CDC masks stop droplets, but masks aren't the issue. Aerosols are the issue, not droplets. Need to provide solutions with at least a 90% relative risk. That is the standard in industrial hygiene. Like I said, anybody who's ever worked in a large building, not even a large building, just a building, has lived up to, or is supposed to live up to, the standards of industrial grade or commercial hygiene. Meaning the air has to be certain amounts of pure. Luckily, we live in America. It's not that big of a problem, but other parts of the world it is. And these are the people who are responsible for cleaning it. And, of course, other things too, surfaces, oils, all that stuff. NIH, our solutions most greatly minimize the risk, not just help a little bit. Must greatly, not most greatly, sorry. Example, industrial hygienists would provide solutions to asbestos workers that only resulted in relative risk of getting asbestos by 10% to 15%. No, of course they wouldn't do that. That's insane. And asbestos is 50 times larger than COVID-19. And asbestos is big in the scale.
On that particular point, when I was in Hawaii and I was, in charge of all those buildings with mutual housing, there was asbestos removal. That was kind of when things were really hitting about it. And OSHA's rules on that were ridiculously strict, dude.
Yeah, because asbestos will screw you up quick.
Yeah, you had to have one of those big old super,
Oh, I'll show you. I've got a picture of it in this thing. We'll show you what the only way you're going to be able to use PPE to stop a virus. I'll show, and we're going to get there. This right here, the American Industrial Hygiene Association's, this was their pamphlet, their guidance document, which they sent off to every government agency. That came out in September 9th of 2020. This is a snippet from it. This is their relative risk reductions chart. What they would recommend be done in business settings, especially to reduce COVID-19 spread. They would pick this top of this chart right here. And the reason they would is because it's just far more effective. And what they're talking about here is, he says it right here, or he says it down below, air changes per hour. So ventilation, effectively. Good ventilation 12 changes per hour basically reduces the risk to nothing. 10, basically nothing as well. It's 1%. All the way down to 4.5 changes an hour of the air in the building, meaning it's being ventilated out, or even if you're in a small building, just open the windows. And that's 90% effectiveness, which would be a good standard. And I think every reasonable person, if somebody told you there's a 10% chance this plane's going to crash, 11% chance, you're not getting on that plane. You're going to be like, no, thank you. That's just insane. No, thank you.
And that's not industry standard either.
Yes,
Dave here is commenting on what you're talking about right here directly. I saw a
right,
news story over a year ago about out of Japan about air ventilation was better than mask at preventing spread. Yeah, yeah,
correct.
and
And
that is
by the
true.
way, these people have been on this. This man and others, and I'm going to show. I'm going to show here in a little bit a link to his Twitter and stuff. He's been on this from day one. He's been trying to get the message out that we're way overreacting with the masks. The hysteria around masks, the way people are behaving as if there's some life-saving thing, is silly. They're at best, and this is with a perfect condition mask. I'll show you the data. 60% effective with the best possible respirator mask that most people are going to wear, which is an N95. And that's in perfect environment with perfect fit, and you've been trained how to use it, and you've been cleared by a medical professional to use it because they mess up your airflow. So some people like me could not use one. I literally have failed the test before because I don't breathe properly through my nostrils. Um, Many people couldn't use them.
Yeah,
We'll get to that in a minute.
it's
But this
just too
right here
damn
just
small.
shows, yes. And Chester can, you'd have to shave, Ben and Chester both are bearded men. They'd have to shave their beards off completely. Um, this just shows what they recommend. They do have, if you notice here, full disclosure right here, N95 respirators, 90%. Now, this was in a completely enclosed trial. We'll get to why that number is actually inaccurate, now that they know the number is inaccurate, because they've actually double tested it. But if you see here, face coverings for all occupants, roughly 10%. Face coverings for COVID plus positive patients, only 5% roughly. And 5%, it could even be low as 2%. If you talk about statistical variation, it could be up to 8%. But with statistical variation, they just went roughly 5%. And in all honesty, roughly 5% is nothing. That's not really protection at all. You wouldn't get on a plane if somebody had a 5% chance it would crash. I would hope not. I don't think any reasonable person would.
No, the industry with planes is 0.002%, I think.
Yes. And now, this is another study he's referencing here, effectiveness of masks. This might be the one you're talking about from Israel, actually. Experimental investigation of endol aerosol dispersion and accumulation in the context of COVID-19, effects of masks and ventilation. So what they found in this study, this is obviously just a summation, masks and N95 do not appear to work in real-world scenarios. Filtration efficiencies with no edge gaps at 1 part per million particles. COVID is literally way less than that at 0.1 parts per million. High efficiency masks R95s, 60.2%. KN95s, 46.3%. KN95 with any gap at all, which most people wearing them are going to have a gap because they don't put it on right, is 3.4%. Cloth mask is 9.8%. Surgical mask is 12.4%. That is in a real world, this is a study done in real world environment, meaning people walking around for long periods of time, how they behave, what they do, the actual efficacy of what a mask is capable of in the real world. Not in a lab, like most of the CDC studies are. Real world data using real world testing is with real world controls as much as possible, because obviously you can't factor everything in the real world. The chaos element is humanity. We do weird things. But as best as you can, from what I understand, this is the best test done so far. I've looked, I checked, tried to find ones that even CDC and them say are better, and they even reference to this one on the data I saw. And even they say, and this is one of the reasons why, we'll get to that too, they flipped on the masks again. Even they say masks basically, under any standard in any safety, in any industry, they're nowhere near close enough.
Yeah.
And it gets even worse. And as I said, even the FDA and CDC now saying masks do not work. Masks, do they work? No. On January 2nd, 2022, Scott Gottlieb, former FDA commissioner, on CBC's Face the Nation, spilled the beans regarding the government's knowledge on masks. What he literally said, and this is a quote, gives unbelievable confession: a cloth mask is not going to protect you from an airborne virus. Somebody pressed him on that, and he replied, "Cloth masks aren't going to provide a lot of protection. That's the bottom line. This is an airborne aerosol illness. We now understand that. And a cloth mask is not going to protect you from a virus." The "we now understand that" part is part of the reason there's hysteria, because that's not true. We knew that in 2020. We knew that in February of 2020. Chester knew it. He told me about it. My wife knew it. She was working in the COVID ward. She told me about it. We knew that. This was knowledge. This was already known. We didn't need 15 new studies to come out to tell us it again. We already knew COVID was airborne. That was why it was so dangerous. Cloth masks are not going to protect you from a virus that spreads through airborne transmission. It could protect better through droplet transmissions, something like the flu, but not this coronavirus. Remember in 2020 how the flu just kind of fucked off?
It did, yeah, but that goes into those false statistics that the
Yes,
CDC
but
was
I
talking
think
about.
there's some of it is also because people were wearing masks and they were coughing into the masks, and they were being a lot more conscious
Maybe.
of their oral hygiene, I guess you would call it, their respiratory hygiene, and it wasn't spreading as much. Now there was a lot of fudging with the numbers. We can get into that too.
Yeah.
But I think there was some truth to it. I don't think it was down as much as they say, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was down
Well,
significantly.
to keep in mind that was an incentive put in by the government, though, and your wife attested to that. We talked about it.
Yes.
The simple fact of the matter is, we did have that little blip come out from the CDC when it was around supposedly 240,000 dead in America. At that point, the CDC
Yep.
came out and said actually the direct result death of COVID in America was 9,800 something.
Yep.
And it's because the various hospitals around America and probably other places in the world would get more funding and more monies for every COVID case they had. And
Right.
this was it was just greed. Yeah, it was greed. And
Unfortunately.
yeah, and like I said, your wife actually attested to that, if you remember,
Yes.
a year and a
I do.
half ago when we talked about
Like I said, I was all on board because I was watching this stuff come out of China, and I'm like, holy shit, man, this is serious. If this gets here, we got to be ready for it. So we got gloves, we got masks made, cloth ones with actual filtration in them. We did the whole thing because you couldn't really. I mean, you could find masks here, but it wasn't as easy. And so we went in as deep as we could to protect me, because I basically, she would go to work and come home, and I would tell her to stay home, largely because at the time we were told this thing could stay on surfaces forever and she could be carrying it around, so I didn't want her to carry it around. So I would go out and do the shopping and stuff. This was about the first couple weeks. What happened for me, was my wake up call, wasn't just her saying that people are overreacting, not that it's not dangerous, but the reaction to it is wrong, was when I went to Walmart. This was week 2, and they already had rows, not just one row, not just a little cubby shack, rows in the front of Walmart full of masks. I'm talking thousands of them in Walmart. And that to me was like, oh, well, someone's making money.
it. Of
And that
course.
made me reassess how much value I'm putting in what I'm doing here. Because if somebody's making this kind of money for them to have this out like this, they've got incentive to lie to me.
Yeah.
And that's where it clicked in my head that she's right. They're overreacting. But let's get through the rest of this. It's almost done because the last parts of it are quick. So basically, he's just restating that the CDC is saying that cloth masks pretty much don't do anything. Here's another thing they did, just to point out. I'm going to keep pointing out. Our government keeps lying to us or saying things that are true, but aren't the whole truth. So CDC says N95s offer far better protection than cloth masks against Omicron variant. Now wait a minute. Why would it be different? Why? What is the major difference between that and Delta in the far as the size of the viral material? Well, there
Nothing.
isn't one. Yeah. So that's bullshit. They added that to cover their ass. That's why they added it, and I don't. That's my biggest problem with it. There's so much done from Fauci and others to simply cover their ass because they said things that were simply untrue, that in often cases they knew they were untrue because I knew they were untrue and I don't have the degrees they have. So if I know they're untrue and my wife, who was working in the wards, know they are untrue, why are they saying the things that are untrue? That's one of the things that bugs me. But told to follow CDC guidance. CDC guidance with time. This is what Chester was talking about at the beginning. No mask needed in early 2020 from Fauci. Mask needed in mid 2020. Mask not needed in summer 2021. Mask needed fall school year of 2021. Help helps with prodding from the White House and teachers unions. January 14th, 2022. Now masks not so good. Need to move on to respirators, not just N95s. And technically, an N95 is a respirator. What CDC guidance do we follow? None of the above. He recommends follow engineering controls. Masks, CDC, this is just even more going into what they were saying on 114.22. Do they work? Not really. Choosing a mask or respirator for different situations. Mask and respirator, i.e. specialized filtering masks such as N95s, can provide different levels of protection depending on the type of mask and how they are used. Loosely woven cloth products provide the least protection, which again, they don't give numbers, which is layered, finely woven products offer more protection. Well-fitting disposable surgical masks and KN95s offer even more protection, and well-fitting, NIOSH-approved, that's key, respirators, including N95s, offer the highest level of protection. On January 14th, CDC's new guidance backed away from masks. Now they say NIOSH respirators are the best protection. Lump N95, which according to him, who is, like I said, the expert on it, is the bottom of the barrel in there. Note wording, NIOSH respirators, not just N95s, are the best protection, yet they had been rushing, and I know everybody remembers this, they were rushing to get N95s. They were doing big shipments of them. They wanted them for schools and for teachers and all this. Well, here's why that's really, really dumb. What the CDC dumps on KN95s? Does public know the distinction between a KN95 and an N95? So respirators that meet international standards. Some respirators are designed and tested to meet international standards. The most widely available respirators that meet an international standard are KN95. Here's some other examples. I'm not going to list them all off. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of different industries that use them all the time. For poor quality N95 respirators, about 60% of KN95 respirators NIOSH evaluated during the COVID pandemic in 2020 and 2021 did not meet requirements they needed to meet, meaning a poor quality product. Most of those were coming out of China. So the N95s from China fail NIOSH requirements 60% of the time. Also recall, N95s are rated to stop 95% of particles, and here's the thing Chester's even said, 0.3 microns or larger. COVID, a virus, is at roughly 1 micron, which is way smaller.
Yep.
Way smaller. So where are the boundaries? And this is where we're going to get into what they're saying and what we probably should be using. Not PPE, cannot be sealed. My wife just walked in. When she was working at the hospital, she couldn't wear the masks that other people wear because her face is too small. She's a very small, petite lady, and she had to wear special things. And literally, one of the tests she had to go through is when they'd put it on her, they would spray a smelly spray right at it or right near it. And if she could smell it, guess what they would do? They would take it off and discard it or give her a different one. Because if you can smell through it, then viral material can get through it. So, anyway, PPE can be sealed. N95s, which are good for dust and like some forms of bacteria. And then what's called paper, which is what Chester was talking about, asbestos worker. Powered air purifying respirator.
Yeah.
OSHA requires that for asbestos workers.
Yep.
Masks are not respirators. The terms are often conflated, which is part of the problem. More lies, more conflation, more obstruction, more projection and things. Respiratory protection standards for an N95. In order to wear an N95, to wear it properly, to have it actually work, because remember I showed you that if it doesn't work, if it's not sealed, it only has maybe 3% protection, maybe. In order to do that, you must do all of this. You must first be medically cleared to wear it. Masks don't require that. You have to have the ability to wear it, meaning no beard. Masks are similar. Mask you can wear, respirator no. Initial fit test requirements, like I was just saying with my wife, yes, you have to go through that. If it doesn't fit, it doesn't work. Annual requirement for a fit test. This is what they use in OSHA. This is the standard in most industries. Change out criteria for filter and cartridge. Nope, don't have to do that with a mask, but you do with a respirator. Training on both usage and storage, both respirator, and audit of effectiveness of the program every year, or probably even more than that during a pandemic, you have to meet the standard of OSHA. Now, conclusion, masks do not meet key OSHA RPS requirements. Movement to the N95 means one has to follow RPS. So if you're going to use it, you have to do this all the time. So anybody who would be using it has to meet all these requirements all the time, or it's a waste of time. So, and we're going to get to here's why that's a problem. Here's why the hysteria is bad. It's dangerous. If you're not wearing it right, and if you have any form of respiratory trouble, or you're a child, it's really bad to put them in this. I'll show you why. Even supplier 3M of N95s warn against use for aerosols and infectious diseases. Here's a little snippet of their warning. Do not use for, right there, you see the square, asbestos, biological particles. A biological particle it can be used on is mold, anthrax, and bacterium and tuberculosis. It cannot eliminate the risk of contracting illness or disease. When you go down to the next one, he says even N95 is not recommended for large asbestos particles, aerosols, or to stop illness or disease. Does not look like N95s are the solution. Also see the other two things he referenced. What else does 3M warn about using N95s? The respirator can help reduce inhalation exposures to certain airborne biological particles, mold, the other ones that listed up there, but cannot eliminate the risk of contracting infection, illness, or disease. OSHA and other government agencies have not established safe limits for these contaminants. Biological particles can reduce but not eliminate infection for larger biological particles, which is what I just said. Virus is not mentioned at all. Virus particles are much smaller when it comes to biological particles. He even shows you how much smaller in this chart here. Biological particles, the viruses are the smallest. This is ASHRAE. ASHRAE is a very important governmental agency. If you look into them, they're the best at HVAC stuff. Bacteria and common spores, this is how big they are, parts per million, 2 to 10 for common spores, 1 to 5 for bacteria. Viruses are just over or less than 1. This is how long it takes them to settle. Viruses are the smallest of biological particles and toughest to filter out, 10 to 100 times smaller than all the others. What else do they warn about? The rest... What?
Thing happened and they switched all the rules.
Yeah.
After one use of the N95s, we had to throw them away.
Yeah. Did you guys hear her? Every
Yes,
time they
no.
used an
OSHA
N95,
is-
it had to be disposed of.
OSHA requires very short use of those. Yeah.
Now, this respirator is designed for occupational professional use by adults who are by adults, very key, who are properly trained in their use and limitations. It is not designed to be used by children. Individuals with a compromised respiratory system, such as asthma or emphysema, I think is what that is, should consult a physician and must complete a medical evaluation prior to use. This is the manufacturer who puts this on here so they don't get sued. So it's real and serious. Use limitations, not intended to be used by children. That's the key, which is what he was there to talk about. Only designed for adults in occupational settings and trained. They must follow the code. Adults must be medically cleared. What else do they warn about? This keeps going. Failure to follow all instructions and limitations on the use of the respirator may result in sickness or death. In the U.S., before occupational use of this respirator, a written respiratory protection program must be implemented by all the requirements, such as training, fitting, testing, and medical evaluation. If you cannot achieve a proper seal, do not use. They even put that in bold. Do not use it. Stay away from it.
Right. Well, keep in mind, Devilish Waterman just made a very good point. When you get these boxes of these masks, it says right on the side of them, will not protect versus COVID-19.
That's right.
They've been saying
right.
that, tell you for years, but yet you're supposed to wear a mask. It's, of course,
From the
does.
beginning.
Yeah.
So just to sum up that part, failure to follow instructions may result in sickness or death. Must follow OSHA's regulation, respiratory protection standard to use in occupational setting. Must be sealed or do not use. This is the difference between the two. Oh, this font's really bad here. You can barely read it. But basically what it's saying, in industrial hygiene, this is their approach to control exposure. Substitution or elimination, engineering control, which is dilution, destruction, or containment, and then this is administrative controls, which is limit time to exposure, like basically social distancing. PPE is the very last one they would use, and they would never recommend masks. It says that right there, not masks, only respirators. These are the two different approaches. The CDC has been recommending whether it be masks or these respirators. They would recommend proper ventilation and ionization technology to just destroy the virus so it's not a problem. Yeah. Here's why it is a problem. It causes damage and harm to children. It also can to adults. This is from England, that backwater country known as England. January 22, England Department of Education study. Department for Education is actually what they call it. I don't know why he called it that. 123 schools in England use masks and compared that to others that did not use masks during the Delta wave of COVID. Evidence summary: coronavirus and the use of face coverings in education settings. The same study, masks negatively affected learning. The review acknowledged the use of face coverings are harmful. That is a quote. Harmful. A survey conducted by the Department for Education in April 2021 found that almost all secondary leaders and teachers, 94%, thought that wearing face coverings has made communication between teachers and students more difficult, and 59%, so 60%, saying it has made it a lot more difficult.
Yeah,
Wearing
I can
face
attest to
coverings
that.
may have physical side effects and impair face identification, verbal and nonverbal communication between teachers and learners. Now you say, well, yeah, but that study just came out. Okay, but literally everybody with sense was saying the same thing in 2020. I remember the arguments. Nobody better even try to gaslight me. I remember it when they were trying to do it to kids then. I was saying it, that it's going to cause them all sorts of developmental problems. Kids need to see other people's faces. It's how we develop as a species. We've known this. This isn't even debated science. That's how we do it, is through observation. If you block a person's face for long periods of time, they don't develop properly. They just can't. That's not how we're wired to do so.
That's not how any living.
It's and like my wife said, it's not how pretty much any species develops. January 22, England Department of Education study, same study. English guidance on masks in schools differs from the USA. English government guidance continues to be that children aged under 11 years old should be exempt from requirements to wear face coverings in all settings, including education. Their version of OSHA, UK HSA, does not recommend face coverings for children under the age of 3 years for health and safety reasons. What are those health and safety reasons? Well, we're going to get to them. Other negative effects of mask wearing. Is a mask that covers your mouth and nose free from undesirable side effects in everyday use and free from potential hazards? That is this review by these individuals here. This is a chart. It goes over it. This font sucks, so I'm not going to read through it, but it basically is just telling what their process or how they used it. This was what they found. Other negative effects of wearing masks: increased risk of adverse effects when using masks, internal diseases, COPD, sleep apnea, advanced renal failure, obesity, cardiopulmonary disease, asthma, pediatric diseases, asthma, respiratory, cardiopulmonary, neuromuscular. You get a neuromuscular disease, your whole life's ruined forever. Epilepsy, same thing. Claustrophobia, these are psychiatric. Claustrophobia, panic disorders, personality disorders. It can cause dementia. Obviously, that's probably in adults. Schizophrenia in anybody. Helpless patients, fixed and sedated patients. It's where you shouldn't be using them, is what they're saying. ENT diseases, vocal cord disorders, and rhinitis and obstructive diseases. I have constant rhinitis and sinusitis. You probably can't hear it in my voice, but I do. I can hardly breathe. If I wear even a cloth mask for longer than 5 minutes without pulling it down, I get lightheaded. ENT or dermatological diseases, acne and atopic diseases. These things can cause bacterial infection on the skin. I also am a migraine sufferer, so I really don't like not having my airway restricted. Patients with intracranial masses, epilepsy, occupational health restrictions, moderate to heavy physical work, meaning if you're breathing heavy, you shouldn't be wearing them. And gynecological restrictions, pregnant women shouldn't be wearing them because breathing's kind of important, just for life.
Especially because you got a giant parasite in your body.
Yes. Diseases predisposition with significant risk, according to literature found when using masks, indication for weighing up medical mask exemption certificates. That's what this figure was from. So, do we really need to put masks and N95s on children or adults? The simple answer is no. Using N95s will likely increase harm and health effects and could incur liability on those requiring them if RPS and manufacturer's instructions are not followed. In the real world, they are also ineffective. Engineering controls are and always have been the solution. Here's some examples. I'm not going to read them all, but basically they're different forms of ionization and ventilation and different forms of dilution and UV light. Remember when Trump got mocked really hard because he said something about he said they took it as inject bleach, but what he was actually talking about was different disinfectants, and he was talking about internal UV treatments, which is something they do now. And people took it as he was saying shove lights inside of you and weird things like that. No, UV, besides the other thing I'm going to get to in a minute, there's two other things that are better at killing biocides. UV is one of them. The only reason we can survive in UV and other animals is because we have skin. If we didn't have skin, it would kill us very quickly.
Trump was just parroting what the doctors are telling him anyway.
Yes. Yeah, and that was part, again, we're talking about the COVID hysteria. That whole reaction to what he was saying was a big part of it. People taking everything he said in the worst possible light, which in fairness, he kind of generated that on himself, taking everything he said in the worst possible light and turning it into a mockery, when what he said was actually accurate. Yes, you can use internal disinfectant. That's a thing. It's a thing we've been using. What do you think an antibiotic is? That's basically what it is. You can use UV internal disinfectants. That's something that they've started to use more regularly, and they work very well because UV light is, the old saying, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Well, it's because of the UV light. But anyway, so this is two of the other options. He's basically just giving different things you could have used. Here's ultraviolet C. The only problem with ultraviolet C is it's dangerous to the eyes. Just don't look at it. Which you obviously wouldn't want to use in a school, but in a big professional setting, I think people would hopefully not look at it for too long. Other things, exposure control, using ozone, health tracks, just differing things other than masks that actually work. Here's one of the ones I wanted to get to, silver. We know for a fact, and it has been since forever, that silver and copper are biocides. They don't just kill viruses and bacteria, they obliterate them. It's not just, this thing's dead now and the material lays around like a lot of drugs will do. Especially copper, if even a bacteria or a virus lands on a copper alloy, it doesn't just die, it's like it never even existed. It destroys it on the genetic level, meaning it can't mutate away from this. There's no way for it to mutate away or ever have the pressure to mutate against copper because it literally destroys its RNA and its DNA at the base level. So we're talking about hysteria. The hysteria was everybody has to wear masks. We've all seen the videos, both sides, of people freaking out about having to wear masks and people freaking out that somebody isn't wearing a mask. That is all caused by our government telling us things that aren't true, that couldn't have been true, even if they wanted them to be true, because their original premise is wrong. And it was also caused because our government is full of a bunch of bureaucrats, many of whom are medical doctors in this field, who listen to other medical doctors, when who they should be listening to are experts whose job is to keep these sorts of things out of the air. Industrial hygienists, there's other people who do similar jobs, who many of which, and I'm sure we've seen it, I have examples, I'll show them later if need be, of different people in different fields that use these type of respirators who have all said masks cannot work. It's not that the intention is wrong. It's just that what you're using is wrong. It absolutely cannot do what you are expecting it to do, and telling people that they're safe if they wear it is dangerous. Because now people are going places where they probably wouldn't have before, and they may get contaminated. Whereas if they had not done that, and they had not told people this lie to try and make people feel better, I honestly think we would have had a lower rate. I think we would have probably had rates similar to places like Sweden, places like Japan. We would have had much lower overall deaths because people were given a false sense of security and they went out and just did whatever. Now, there was a lot of people who just kind of did whatever anyway because they just didn't care or they weren't worried about it. But I really don't think they were the problem. I think the problem was the people who are supposed to be giving us the correct information were not only giving us wrong information, they knew they were. Because all you had to do was just a basic level of research on what we were dealing with here from these studies. I did it, Chester did it, or talk to people working in these wards or had worked in other pandemics, like my wife had. She worked during H1N1 in the hospital.
Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, who had done this, and we're telling, it's just straight saying, if you listen to them, this is not as scary as people are making it out to be. Some weren't. Some were saying the other thing, in fairness, that's true. But I think the more rational people, I even had doctors I knew who were saying people are way overreacting. Yes, people are going to die, but if we overreact, more people are going to die because that's what people do. And the entire hysteria was based on a false premise. Here's what we should have been doing. We should have been listening to the industrial hygienists from the start. The people whose job it is to keep their head when stuff like this happens are people like Mr. Stephen Petty. I'm assuming he is a well. I'm not assuming. I know for a fact he is well known, well renowned, and like I said, credited in multiple states. He's been to many different states testifying for 2 years. He's been censored. He's been ridiculed. YouTube completely shut him down. He had to go to Rumble to start doing his podcast. He's been trying to get the word out. He has a letter that was signed. I actually have it here, but it's not going to show up now. I can share it. Signed by pretty much everybody at the top of his field, concurring with him that masking of children, especially, is not only wrong. It's the complete opposite of what we should be doing.
Yeah.
It's dangerous and it's completely not only ineffective. It's actually presents more troubles to these children developmentally that we shouldn't be incurring for a disease that is no threat to them, especially.
Yeah, and that's
Exactly.
not even getting
And
to the
I
argument that the fact that children are
started masking
far,
what
far less
up
susceptible
to
to
them than
any
big public
dangers
still
involved in
can.
this virus.
Yes. So that's my take on it. I was just going to focus on one of the main hysterias. I have more stuff, but I've been rambling for a while. But it's basically just reinforcing this. I think here's what we should be doing. We should be doing it right now. Some hospitals are doing it. More need to do it, and not even just hospitals. Everywhere. Copper. I know copper can be hard to get, but it's worth getting. We should be. If OSHA really cares about stopping this thing, one of their new guidelines should be copperize everything you can. If it's a metal surface, copper it. You don't have to use a whole thing of copper. Just copper alloy coat is enough to add. I found a study that says over 56% more contaminants are removed from the air if you make common surfaces copper. 56% increase just from doing it to common surfaces. Why has that not been presented at all by the FDA or the CDC? If it has, I haven't seen it. Maybe it has, and maybe I'm wrong, but I sure haven't seen them talk about that. All we ever hear about is get vaccinated, get boosted, mask, 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 mask. When there's other real world solutions, and they can't say they don't know about copper. Chester, you're a historian. How long have we been using copper to fight infection?
Thousands upon thousands of years.
Yes, literally in Babylon. The Babylonians were doing it. We've been knowing that copper fights infection for a long time.
Yeah,
Um,
those experiments with lead years weren't good though.
no, that was a bad call. But copper is mostly safe. I mean, you can get copper poisoning, but you got to really get a lot of copper in you. And it's the most effective disinfectant we've ever found. Like I said, it doesn't just kill it; it destroys it.
Yeah.
It's as if it didn't exist when it's done. It completely obliterates it. So why is nobody in the government recommending that? Why? Why have I not heard anything about copper? And I understand it's expensive. So what? You just spent $4 trillion or $7 trillion in 2 years. You couldn't find copper for $7 trillion? I bet you could.
Right. Well, I mean, it's also a reason why colloidal silver is very popular consumption,
Yes.
because it does help keep sicknesses down in the body.
But all of this data I have, if anybody wants to see it, I can make it readily available to you. This gentleman is on this crusade. He's been fighting it against the government. We're on tinfoil talk, so I can now put my tinfoil hat on. The reason this has been a thing is what I noticed immediately. It's about money. Somebody's making a lot of money off these masks, and we know people are making a lot of money off vaccines. All of these recommendations, if you think about it from somebody's making a profit, makes sense. When you don't, it doesn't make any sense. Why in the world was the CDC and the FDA to some degree pushing masks on children of all places when literally no other country that I know of is doing that? And it doesn't even make any sense. There's no data to back it up. It's completely ascientific. Now we have the CDC out here telling Americans coming back from Shanghai they don't have to quarantine or be tested or anything. What?
Yeah. Well,
Why?
here in Japan, the kids have been masked the whole time,
Oh,
which
that's
I don't
terrible.
agree with. But do keep in mind, as far as the tinfoil hat, another aspect of this is this. A lot of politicians, I'd say, nearly all of the liberal progressive side, but the other side as well. Politicians, they're lazy, and the
Yeah,
easiest way for them to really kind of be effective is through fear. They want to keep you afraid all the time. And I think
that's right.
that's one of the things that they kind of glommed onto with the whole mask aspect. It creates fear.
Yes.
That's just that's part of the political method, I guess. And I will give a shout out to Alan from the Howl Comics. It seems that this conversation has persuaded him to throw away his condoms after one use now. Good for you, Alan.
Oh
Uh,
God, please throw away your condoms after one use. What are you doing,
Good
Alan?
job, Alan. Good job, Alan. But okay, so this is a very narrow conversation today about the
Yeah, I
masks and
narrowed it
stuff.
down because I didn't know how wide we were going to go, and it's been such a, like you said, a clusterfuck. Like, let's be honest,
It
that's
is,
what it's
yeah,
been. I wanted to narrow it to the thing that I think is the most egregious to most people, because it's the one that affected most people, well, the most, right? Everybody was wearing, or pretty much everybody was wearing masks around me. I know Ben's in Texas, so it's probably a different story there. But here, pretty much everybody complied. It was very rare when we had our mask mandate to not see compliance. We have a Republican governor too, kind of. Um, and we had, Ohio's pretty much a red state now too, and we had pretty much full compliance. I'd say around 90-95% if I had to guess. At least where I'm at anyway. You go in a store, people put them on, they did what they were told, and it was for nothing. By the data I've seen, and it's pretty much just been the same data I've been looking at. Not only was it for nothing, the people at the top knew it was only a placebo. They knew it was basically just to keep people from panicking, so they would go out and
yeah,
spend money,
but that didn't work though.
and it didn't work. It still made people even worse. Actually, I mean, you see some of these videos on both sides, people just losing their mind over it, like it's the end of the world either direction, and it was completely unnecessary. Is my point? Completely
The
unnecessary.
Yeah, the hysteria we're seeing coming out of the mask thing is outrageous. But
Yep.
anyway, I'm going to snap the Epsom salts on Mr. Texan. Are you awake over there, Ben?
Oh, I am. I've been listening to the whole thing. I'm trying to be very respectful and give him his soapbox to make all of his points. So,
If you and this gentleman here this is his email right here. I don't know if you can see it, but you can email him. He'll answer the questions. I know because other people said he would. I saw him. I didn't do it personally, but I saw other people say they had talked to him in an email, like on Twitter and stuff. And he'll answer your questions. He still does podcasts. He still does them. He puts them on Rumble, trying to get the word out against this practice because it's not helping, and two, there's even a case that's making things worse.
Yeah.
So, and which, by the way, that's exactly what Fauci said at the beginning. By the way, he said it would probably make it worse because people will fiddle with their mask. They won't keep them on.
Oh no.
It won't give the proper filtration.
No, in the beginning they were very adamant. No mask, don't wear a mask. They were very adamant against it. Yeah. Now this conversation is there's such a much bigger conversation to have
Yep.
beyond just the mask, and there's much more to the mask conversation than you have covered in this study.
Correct.
However, that's fine. So let's see if we have a rebuttal coming from our resident liberal.
And I'll
sure.
shut up.
And for clarification, like I know I play the liberal on part of this, but I'm not even really largely embraced by the liberal side. I'm more of a dirty, centrist for certain things, right? So that's where things get a little
Oh,
complicated with
I
these
I'm
conversations.
sorry.
So,
Just to quantify that, Ben, I liberal. I'm talking classically. I
no,
would
I
use when I'm talking about what call themselves liberal today. They are progressives.
so when I prepared for this, I prepared a little bit of a broader conversation.
It's fine.
Um, and so, and I went into a lot of the like hydroxychloroquine and a lot of the, stuff around, ivermectin and what have you. But I did prepare some stuff about specifically the masking, right? So the first things that we need to kind of keep in mind here when we talk about the masking is how is COVID so different than the usual things that we encounter, like H1N1 and regular influenza, right? Well, the really big thing from the original inception of COVID is that it had a higher R rating, right?
Six,
Whereas
dude.
huh?
Insane number. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So originally COVID had like I think an R rating like somewhere between 2 to 4, right? But then as the variants went on, it got up to an R rating of like 8, and that's when we started seeing something like Delta and Omicron, right?
Right.
Where it was just so much more transmissible, and
Yeah.
that's and to Thundero's credit, right? It's not a matter of the microns getting smaller, right? It's the viral load, how much you have in your breath and how much you have in your nose, right? You're carrying so much more of a viral load, right? Now, one thing that I will say both sides have been largely tone deaf to is giving good messaging about what the masks are really for, right? This was like very heavily in Thundaro's presentation, talking about mask preventing you from getting it, and that was what Fauci was originally talking about in his first conversations, like, oh, we don't think that masks are going to be good for to prevention for you getting it, but there is a lot of good research about you preventing the spread yourself if you are infected with COVID and you use masks properly. Even the cloth masks can, because the name of the game isn't stopping everyone from getting it. The name of the game is slowing the viral transmission to reduce impact on hospitals, right? We saw this already, that many hospitals across different states became overloaded with COVID patients, right? Even so much that in Texas, right, the Texas Tribune, which is not a liberal media source, this is a conservative media source, right, was talking about how Texas is running out of ICU beds, right? So the intention here from masking was not to stop everyone from getting COVID. It was to slow the spread so that we were not overrunning our medical resources as COVID kind of run its course throughout the United States. As we gave ourselves time to get stuff like vaccines, and all the other stuff. And we can talk about the efficacy of vaccines and what have you later. We're going to keep this covered on masking for right now. So when we start talking about how effective are the masks in preventing COVID-19, this study here, and this is done by multiple engineers and doctors. So this was done both by biomedical engineers, sort of like to the degree that you were talking about, right? Not exactly that dude, but others in the same type of industry, in along with doctors, trying to cover like what are we trying to accomplish with the mask, like what's the purpose of masking, right? And you brought up a really good example here of doctors, right? When the doctor wears a mask during like a surgical procedure or something like that, right, he's not wearing it for the purposes of him getting something from the patient. He's wearing it so he doesn't give the patient something, right? And we can talk about like the efficacy of like the N95 versus cloth mask and what have you, and they cover that in this article. But when they start talking about what we're doing with the masks, right, and what is the purpose of the masks, they start talking about, okay, and they talk about it from the droplet and the aerosol perspective both, right? And I think we will agree, for because COVID is contained in both droplets and aerosol. The viral load in the aerosol isn't as large as the viral load in the droplets. That's covered in this article here. So while it could be in aerosol form, it's not going to be as prevalent because there's not as much just content in aerosol as there are in droplets, right? And so when we talk about masking, the droplets are a worse form of catching COVID as opposed to the aerosol version. But when we start talking about the efficacy of these, right, what is the transmission of it? We need to start talking about like what is the source of the transmission and what are we doing, right? And then we start talking about, and this is talking about some of the droplets that go into the aerosol version as well. But what we're trying to do is accomplish a system where, because COVID has such a disproportionate effective rate, where I can be like deathly affected and then Chet can be like lightly affected. He might not even know that he has it, right? Um, the goal of the masking that we did wasn't for everyone to prevent themselves from getting it. It was to stop them from spreading it amongst themselves, right? Because even within the research you're talking about, while the cloth mask might be bad at blocking it, it's actually the cloth masks are pretty decent from an aerosol perspective, preventing your breath from getting out of the mask
Yeah, when they get
to,
moist, yeah.
yeah. So your mask, and this is talking about efficacy of mask compared to N95, right? And so we start talking about, we reduce the amount, right, of breath that we have and the aerosol that we're creating with the mask, and that will reduce, not eliminate, but that will reduce the amount in the air. And then like the ultimate combination is like people, well, that's what they always talked about, like you have a mask, I have a mask, we're social distanced, right? What we're trying to do is prevent that. Now, I mean, I'm not going to say that you're wrong about a lot of the stuff that you presented, right? That it's a matter of like people like needing to wear the mask properly, having trouble with beards and stuff like that. Like, again, that's true. But remember what we're trying to do, right? And this is going in sort of like what we were talking about, where if a healthy person is wearing the mask, it's not going to be as good at preventing it, but it's really, preventing them from getting it. The masks are best at preventing people from spreading it. And
Mhm.
I think that's largely what was missing from this conversation on what they did at such a disservice at trying to explain like what we are trying to accomplish with the masks, right?
And they never
So
said that. Not one politician has said what you're saying. Not one.
yeah, but this gets into like when you get into the studies, that's what we're talking about here. It's like we're trying to stop, you know, aerosol spreading liquids and again, this study goes into that, right? When we're stopping aerosols from the nose and the mouth and liquids. And cloth masks can do that to a degree. Again, agree with you with Thundero, not 100%. But again, none of this was designed to be 100%. This was designed to slow transmission because we knew fairly early on from a lot of the research I've read this was going to spread like wildfire. The R rating was so high
Highest
that
in
this was
history, dude.
highest in history. So the goal was to slow things down to give us time to get a vaccination going, which we did. And it's been really good at stopping this? Vaccines have been really good, right? And that's really helped drop the death rate of COVID-19 is the vaccinations. But we needed time to develop that. We needed time for, and here's, you know what? I'll give Trump credit, right? Where he did, what was it called? Like lightning fast or something like that? Like warp speed. He called it warp speed, right?
Yeah, warp speed.
Clearing the red tape, giving the money for the manufacturing of it, and giving it out for free for people. That was really, really good towards trying to get us mass vaccinated, right, for the benefit of surviving this. But we needed time to get there for that, right? And so, what this mask wearing is really talking about, and this goes into the efficacy of like, what is a cloth, what is an 8-layer cloth, cotton t shirt? How does it rate in the prevention of aerosols? Not you getting it, but in the prevention of creating aerosols, right? So if there's a 67% rating in prevention of aerosols, that's pretty effective at stopping you from creating aerosol spread as opposed to preventing you from being infected by it. So that's the part of this conversation I think has largely been missing. And I put a lot of blame on politicians and everyone who's talking about this that they didn't cover it from the right perspective. That we're not talking about stopping you from getting COVID, we're talking about stopping you from spreading COVID. And
Right.
that's what they do in Japan. So, like, Chet, you know this. We lived in Japan. If someone's sick, they wear a mask. Why do they wear a
Yep.
mask? Because they don't want to spread getting flu or getting
Sure.
influenza or giving influenza, right? So that I will say was missing from this whole conversation.
Right.
And so I will
But if
go.
they did that, if the politicians and the media came out and were speaking about what you're talking about, there wouldn't have been panic in the streets, and that's what they wanted. They were too busy screaming and pointing fingers and calling people Nazis because it created panic, and that's exactly what they wanted. That's why they didn't put it forward this way. Now here in Japan, this is what they showed on the TV. They weren't talk there was none of the nonsense that went on in America or even in some of the European countries. What they talked about was exactly this way back in 2020, right? And so the
Mhm.
question really for me comes to, why did the politicians do that?
Well, this is, and so like we can put our tinfoil hat on together because I think both sides could have talked about this
I
pretty
agree.
like I don't know why Republicans didn't talk about it this way. I don't know why Democrats didn't talk about it this way. So
I didn't put
I'm
a quantifier on it.
yeah, I'm more than willing to go down a rabbit hole on that one. But the reality is that when used for the proper purpose, masks do in fact work, but it works to stop you from spreading, not stop you from getting. So, Thundero, your whole thing about like masks aren't going to stop you from getting it, I'll yield to all that stuff, right? But that's largely what that article was about. Was like you're not going to stop yourself from getting it from wearing the masks, but you sure as heck can do a lot to stop yourself from spreading it by even using specific masking. N95 is really good at stopping you from getting it, but even the simple cotton mask can be pretty effective at stopping you from creating aerosol in the air that will have it. And there's plenty of articles, this one included, and this referenced several other articles that talk about this, right? So there's lots of references to, and that's what all those links are, right? References to other articles that cover this in pretty sharp detail about stopping the creation of aerosol and droplet load by different types of masks, including like cloth masks and such, right? So we we can talk about like from a tinfoil perspective, like why was this improperly covered? I don't have a good
Money,
answer, huh?
money.
Money,
Yeah.
but they were making money either way. Like even if they like, this is where I don't understand. Like even if they covered this from this perspective, there would still be money to be made if people
Well, here's
understood.
why. It's real easy. It's much easier and cheaper to produce a bullshit mask than it is a one that works. Way easier. Way easier
Right.
to do. It
Yeah,
doesn't cost
no,
them anything.
I
Whereas producing ones that work costs a lot more money and time. So what they did is they because our country especially is so oligarchic, they pushed out the narrative that at first masks didn't work. Right, that was the narrative. Fauci was saying they were not going to stop because people will take it down. All this stuff. Then it switched to what you're saying, but that happened when they realized people were buying up these masks and they were running out. So what they did is they started telling people, "Hey, slow down, slow down. You don't really need it." Once they had a huge surplus of basically the placebo ones that don't really do much, then they were like, okay, go buy them, because one, they knew people would just go buy those thinking it was good enough because they didn't tell them it wasn't good enough, and two, it would allow them to get the good masks to the places that were actually in need of it, like doctors and things. It was all. I think the whole hysteria, all of it, from when we can get into the vaccines and all of it was about money from day one. That's why you have. I mean, you can look it up. The PPP loans alone is one of the most corrupt things I've ever seen done in this
Yeah,
country.
yeah, the PPE loans. I mean, like churches got PPE loans and stuff like that were
Yeah,
like very bad
yeah,
and
sure.
stuff.
I think some famous musician got one too. Oh
Yeah,
no, it was not a musician. It was J.K. Rowling. One of her companies over here got one for something she was doing. I don't know what it was because they couldn't operate. I'm like, wait, J.K., you're a billionaire. I think you'll be all right.
Ro- Robert De Niro also got one, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken. He got a $7 million
Ooh,
EP
it's a
loan.
Grimlock. Grimlock, I was told not to mention a certain very large, ugly black lady, and I shan't.
He knows who you mean.
I know he knows.
Well, maybe he
Oh,
doesn't.
Yeah, but
yeah, they should have cast Stacey. They should have cast Stacey Abrams as Ego, the Living Planet. It would have
that's
been more
true. It
accurate.
would have been better. But no, but keep in mind, of course, money. It's always comes down to money throughout history. But I'm telling you, the fear mongering was a big part of it, dude. And one of the problems we're having, and chat, give him a minute, he'll get to it. One of the problems we're having is this article you're talking about here, Ben. It's actually talking mainly about droplets. It's not really covering the aerosol as much at all. And yes, these masks can prevent your droplets from going out into the world. They do not stop the aerosol.
part that says 67% effective prevention of aerosol.
Yeah, that's not
Measuring
true.
aerosol concentration inside and outside the mask.
You realize
the,
that's not
the
true, though.
problem
There are
is
many,
is
many
that yeah that
studies that show literally
yes,
less than 1%.
that's right. It's not even because it just can't. It's like the reason why in my thing he showed the difference in sizes between a hair and a dot and a actual. He didn't even show the size of a COVID particle, but it's even 1,000 times smaller than what he showed. Is because it can't stop it in most cloth masks. Now, when you talk about it says prevent, I think we're making a distinction, or we're saying a difference that isn't really a difference here, because if it's designed to prevent me from spreading it, then how does it stop the other person from getting it? If it doesn't stop me from getting it, then it doesn't stop me from preventing it either. It's not sealed.
True, true.
If it was
But
sealed, that would be the case. But
yep.
it's not sealed. So that means if somebody else can get it just by being in contact with it, I can spread it through the thing because I just did. You see what I'm saying? Like
Well,
it has
let's
it goes
let's
to
let him continue though.
goes
Let
to
him continue. Let him
Yeah,
continue.
Because
Go
I
ahead.
gave you
Go
a
ahead.
lot of leeway on yours. So
Yeah, go
please,
ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
cool. So there's so this is where we're going to get into an appeal to authority, right? That's the problem, is because we're going to start like referencing various articles. You have articles, I have articles, right? This is an official study that has links to other studies that does talk about there is an effective rate. So when you're talking about like less than like a hair size, right? Yes, but there's a difference between that being in the air as you breathe out and you leave like a mist of your air, let's in aerosol form, and then your breath does not escape your mask when you have the mask on, right? So if you try to blow a candle out with a mask on, you can't because the air is not leaving your mask, right? The I'm not going to claim it's 100%. That's not my goal here, right? But it does have an effective prevention, right, to some degree of preventing aerosol from coming out, your breath from coming out, in which that will contain the aerosol portion and the droplet portion, right? So again, several studies that talk about this. The goal wasn't to be 100% prevention. The goal was to reduce the spread, to give our medical industry time to recover, right? Or time to compensate and deal with the load that it got, in respect to the number of people that were getting infected prior to getting the vaccines. Right now, we have seen that mask wearing has been dropped for the most part. And the other like answer to a lot of the kid stuff, right, was really talking about um, the option was go to school with masks on or not go to school, right, and study at home, right. Whether or not kids get it, I'm not worried about the kids getting it, right? We already know that the rating that it has on kids, the effect it has on kids is minimal, right? So I'm not worried about my kids getting it. I'm worried about the kids spreading it because we also know that the impact that it has, especially when you're post 40, right? So the worst thing would be like 40, obese, diabetic, stuff like that, right? It has a huge curve of impact, right? This is actually part of like what I was studying for another part of this is like trying to explain the Africa low death rates, right? Because we were going to talk about like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and
Yeah, but
stuff like
I
that.
thought the blacks in America were more susceptible and were being killed because COVID is racist.
Well, so that's a whole different conversation though,
Is it?
right?
Are they not
Yes,
black?
no, they are black. The medium age is higher, right? So there's a
That's
Well,
couple.
true. Africans die before the age of 27. You're right. I
You
apologize.
know what the medium age in Africa is
um,
for black
I,
people?
I, I, I I could chime in on this one.
Sure.
I, I'm somewhat of a Negro expert myself.
Okay. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, man.
the reason why it was more effective on Black people than any other single group, including Africans, is that Blacks in America have the single worst overall health of any demographic in the United States, and
Thank
it's
you. That,
not even close.
Really?
yeah. Oh yeah. I
Yes,
mean,
even
that
even
was
e-
the topic
even
I was
even
around. Yeah. Thank you.
all right, Chester, think about this. Even with all of the athletes that come out of the African American community, Black community, whatever community they call themselves this week, Black people in this country still have the single worst health, including Africans.
Oh, I didn't know that.
When I first, and I'll give you a quick example. When I first moved to South Carolina from New York, I didn't know they had diabetic sections in stores.
Right.
They do
They
here.
what?
Yes,
Huh.
So
diabetes is so prevalent down here, especially amongst Black people. They have their own section in stores.
Huh.
so this gets into what I was going to talk
The
about with
medium
like the
age is where you left off.
right. So in
Ah,
Africa, the medium age for black people is 19, right? 19. That's really young
Yeah.
compared to say Europe where the medium age is like 43, right? And then the rate of obesity in Africa amongst the black population, I think it's like 10% or 9%, where like over in Europe, the rate of obesity is like 45% or something like that, right? And then what they also study is that like in Africa, they just tend to live in a more open air society, right? And we also know that like COVID doesn't have as much of an impact in open spaces as opposed to closed spaces. And this gets back into like some of the aerosol stuff that Thundora was talking about, right? So all of these factors like explain because they did a test in Africa and they found that like even though the death rate and the reported infected rate in Africa is really low, they found that like more than 2/3 of the population have COVID antibodies, meaning that people were getting it, but either it wasn't being reported or didn't have impact. So COVID
Right.
did burn through Africa, but it had very little impact compared to other places, largely because A, their population is half the less than half the median age of say Europe. They are like a fourth the percentage of like obesity, right? And they're in open air, so like it's going to spread slower and it's going to have less impact as a result.
And they're younger.
And
Yeah.
well, I mean, that's what I'm talking about, right? That explains the Africa situation 1,000 times better than hydroxychloroquine, where we've had other places using it, and it hasn't had this like magical like lore behind it as it has in Africa. Because I get tired of people referencing it like, well, they were taken in Africa. Well, there's a lot of factors in Africa that better explain this than hydroxychloroquine, right?
Well, and that's a good point you
It's not
make
just
there.
that they was taking it; they've been taking it for decades. It's not something they just started doing. So
Right.
you can also say that the decades long regimen also could play a factor compared to somebody just going, "Oh, I'm going to take this shit, and 2 days later, I'm going to be, I'm
Yeah,
going to be immune."
and
That's
that's
not how that works.
yeah, that's a good point you're making though on that, Ben. But another thing to keep in mind with one of the very first things you mentioned, Ben, with the R ought rate of this thing, where it was up around it went 4 to 6, and now what was 8? It's
Omicron
instant.
is like eight.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
I
high.
don't think people really understand what the implications of what that means. And I'll sum it up and make it very simply. Everyone listening to me, and everyone in America, and pretty much any other country in the world, outside of something like Vietnam or something like that, who really shut down quick, you probably have COVID or have had it.
Well,
That's
I
how
definitely have.
bad that viral rate is. It's
Yeah.
insanely bad. I would think that the chances of anyone listening to us right now has not contracted COVID to be nearly zero.
Yeah.
So this is another big part of the conversation when it comes to masks that neither one of you are talking about. Because you're putting something on to deal with something that you probably already have and have
Right.
interacted with.
Well, I was going to
There's the
get there, but I'm
reality.
I'm letting I'm letting Ben go because I did talk for like 20 minutes, so
That's true.
that's why I'm not jumping in.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
and so no, that's okay. I'm used to being like dogpiled here all the time, so that's fine.
I'm actually
Uh,
supporting you.
no, I know. I'm giving Thundero a bad time more than anything else. But no, he's nothing but respectful, to be honest. My point is that when we talk about the masking and the panic around it, I will agree that it was to some degree, but largely because masking was done and the conversation about masking was extremely bad. That we didn't have an honest conversation of what we were trying to accomplish with the
Hmm.
masking. Too many people I know thought that masking was about preventing you from getting it, whereas really about preventing
Oh,
you from
if I could
spreading it.
also jump in, we're
Sure.
Americans, and when you order us to do something, we're going to go tell you to fuck yourself. It
Just
was
agreed.
also the tone of the people in these
Yeah,
positions of authority that was a big problem.
that's true. But I mean, if they
As
had presented like Ben did in the beginning,
Yeah,
it would have been a
much
completely
more
different response. Yeah.
mellow, much less anger. One of the problems, and whether I would say was Trump, and not even necessarily because of him, but because of the response to him, you had such a visceral response on both sides from this guy because he was so polarizing
Yes.
that you weren't going to get that. You were there would have been it would have been near impossible for anybody to come out with a completely mellow, just down to earth delivery, even if you disagreed with it, that you could have a conversation because Trump
Right.
derangement syndrome, which is a term people use on the internet, I think is kind of a real thing. It's just not one way. That's the
oh
problem
yeah,
a lot of the right has. They had it too because
oh yeah.
they would rush to his defense about everything. And I did it too for a little while, and I don't do that now because he made some serious mistakes as president that I can't overlook. But that was a serious problem. It was a perfect storm of dog shit. We had a president that a lot of the country didn't want to listen to, even if he was right. They just no, we're not listening to him. And we had an establishment that hated that president very much. So you weren't ever going to get good
Right.
messaging. It was just impossible in that environment. You're constantly in contention, and Trump and some of his people were getting little back and forths every now and then on like in national TV. You're like, ah, jeez. You're like, ah, great. Here we go. These are the people deciding if I live or die. Lovely.
There is a part of me that wonders, if I had like like sliders, a dimension hopping machine,
Mhm.
that when all this went down, if Trump was like, and I'm gonna sell "Make America Great" masks, and the masks are, about preventing you from getting, all this stuff, right? Like, how would have the whole situation have changed, right? If he had embraced it from a perspective of like, you know, working with his like you said, like the kind of crazed like Trump derangement syndrome from the right side, and embrace it in such a way that would have like had them embrace it because he's embracing it, like what would have changed on the whole story? Would the left have gone crazy and been anti-maskers as a result because they're
Oh, for
so?
sure. I think
Yeah,
they would have.
right. That's what I worry about is like, because I always come from a fairly balanced and centrist perspective of like, let's get to the.
Remember when Kamala Harris said on national TV she won't take a vaccine if Trump had anything to do with it? That
And
happened.
and Biden
That's
too.
And
I
Biden
I
too.
want to get back to sliders and John Reese Davies because he's awesome.
He
He
is
is
awesome.
awesome.
I love
He is
sliders.
awesome.
Yeah.
My biggest contention with the masking was always the fact that they were trying to that they literally forced it. You had to wear them in X, Y, and Z places, or you couldn't come into those places. And the reason why I have a contention with that, well, for two reasons. One, I'm an American, and I don't like that. I just don't like that. I don't like that tone from my government. That's a dangerous place to be, and I'll show you why in a second. And two, um, we should have been telling people not to wear them all the time. We should have been telling people with symptoms to absolutely wear them. And here's why. Not because you can't spread it asymptomatically. There is some of that. I don't think it's as anywhere near as drastic as they made it out, but there is some of that. But
Well, the
because if
viral
we
load, if
had,
you're asymptomatic, the viral load is less.
yes, if
Right.
they had said that, people would have done it without question. I don't think you would have seen any fight, or maybe just from the real crazies. And people who weren't symptomatic would have done it just because they're helping out. Because we
Right.
still see people walking around in masks right now, today, even though the CDC says you don't need them anymore, because they think they're helping, right? They think they're doing the right thing. That
Yeah.
you would have seen that if they would have had the messaging be far more mature, for one, and two, stop talking down to Americans. The
So
government
you're
has gotten way too comfortable talking down to Americans, and I'm not here for it.
so
I
you're
I
saying that
love the ones who wear the masks in their car.
Mm.
I love it.
Yes.
It's my favorite.
Um, excuse me if I may slide in here.
go
Yeah.
for it.
There's another thing. Like I think the Trump aspect is a little, I think, would be downplayed because if we look back at it and we got 20 years of evidence to prove this, we've had multiple viral outbreaks in just the last 20 plus years alone,
Oh,
That's
sure.
true.
Right. Oh yeah.
and there was no reaction to this virus, and there was viruses that came before this one that was far deadlier. I mean, Ebola is far deadlier than COVID, and we did not have a reaction to Ebola that we do here.
That was a CIA
And
created disease to kill Africans.
and the and the common denominator, unfortunately, is Trump because for as much as people hated George Bush,
Yeah.
at
Oh, yeah.
least for a few months after 9/11, people pretended to like the guy.
Yeah, we listened to him. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Probably shouldn't have, but we did.
I mean, people still thought he was an idiot, but at least, like, well, he's our idiot for right now
That's right.
because
I
we
will
scared.
never forgive
With
him for passing that opportunity. That fucker. We had the whole world unified behind America. Do you realize that has never happened? Ever. And
He
Ever.
that
could have done
fucker
well,
so much
took it and
goodwill.
twisted it by sending
Yeah.
Yep.
us into frickin' Saudi Arabia, not Saudi Arabia, Iraq. And it's like, why?
Iraq.
Why?
The amount
Why?
of good
God
that could
damn
have
it!
been done
Now
with
you
that
triggered me,
goodwill.
Grimlock. God,
Oh,
fuck.
Well,
Lord.
I mean, it's to get to a greater point because one thing that people are forgetting is that there are, and there still are, a lot of Republicans in Washington that was not with Trump from the very beginning. They was just riding the hot hand.
Right.
They was not for him, and all you got to do is look up the voting records. When he tried to
Right.
get things through, he had a lot harder of a time getting Republicans to vote on it than people think he did.
Yep.
Um, that's one of the reasons why he couldn't withdraw out of Afghanistan during his term because the Republicans voted against it. Um, if anybody else had been been the president, I would assume that it wasn't. But it was also, like you said, it was also it was a financial and a political power play.
Yes.
Because up until the COVID outbreak, most people, and I think even the most ardent of Trump derangement syndrome people would have to admit, if a gun was put to their head, that Trump had exceeded expectations. Low as they were, he had exceeded all of them. Because to remind people, the stock market was supposed to crash. The economy was, the economy was supposed to tank. We were supposed to have three nuclear wars with North Korea by the time he got out,
Yeah, no,
and
you're
none of those things, none of those things happened. And as I forgot, I think it was
Perfect
Rahm
storm.
Emanuel said, not don't let a good disaster go to waste.
yeah,
Yep.
that
COVID was the perfect storm, and plus it used Trump's greatest asset against him, which is his ego.
yeah.
Um,
Josephus said the same thing
because
2,000 years ago.
yeah,
Just so you know.
yeah,
Yes.
Yeah.
because he wanted to be the hero. He wanted to say, "Well, in spite of all the people in Washington against me, we were able to overcome COVID thanks to me." He wanted to be able to say that.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's why he went. That's why he went along with so many of the things. Like he went along with the extra stimulus checks and the inflated over the unemployment and all of these things that have come back to bite us with the addition of old Uncle Dementia in office. But if he had they not seized this opportunity, had these vile vermin with two legs had not used this as an opportunity to capitalize financially and politically, and rather just done the right thing for the people, which most governments around the world did. Japan did. Um,
Yep. And they did it different
they
ways
would
too.
have.
That's the weird thing, right? So like
Right.
Japan had different rules than say Denmark, and Denmark had different rules than say Sweden or whatever. But they none of them came off, at least from outside. Maybe inside it looks different from, but the outside it didn't look like they were trying to use this for anything other than they were trying to stop it.
Right. Yeah,
And
it
that's
wasn't
one of the
political.
reasons why they
Yeah.
succeeded largely compared to us. Now Sweden took a different tack than pretty much
Yeah.
everybody
They
else,
took none.
but even their numbers are better than ours.
Yeah.
Well,
So
well,
Well,
what the hell?
because our numbers are a lie.
well,
That's why.
Yeah.
well. Here's the to me the peak of the Trump derangement syndrome is all the people who claimed that they would not take a Trump vaccine that was, like Ben pointed out, was fueled by Operation Warp Speed. That was his doing. Once he got out the very next year, the same vaccines that was green lighted because of him, the same troglodytes were
Oh,
freaking bragging about taking.
God, you just triggered the
And
hell out of me.
they did. Well, they did.
No, no, lit,
You
not lighted.
you
God
had
damn it.
you had that
English teacher in him. You can't help it.
you have that missing link. Ron Perlman bragging about his vaccine. It's the same damn vaccine Trump
I have a
greenlighted.
twitch
It's
in
what
my right
I
eye
don't
right now. I
understand.
just
What's the
want you to
difference?
know that.
Well, that's the other
Uh,
problem, right? We can get into the vaccine
let
too.
the hate flow through you.
I don't have the data on it here, but here's the issue that was always mine. I don't know if Grimlock remembers this, but my original plan was to let everybody else be the guinea pig for the vaccines, and then then I'd make let's make sure because these were rushed a little bit. Let's make sure. I'm like, hey, you
A
guys
little
run
bit.
off. I'm
No, no,
safe
they weren't
personally.
rushed. Hold
Um,
on.
well,
That's a new.
hang on.
That,
Let me finish what I was saying.
okay.
And I was like, yeah, you guys go take them, and I'll see how that works, and maybe in a year or two, I'll pop one in my arm. But then the messaging went from, hey guys, get a vaccine, they work, to get the vaccine or else,
Yeah.
and that's when I have a problem.
Yeah, no, you're right. The tone and the marketing of it
Yeah,
was way off. And like
our
I said,
government is
it's
too comfortable talking down to us, and
well,
that should terrify everybody. I don't
right.
care what side of the aisle you're on. If you've studied history, when a government gets that attitude, it's never good. It
No,
never ends well.
that's true. But no, I get your point 100% in that regard to the politicians screwing it up royally. But however, the Lancet report, Ben.
Yeah.
No, I mean this is just talking about. I had a bunch of like stuff about various articles about like hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, like for instance, like when we talk about hysteria, right? Like there's articles about hydroxychloroquine, right? Like one of them was talking about like they were wanted to investigate, talking about like missteps by politicians, right? And they wanted to like do like a deep dive study of hydroxychloroquine, like what is the actual efficacy of this, right? Because they there's the concept of like the retrospective versus the prospective study, right? Retrospective is they're taking surveys, stuff like that. Prospective is they're trying to control for variables to get and they'll do like a blind or double blind study as part of the prospective type of studies, right? So when there started coming in stuff about like whispers or rumors about hydroxychloroquine being good, several doctors wanted to do studies on it and do a prospective study about like what is the efficacy of like hydroxychloroquine.
Sure.
But talking about the government speaking out their ass, the problem that then arose is because during one of his like news media things, Trump said hydroxychloroquine, it's awesome, I've been taking it and it's great and blah 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 blah, and that ruined it because then everyone started going out and the population at large started having like a bias either towards it or against it, and doctors were like, we had a hell of a time doing prospective studies because this hit the cultural zeitgeist in such a big way, both positively and negatively, that it really impacted their ability to do quality studies because Trump ran his like freaking mouth on it too much, right? And so this is
Um,
again. Go ahead.
if I may ask, Ben, because I wanna hear your perspective on this.
Sure.
But considering that we already had, because besides him being a president, Trump's been in the public eye most of his life.
Mhm.
So we know how Trump talks, and this goes back
True.
to I think the outright manipulation of people, especially in the media, because like you said, it's that he said what he said, but everybody knows how he talks. The media reaction to that, especially from the left, is so ridiculous, and they did that with anything he said. And I believe you know this too. Trump could have went outside and said, "It's a sunny day outside, a wonderful sunny day, a great sunny day," and there'd have been 10 articles on CNN going, "Trump says it's a sunny day, 10 reasons why he's wrong."
Right.
That's
No, hold
Well,
on.
no, no, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
they
hold on,
did
hold on.
that kind
Let
that was the
let
kind of exaggerated shit that they would
That's
do
true, but let
to
let
where
let let's clarify something
where
here. No, hold
in
on
a
a second.
time in time of a crisis,
Yeah.
they
Right now,
should have shut that shit down.
yeah,
They,
but
they, they, they they couldn't stop.
let's clarify something here right off. I know Ben takes more of a liberal view, and I love having it. But I guarantee I'm going to ask his opinion, but I'm going to guarantee I'm going to put money on it that Ben does not like CNN or MSNBC or any of
No.
the other bastard dinosaur media. I'm pretty sure.
I think of all the bastard media, the only one that I tend to read, and I still read it with an eye of like, not contempt, but an eye of judiciousness, is New York
That's a good
Times, I
word. Yeah.
guess. But they're not even really like liberal per se. The New York Times. It
No,
really
they've
depends
been
on.
trashed for years. I used to
Uh,
read them all the time.
it depends
I'm
on which.
saying, as somebody who used to read the Sunday Times every Sunday, they've been trashed for
If it's
years.
a
No,
non-political topic, they're usually pretty good.
yeah. So
Basic
so
fact stuff.
yeah, and that's why I read them is because I don't get into like the editorials and stuff. I'm looking for like the basic facts, like Chet said, right? And will I say that there's like political bias in the media, like CNN and stuff like that? Absolutely. That would be like ridiculous to say, but there is equal political bias in the other side of the
Yeah.
media, such as Fox and OAN and other stuff like that, who they and part of the problem is like when we get down to the crux of it is Trump is his own worst enemy with this shit because he loves it. So when you
Well,
talk about
I did say his ego got in the way.
right, right,
Yeah.
right, right.
Yeah.
Do you
I
remember
would know.
it was the I think it was the 2018 midterms or something
Yep.
like that, where he read out every Republican who lost their election who didn't kiss his ring. Like it
Yep.
was cringe as hell.
Dude,
But
he was the most fun president we've ever had. He
He
made me
was fun.
laugh constantly. He was
hold on.
He
so
was fun.
outrageous.
But this comes back to the carefulness of messaging, that
Yeah.
Yeah.
you're having an expectation of the population at large to not take him seriously, but shouldn't he, as the president, shouldn't we have an expectation for him not to be such a joke with his commentary and stuff? Like, we're putting an expectation on 350 million people when of filtering his language, when the expectation should be on one person to filter their language, right?
Well,
Wait.
I would
I
say,
would
in fairness, he did to a large degree, though. The Trump that was president was completely different tonally from the Trump that was the candidate, because that's what a lot of people voted for, and they were pissed. When I remember it, when right after he got elected, he was given a speech, and the lock her up stuff, and he literally shot that down immediately. He said, "No, guys, that plays on the trail, but I'm not going to actually do that." Basically, is what he said,
Right.
and it's like, well, wait a minute. That's what you said. That's what we wanted you to do. I wanted you to do it. And he immediately, that's one of the reasons why I was like, see, that's why I didn't vote for him, because I knew it. I knew he was full of shit. Because he's Trump. He's Donald Trump. Why was anybody surprised he was full of shit? He's Donald Trump. Like,
But
we know who this guy is. It wasn't a surprise.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I was gonna. That's what I was gonna say. Is why would you expect him to change what got him there?
Yes.
I mean, if Ben, I'm pretty sure you watched. This man, a non-establishment politician, beat career politicians on the platform of my dick is bigger than yours. I'm cooler than you. My wife is finer than yours. You wish you could have a wife as fuckable as mine.
Oh,
Your dick doesn't. Basically, Trump won by battle rapping his way
He
to the
did.
Republican candidacy.
He did.
And if you'd have put like some bass beats behind it, it would have been on the rap charts. Some of the shit he said during that time period.
My point, though, is that you can't have the expectation of the public at large to have the filtration for him, because he
No,
lists
no, the
such-
public, because the public voted for that. That's what they wanted. They
Yeah.
should.
yeah,
That's the
and
expectation.
and that's a
Is
good.
well, think about it. All right, when you're on like the campaign trail for politicians is like an extended first date, right? You're going with the expectation of what they're showing. That's what
Which you
they're doing.
shouldn't, but that's what
They're
people
painting
do.
a bit. Yeah, I mean you shouldn't, but that's what they do.
Yep.
That's what they get. That was what they was giving him. Everybody did that. Most politicians don't make good on what they do in the campaign trail. Look at Obama. How many promises did he come through with?
None.
And in fairness to Trump, he
was
came through with
he was so
more.
smooth talking, and he sang "Amazing Grace."
Oh God, Obama was a complete betrayal.
Ben
Trump
Bidwell.
came through with more
Oh.
of his campaign promises than I'd ever seen out of a president. That was
Yeah,
one of the
that
only
was-
reasons I started to support him, is because
was
he was like
surprised, yeah.
actually doing what he said he was going to do when it came to actual policy positions. But his rhetoric was the stuff that was BS, and that's what people voted for. Most
Yeah.
people had no idea what his policy, what he
Yeah.
said he was going to actually do policy-wise. They were going off of the lock him up and drain the swamp, which I'm like, yes, can we please drain the swamp, for God's sake?
Yeah,
But that's not what he actually went there and did. He didn't actually go there and then go to war with the deep state like he pretended he was going to do. He went in there and tried to make friends with them,
yeah.
by and large.
And I do think, Ben, that one of the things that you and half the country are missing in regards to Trump. It had nothing to do with Trump's ideas and successes or failures. It wasn't the point. Someone like myself, he actually surprised me. He did more than I expected, to be honest, because I didn't expect much out of him. But that's not the point. That's not why half the country voted for him. They voted for him because they were sick and tired of Washington. They're
Yep.
sick and tired of the nonsense. It's a big joke. They're just tired of it. And Trump, and the fact that he was in there, insulting them, pissing them off, they were happy
Yeah.
about it because no one wanted anything changed. That wasn't the point. We need things changed, but that wasn't the point. The point was to get in there and crack those bastards' heads. That was the
Yeah.
reason why they did it. It was a scream into the nether, dude. That's what
He
Trump
said,
was.
I said to libertarians who were opposing him at the time, because I was still a libertarian and I was in those circles, I said to them, guys, you don't have to like Trump, but you have to understand what Trump could be and what he is. He's a hammer.
totally.
Use him. If we can break up this corrupt-ass system by sending somebody like that for a little while, fine. I don't care. These people more than deserve it, the political establishment.
To that end, when I
he
spoke
didn't.
about it early on in like 2015 and stuff like that, people on the left got really weirded out when I said like Bernie and Trump are kind of the same thing, and they're like they're completely
Yep.
different. I'm like, no,
Not
they're
really.
not.
Yeah.
They're represent the same ideology of being against the system, right? Like
Yeah.
the Democratic Party hates Bernie, right?
Yes.
They absolutely do because he
They've
does
screwed him over twice.
They
Poor
have.
guy. Poor guy.
Yeah, they absolutely have, right? But I think Bernie kind of represents the same type of sentiment, and that's why there was a lot of Bernie
Populism.
supporters.
Yeah.
He was the outsider until he bent the knee.
He did bend the knee.
I'll
That
say
was a shame.
this: Bernie lost everything when the DNC and they openly admitted this. I'm still amazed that Wasserman Schultz is not in jail for this. When they outright said they fucked Bernie over to make sure Hillary was
Yeah.
the primary winner, and when Bernie bent the knee and went out and supporting him, he lost everything because I know everybody talks about what an asshole Trump is. But if all you had to learn from the voting demographics 2016, because a lot of women voted for Trump, nearly 50% of his voters was women.
Yep.
They will follow an asshole before they follow a coward. And Bernie Sanders
right.
showed himself to be a coward,
Yeah.
and that killed it for everything because he had a ton of momentum.
It would have
And
been
if he had-
beautifully memeable, though. It would have
If
been
he would have
awesome.
stood his ground, after getting screwed and just said, "No, you screwed me. I'm not working with you anymore." If he had done that, he would have gained popularity. Bernie would have. He would have
Hell,
been probably the most popular politician in the country. Yeah, probably. He probably would have been the most popular guy in the country.
If he'd have stood on his square, he could have rode the "I got screwed and everybody saw it" wave for 4 fucking years. He could have done it. We've seen it done. We've all watched wrestling. We know how
Trump's
this
going to
shit
do
works.
it right now. That's what his whole campaign's going to be in 24.
Yeah, he's
is
not
how
gonna
much
win,
he got
though, dude.
screwed.
DeSantis is
No,
going to be the next president.
I
dude.
think
I'm
here.
telling
That's
you.
what I was going to say when we were talking about Trump. That's what I was going to say. Here's what's going to happen next. And what's going to happen next is Trump, whether anyone wants to believe it or not, was the olive branch. The people who hate Washington from the right, I mean hate, like me, who would gladly watch these fuckers get killed, and I'm not trying to be funny. I hate these people. They have to go. Trump was the olive branch from people like me. He is more left wing than I want to be to you. He'll be more amicable to you than I will be. Here you go. Here's your chance. And they spit in his face, and part of that's his fault. And they turned their back on him and tried to destroy him for 5 years. Did everything they could, but aside from shoot him for 5 years to get to discredit him and demolish him and destroy him. And you know what people like me saw? The system's afraid. That's what we saw.
Yeah.
So the next guy that people like me send is going to be somebody like DeSantis, who's a little bit more smooth when the way he speaks. Now DeSantis has his issues, don't get me wrong, but he's not Trump. He's not as boisterous. He's not as ridiculous. He's not as much of a caricature. He's much more of a politician than Trump is. I still don't think DeSantis is that guy, but I'm telling you, and I've been warning about this, Ben. We've had conversations about it. That guy's coming, and everybody should be afraid of it. Because if it swings hard to the right, and they go in and they basically Pinochet these fuckers and start taking them out, at that point, all you can do, anybody can just say, listen, we tried. We tried to give you an olive branch, somebody who could bring some moderate reform, which is mostly what Trump proposed if you actually look at his policies. It was mostly moderate reform. There were some things that were more radical, but mostly it was moderate reform to give us more transparency, to give us back our country. What we mean by that is back say in the economic decisions made at the top. Nobody can sit in here and say that the American people get to decide pretty much anything when it comes to the economic policy of this country, because no matter who we send there, it largely doesn't change. Some taxation rules will change, but when it comes to trade rules and things, Trump did get some changes through, fair enough. But I know my part of the country, here right in the middle, we've been getting fucked for 25 years, and nobody changed it. Trump made some moves towards doing it, but nobody's changed it. It has been bad here for a lot. We never recovered from the recession of 2000. Remember that recession? It was real quick everywhere else in the country. Here, never recovered. Never.
Is hating Washington a political issue? I
No.
mean, don't Democrats hate Washington as well?
Absolutely.
When I say I want scalps, there are millions more people like me who mean that. And I'm not trying to be funny. We want these people to pay for what they've done. To pay a serious price.
A lot of them should go to jail. That's for sure.
Yes.
Nah, jail's too good for them. I don't want
Yeah,
taxpayer
well,
dollars going to them.
I'm not as
We,
murderous as
we,
you
we.
two, okay?
So we got
Well,
a lot of
you
light
know,
posts in this country, and the Italians, if they
yes,
ever taught me one thing,
living
it's how to handle a
decorations.
bad politician.
Oh my
All right,
god.
Yes,
I'm
they
just
need the
saying
Mussolini treatment.
You see what I got to
Just
deal with, Ben?
we're
Hey, I'm
radical over
here
here.
to be a calming voice for you, Chad, to try and bring things.
Hey, look, I'm not saying I'm not. Hey, look,
We'll give them
I'm not just
trials.
saying one. I'm not saying just one side. You think?
Oh no,
Trust me.
oh
Look,
no.
we get some
No, I know,
Kentucky barbecue sauce for Mitch McConnell and put that pig on a spit once for all. I mean, no,
and
no.
that's
There's a
the
lot of
only
them that gotta
reason
go.
I keep hanging around here is because I do give you guys a lot of credit for um doing the balance of like you do tend to hate on the Democrats more than, but when push you do admit that there's problems on both sides.
Well,
Well,
because
that's
there
simply
are.
Oh,
because
it's not
yeah,
push for me. If I could make beef jerky out of them, I'd be selling them at the gun
yeah,
stores.
pigs
Well,
need to eat too. They get hungry. But no, and that's the reason why is because the Democrats they cannot let social issues go, and they try to make everything into the next civil rights crusade, and that annoys the piss out of all of us over here because one, we're just damn tired of it. Not everything's a fucking crusade, and two, there's actual problems in this country that need solved. Actual ones, and you're not talking about them. You're talking about trans people playing sports with women. What the fuck? I don't care. My
No,
my electricity bill is 30% higher than it was 2 months ago. Can we
oh
talk
my.
about that?
Now, I
this
would
is the thing that I find fascinating about this conversation because I agree with you, but I actually see it on the other side because for instance, like when the whole ban trans from bathrooms thing started happening, right? Like
Yep.
it was really like because like from my perspective, Republicans didn't really have much that they could really do a race on, right? Like they have terrible policies when it comes to healthcare. They have terrible tax policies. They have terrible all these policies. So from my perspective, I see it as Republicans are like, all right, we're running. We need to find a social issue to like get people rallied around. So let's like propose a ban trans in bathrooms bill. And then from the Democratic side, they have to like get worked up about it and then rally against it because it gets used as a methodology to run on anything other than legitimate like political discourse stuff like you and I want to talk about, like taxes or Medicare or stuff like that, right? And
Yep.
so I see it as Republicans pushing.
Here's
Um,
where it
I,
comes from
I
the
think
left, where it's a problem. I
um,
can very clear to from my perspective because I'm not really a Republican. I think I'm still registered as one, but
would you
I'm
agree that
far
that
more right wing.
happens
Oh,
within the
absolutely,
lifestyle? Okay,
absolutely. Yeah.
okay, cool.
Here's where I think it becomes a problem. Is now you have the DNC, the party. It's messaging anyway, not what it actually does, because what it actually does is fuck everybody over, just like the Republicans do. But its messaging is all about that kind of social issues and then some climate change stuff, right? That's pretty much what I hear whenever I go over to their sites or go to their news stations, or how stupid Republicans are, stuff like that. Or sometimes they throw up stuff about Trump still because they can't let him go. The problem is that messaging gets played everywhere. The only places it largely doesn't, and then it still does because like Tucker Carlson starts mocking it, is like Fox News doesn't focus on it as much. But like I said, Tucker reacts to it, so now I still have to hear about it.
right.
When it's
Yeah,
stuff that largely isn't helping the most of the country. Our country is in bad shape, and they keep telling us it's not. And that's the
I think
Democrats doing that right now. And that
well,
shit's gotta stop.
I'll disagree with that slightly, not 100%, but the reason I'm going to disagree with it is like I think part of the problem is that talking about the real issues is complicated and difficult because it requires a lot of
Yeah,
like diving into the facts about like our taxation system, our Medicare system, our pharmaceutical
yep,
system, all the good stuff, and that takes a lot more like of your front brain thinking. Whereas talking about these more knee jerk issues from both sides, right? It's an easier conversation for Democratic media and it's an easier conversation for conservative media. Those are easier like flamed issues to talk about, and so I
yep.
think that's how this like whole cycle ends up perpetuating itself.
I think I
I'm
have the
gonna. Wait,
solution.
hold on. I
Go
got to
ahead.
push back on that a little bit because
Go for it.
the reason the politicians don't talk about it is because if they have to be honest about it and be with the facts, is that is that the government, o- whether it's in the present or through past policies, is the source of most of these problems.
That's right.
That's why they
I
don't
agree.
talk about it. It's the don't pay attention. Don't pay attention to that big dick going up your ass. It's pay attention to that over there.
Why does it always come back to
Look
dicks with you?
over there. Because I'm a George Carlin fan, and George
Okay.
Carlin,
That's a good point. That's fair.
you
That's
know,
fair.
the advertising lullaby that ends with bend over just a little bit further.
Well, like George said,
So
it's a big club and you ain't in it.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
Well,
that's
can
exactly the problem.
can I
and
want to say something here, if you don't
Go
mind.
ahead.
okay.
The whole transgender bathroom thing, of course, was stupid.
Yeah,
Because first of all, elementary schools are not transgendered. None of the kids are. None of them.
I agree.
You might start getting some of that in junior high, possibly high school. However, uh, transvestites, the old word we used to use, they've been kind of going into the bathroom they want to forever, and no one gave a shit
Yep,
Right.
I've
ever.
seen them. Nobody
Ever.
But
cared.
No one
but
cared.
that
But no, hold
but
on,
that
let me finish my point.
sure.
Because no one actually cared about that until the politicians decided to make it political and the media
Right.
started jumping on it. I still don't think the majority of people give a shit. I think
They
they
don't.
care. Now,
Yeah.
however, the conversation when it comes to, the recent example, there are many, but the recent example of this swimmer, this Leah Thompson bullshit, that is
Yeah.
bullshit. That is
I agree.
100% bullshit. It is actually sexist, and it's in no way in any reasonable thinking should that be allowed. Any more than the idea that a parent should not be told what's being taught to their children, or that
Yeah.
sexuality should be kept away from children. These are not even conversations. These are obvious things. Whereas the initial conversation we're having here about transvestites going into bathrooms, no one gives a shit about that
For the
Right.
most part, there are some
because
there
it
are some
doesn't
extremes
matter.
that do, but most people don't really care. I mean, there have been some incidences where a trans woman or whatever walks into a bathroom and the people freak out at them, but that's super rare. Like the way
Right.
the media played it up, it was happening every other day in every bathroom in every city. Like no,
Yeah, it's
it happened
stupid
a few times, but that's the problem. The real problem we're getting to the crux of the problem
because
here
it
from
doesn't
both
affect
sides.
equality.
The damn media is the problem. The
Right.
media
Yes.
and its 24-hour outrage, constant news cycle is the problem. And Grimlock's going to tell me because he corrected me on this the other day, and he's right. And the reason they're the problem is because we're the problem. People like outrage. They like to be upset and angry and feel
Yeah.
validated in their worldview. So they
Yeah.
get this
I agree with
negative,
that.
constant negative pill all the time. Look at what the bad people are doing. Oh my God, we got to stop them. So that you're always thinking that. And then it gets people arguing about things that don't fucking matter at the end of the day. I really don't care where people take a piss or a shit. I do care when you try and tell me that I have to care. Do you understand where my contention comes from on all this stuff? Is
Sure.
where you try to tell me what I must do. You don't get to tell me what I must do. If I'm not hurting anybody, you don't get to tell me that, government.
Right.
We have a contract in America. I'm the king, you're the bitch. That's the way it works, or at least it's the way it's supposed to work.
Oh.
And if you don't like it, well, then I guess we need to start taking scalps.
Well,
That's where I'm
what
at.
did I say 2 hours ago? I said, yeah, of course, money always has to do with everything because it's a fact, and that has been true forever. But the real
Yeah,
thing is, it comes down to how politicians do their thing. It's about fear mongering. They live on
yeah,
fear, they keep you afraid, and that's how they do their politic. We don't have statesmen anymore. We don't have
No.
that. The idea where
got
you
it.
come
Yeah,
out
They're
and you're like,
actors. They're
look,
actors.
they
They're
are
playing a part.
actors. That's
Yeah.
exactly what they are. We don't
and they
have the
do whatever their
statesman coming up and
lobbyists tell them
saying,
to.
we need to work together. We need to do something to improve our life, improve the lives of our countrymen, to make things more equal. We don't have that. We have fear mongers. And the whole
Yeah,
thing is about fear mongering. And Americans play into that more than anyone else because Americans are fiercely independent. And
yes,
and
I
that's
Well,
agree with
what
you.
makes us potentially great at anything we do.
Yeah,
But it
Well,
also is a frickin' albatross around a goddamn neck.
yeah.
well, to go back to what Thundara brought up, we was having a conversation a few days ago, and about the media's manipulation and how they able to do this, and it's on both sides. And to be frank, and Ben, I know you mentioned Fox News and OAN, but one thing that also people forget is that for every one of those, there's like 10 left leaning stations. That's why whenever I hear people on the left mock where people get their news sources, they only bring up one. mostly Fox News. Most people aren't even aware of the existence of OAN. But this thing is like we was talking, and I was telling them, people, for all that they talk about positivity and being positive, and
Yep.
oh, I want positive vibes and around positive people saying positive things, positive thoughts, is bullshit. People cling to negativity, and if you don't believe it, all you got to do is think about this. You could say your wife is beautiful 99 times out of 100, but you get into an argument. What does she do? She brings up the one time you called her fat.
Yep. Happens.
Why?
True.
You guys
Why?
are saying
Because
OEN? What are you saying?
OAN.
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 I never heard
One
of that.
American News. Yeah, they're really a
it's
tiny
relatively
network.
new.
Yeah.
It's I think it came out
They're
like
like
2
the
years
Trump
ago.
network, kind of. Like
Yeah.
that's the best way to describe them. They're very
Yeah.
pro-Trump, rah-rah Trump.
Yeah.
The way I
Oh,
would push back
Newsmax.
They're
is
similar, but they're less pro-Trump. They're still pro-Trump, but less
I
pro-Trump.
never heard of it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
also conservative bias, and
Yeah, but
so if you're talking about like bias within major media, I'll say that I think it maybe swings in about a 60% favor of the liberal bias. But if you're talking about like local news, that swings much higher, like 80% within the conservative bias. So this is where it's getting really
Well,
complicated at the micro or macro level.
I can explain that to you. It's because we have a conservative country. Um, when liberals push really hard, like they've been, they lose. And I say liberals, but you know what I mean. I mean the people, the
Progressives,
neoliberals, progressives, these people.
socialist,
They can,
Marxist
outside of like the really big
monkeys.
cities, they consistently lose. Like Ohio used to be a very purple state because Democrats were much more reasonable. They've been doing some really stupid shit in my state for a long time, and people are done with it. We're like, nah, we're good. And now Ohio's largely a red state. It might flip back. That's a very well possibility. But for the last 10 years, it's been a very red state. We've had two back-to-back Republican governors. Both of them have sucked absolute ass, but we've had them for a reason. You know, we've been dominated by Republicans for a long time. Trump won by 8 points, I think it was, and he did the first time around, or something like that. 7 points, I think it was. Ohio used to be the purplest of purple states. Ohio, Florida, Iowa. That was where your purple states were, pretty much. They were called the bellwether states for a reason.
Right.
But they've flipped pretty hard now, and it's largely because the Democrats have. I don't want to say they've rigged the game, and I'm not talking about elections. I'm talking about like the media and apparatus and the academic apparatus, and people kind of see through it. And I think people are really tired of their bullshit theories that work in theory, works great in the lab. Then you get in the real world around people, and it falls apart. Black community, I'm looking at you. How great has their help been for you?
Right. And so this is where I get like, like when I'm here talking with you guys, I'm the quote unquote liberal cuck, right? And then when I talk
Yeah.
to like progressives, they think I'm a conservative, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't use the word liberal.
Well,
Well,
but that gets into a nuance that I think like the what he's
Well,
talking about.
I was trying to make a joke by admitting the word
Yeah.
cuck.
Right.
God damn
well,
it.
I do it on
well, Ben, Ben, I can answer that one for you because I've seen that happen. There was an interview with Roseanne before she got excommunicated for a joke.
Yep.
When she was on Jimmy Kimmel, and they asked why she was a Trump support, why she voted for Trump when she was supposed to, she was seen as this liberal hero, and she said the left left me behind.
Yep. Bill Maher
and
just said that on Joe Rogan.
Bill Maher talked
Actually.
about it as
Yeah,
well. I was
that's
just
true.
Yep.
So and this is where I get into the same fight where they start talking about like communism. I'm like, well, you're talking. I always make Star Trek references where like you're talking about sci-fi at that point, right? Like it's never actually
Impossible.
been proved, right? It's and you're the thing that I always find funny is that they think that they'll solve greed by taking away money, and that's not understanding.
Yeah, I know.
That never
Yeah,
would.
Marxism has never actually been implemented. That's true.
Right.
Well, there's one place it was, and it failed miserably, and they abandoned it, and that was the colonies. One of the first colonies when they got here, they pretty much had a proto form of Marxism. They didn't use money, they didn't use anything, and it failed so miserably that like half of them starved to death. So they abandoned it like immediately.
Yeah.
Well,
that happened.
They tried it and it didn't like work out that well and stuff, right?
Yeah. No, several of the Scandinavian countries tried like a 20-30% socialism, and they were done with it in like 3 years or something like that.
Yep.
So let me take a turn here, kind of bashing on the Democrats for a second, in sort of the same vein that you guys are. one of the things that I don't think they understand, and again, I'm talking about the neo-progressive side, not the more like classic liberal or liberal like centrist and stuff, right? They don't understand that a lot of the world isn't as quote unquote progressive as they are, right? And this is where I'm going to actually kind of hate on both sides, right? One of the things the Republican Party could do that would help them out a lot is be more accepting of like immigrants, because a lot of the immigrant population is fairly conservative. If you talk about people migrating over from like India or people coming from like Mexico where they're heavily Catholic, like these are places where they actually maintain a lot more quote unquote conservative values that align to the Republican side
Yep.
far more than they do like the Democratic side. And Grimlock, I mean, I've heard about this, is also like black culture tends to be a lot more conservative in nature
It's very
than what was
it's
that?
it's very conservative. Like I tell people,
Yeah,
the idea that it's Southern white Bible thumpers that are stopping the LGBT, or that's their biggest adversary, I got some news for you. It ain't them. Black folks don't like the LGBT. They flat out say they don't like it.
Yeah, they don't like it. Straight up.
They're the one. They actually was the ones who pushed back hardest against gay marriage of any group. Just look up, was it Prop 9 in California? How many times it
California.
had to go through
Now it's
because
still
the
being
black population was staunchly against it.
right.
No. The problem with both, like as you mentioned, Democrats and Republicans, a lot of them, is a lot of people in this country. See, you've traveled, you've been different places, you've seen different shit. A lot of people have never left the town they was born in,
Yeah, that's true.
and their worldview is
Sucks.
completely
Yeah.
that way. It's like I hear like I know some people from California, and I could tell that they've never left California because when I hear them talk about certain things, I'm like, it's a very California mindset.
Yeah.
Rest of the country don't think like you, cousin. I
Especially
got some
not where
news
I'm
for
at.
you.
Yeah, we really don't.
You
It,
know,
I can
yeah,
back
no.
you up a little
It,
bit on what you were saying, Ben, about immigrants, especially Latin American ones, being more conservative. Because if you look at Florida, one of the reasons DeSantis won is he actually sent out campaign people to go speak to them in Spanish.
Right.
He sent them out to go, just campaign for him, door knockers and stuff that spoke Spanish, so that when they came to a house where that's mainly what they spoke, they would be able to tell them what DeSantis plans to do and da da da. That's one of the main reasons he won. He won the Hispanic vote, especially for a Republican in Florida. The problem is the reason why we focus on immigration so much. There's two reasons. I say we, but I agree with most of their stances, so I'll own it. Is twofold. When you look at the data, now it could just be down to messaging, absolutely, because I'm literally going to contradict what I just said. Immigrants, especially Latin American ones, aside from Cubans, and I think first generation Venezuelans is the other one, vote hard left, meaning not hard like policy wise, they just really strongly left. To the
free
Democrats,
shit.
they vote blue very heavily. And that's one of the main reasons why because me, I would shut immigration down entirely, but that's a different conversation for a different day, and I can explain why. I think a lot of people over here agree with that, or agree with a large pause anyway, but a different conversation for a different time. But one of the main reasons why the GOP doesn't, or the main reason why the GOP pretends to really, really care about immigration is because they know their base is against it, or their base wants to limit it heavily, or wants to make sure it's legal, all the talking points. But then when they get in power, they rarely do anything to stop it. In fact, I think Trump grew the H-1B visa program larger than Obama did, if I remember right. Stuff like that, like because he'll say things like, well, as long as it's legal. He'll say, I remember him giving an interview talking to somebody on the media, saying the main reason why, and this was about this topic, the main reason why I did that is because these companies keep telling me they desperately need these engineers and they need this and they need that, which is probably true. I'm not saying it's not, but his base didn't send him there to increase immigration. His base sent him there to slow it or stop it if possible. What I'm getting at here is you have the Republicans who use this messaging that we're going to shut down immigration, we're going to do that. Trump even did it. And then they don't. Obama was better on illegal immigration than Trump was. That's a fact. He deported more people and stopped more border crossings than Trump did. That happened. Nobody can argue with it. It's absolutely true. So my point is, the Republicans, like you're saying, their rhetoric is a serious problem. I want everybody to be more honest. I want Democrats to tell me what they really want. Because the Democrat Party and the Democrat voter clearly want two different things, obviously, because you can see it when they get to Washington. Republican
Right.
Party and their voters, exact same way. We have a huge problem where I would say the vast majority of people aren't represented at all in our government anymore. Because we send people there who tell us they're going to try to do X, Y, and Z, and they don't even try to do it. They just don't do it at all. And then they come back 4 years later, and stupid Americans vote for them again.
Right.
And I'm like, what are you doing?
Well,
But it's because there's a lot of Americans now, one, who are awake to that game, I think, and it's why populism's rising, and two, on both sides, and two, a lot of Americans are really apathetic about politics, and that's a problem. Not saying you have to care about it all the time, but you should at least, if you're going to go vote at all, you should at least know basic stuff about the people you check by. I liked a lot of stuff Trump did. I've said it before. He's the best president in my lifetime on policy, for me, for what I want. I still didn't vote for him because it wasn't good enough.
well,
If people had that kind of standard, we would get a lot more done in Washington. A lot more done
sure.
in Washington.
But I can answer your question. The Democrats want supplication. The Republicans want to get paid. And to
Yes,
go to what
I agree.
Grimlock had said, Grimlock, blackheads are the second most numerous heads that I have cracked in my life.
Reagan's a good example.
That's
Adrian
nice.
mentioned in the chat. Like Republicans love Reagan, right? He's their messiah practically for a lot of them. And the reality is, he was kind of a shitty president.
Oh,
When you
like,
think
we
about
have so many
conservatism,
economic problems back to Reagan.
yeah.
Yes,
And when
especially
immigration problems
yeah.
are all Reagan. Reagan was supposed to. He was Trump. They sent him there to fix it, and he did the opposite. He stopped. He didn't. He fixed it all right. He made all the illegals legal, or a bunch of them,
Still,
and that was a
back to
complete betrayal of what the people
But it-
sent him there to
Teddy
do.
Roosevelt. We're going back to Teddy Roosevelt. I know it.
We need a Teddy. That
Yeah.
we desperately.
And-
Teddy
and-
would actually be the best option, because if it's not a Teddy, it's going to be somebody a lot worse.
And
this is
Ben,
the lovely
what?
thing about this. I agree, Teddy. I want Teddy too.
Sure.
Yeah,
But Ben,
me too.
why did you not say what's the first most, Chester?
I.
I think he wants you to say
What?
that.
What's the first most, Chester? Head
Guidos.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Wait.
So
So
you just
his people again.
So-
Yeah. So.
yeah, just being a white supremacist beating on both my heritage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Like
see how it is. I see how it is. Because at the time, were Italians white yet, or did that already happen?
No, they weren't white. Yeah, they were just Guidos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I think my people are the last people to be brought into the whiteness.
All right. Wait a minute. You're a bear. We have not acknowledged the bear race yet. You calm down.
That's fair.
I'm a mutt too. It's fine. I think a lot of
If-
Americans are.
if we live 3,000 years into the future and find out that Chester and Ben were the precursor to Wookiees, nobody will be shocked.
Fair.
No one.
Fair.
I'm
But
so
I'm the
much-
only pure blood here, just so you know.
Look at that! Sticking his nose up at you, Ben. Look at that. That's supposed to be your buddy right there.
I'm so much hairier than Chet is. You have no idea.
Yes, no, it's not even comparable. I'm like
not
I'm
even
like a naked
close.
mole rat comparatively.
So I mean, and this is the beauty of these conversations, is because, like, really at the end of the day, like, despite the fact that we come from very different perspectives, like, and this is why I always still, like, I enjoy debating with Thundara. We've debated on several subjects on the Discord and stuff like that. We largely agree with a lot of things. We disagree in the minutia and the micro, but there's a lot of stuff that we do agree on. Mostly, like,
And the
from a-
targeting, I'd say. Where we
yeah.
target it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here they go again, throwing me under the bus, Grimlock. You see that?
He's the. See,
Let's
you
be
keep
hon-
thinking,
let's
you keep
let's be
thinking
honest.
that, you keep thinking that I'm the free speech guy. No, that's Chester, actually. He's big. He's pretty much an absolutist, and I pushed back on him before. I said, okay, Chester. So then,
Yeah, we had a
by that
really-
metric,
free speech debate that I thought was very substantive. We had very different perspectives on it, but that free
Yes.
speech debate was very interesting. So
Yes.
I say, okay, Chester, if you're an absolutist, that means anything that doesn't present actual harm or threat or libel
Yeah.
should be covered, right?
Yeah.
So why can you not have animated depictions of child pornography?
Because it causes harm.
Ooh, it's an animation. Who's it harming? Now, I know the answer because it's just degenerate as fuck. Why would we want that? Is the answer. That's good enough of an answer. But if you're an absolutist, you would have to concede it. You'd have to because
No,
it's
I do.
not hurting
In,
anybody.
in all honesty, I actually do. I don't really understand what all the flack is about. I mean, yeah, it's stupid and it's depraved, and yeah, you're of course you're 100% right. But I'm like, it's fake shit. I don't really give it. I don't care. But I do understand the pushback. I understand, as I've said many times on this show, there is no silver bullet to anything, particularly in
Correct.
politics.
Well,
But
there is a
yes, I
silver
am a.
bullet that would solve a lot of problems,
Oh
but
God.
that gets into
Yeah,
a whole
murder.
different
Murder
topic.
is what that gets into. But
That's the
no,
firing
I
squad.
do I do feel strongly about free speech. But to be all honest, I am an utopian anarchist, is what I actually am. But
See,
I'm
I was
also
for a
not
long time.
stupid because I know
But you
it's
also don't live
impractical.
here anymore.
Yeah.
That's a big part of the issue too. If you were here, I think we'd probably agree more. I used to be too for 10
Oh,
years.
I'd
I
be in
worked in
jail.
libertarian
I would be
causes.
in jail, dude.
I was an activist. I'm probably on lists. Like Ben could probably find me, is what I'm saying to you. And
I'm trying.
I'm
That's why
not
I'm
that way
trying to
anymore.
get you off those lists that I know that you're
Oh,
on.
thanks, man. No, dude, if I was in the States, I'd definitely be in jail because I'd crack somebody's head for damn sure.
It's gotten pretty crazy in some places. That's true. And I honestly think there's nothing that me and Ben have said, even though Ben I think is a pretty reasonable guy. I honestly think the solution, and I think it'll happen in our lifetime, is the country has to separate. We just the left and the right, especially the extremes, which is getting bigger every year, just want totally different
But
things.
that's what the Bilderbergs want.
I know, but it's either that or we kill each other, and I don't want that either. I really don't want to watch people get beaten. Politicians, well, but I really don't want to watch normal Americans suffer. I love Americans as much as I hate them. I love them, and I don't want to watch my people suffer anymore. And I think the best way to achieve that is for us to just kind of go our own ways, and we'll test it out. We'll see whose ideology works better, and
And
maybe
that's
the left will be right, and maybe the right will be right. I don't know, but I genuinely know that this isn't tenable, and you have to know when to fold them. And I
Well,
think it's time to fold them, to be
let me
honest.
ask a last question because I do need to move along. We've been doing this for a
Yeah.
long time. But I do have one last question because, as with my utopian anarchist and comment and the rest of the comments being on here, these are not practical. They're not.
Correct.
And it's sad, but it's just there's no way to get around it. So, therefore, seeing as the idea of splitting the country and all these things we said, yada, yada, yada. Um, what does the future reality actually look like? I mean, being completely honest, looking at situation, where does the country sit 5 years from now, 10 years from now?
that's
Are
a
you
really
asking
good
me?
question.
I'm asking all
My
of you.
my prediction, by 2035, the separation will have already happened. I
See,
don't
I
know
don't
what that
think
means.
that's practical to happen at all.
Oh, I don't think you realize how divided we are, buddy. It's already happening. It's happening right now with the governors in these states, and it's every one of the states, by and large, has been telling the federal government to completely fuck off in different ways, but they've been doing it for a
They
very
have
long
been.
time.
That's true.
And that's how it starts. That's where the fracture lines are. Is once the other positions of power start rejecting the bigger position of power, that's how it starts. And unless somebody like a Teddy Roosevelt shows up, which could happen, I hope it does, and he can reunite and reinvigorate the both sides of the normal Americans, and we can fix these problems, and relegate the crazies to where they belong of all sides. Until that can happen, and I don't think it can happen under the current system with especially social media's situation, the whole deal. But if that can happen, great. I just don't see that. I don't know who that would be, and that person needs to come quick. And the reason I say by 2035 we'll have seen it, I'm not saying the whole country will be completely divided, we'll be two totally different countries. I'm saying you're going to see, and I told you this 2 years ago and you didn't believe me, you're going to see the movements for that become more and more mainstream, and by 2035 there'll be major political talking points of both parties.
Well,
You
by
already see it out
2035,
here. You already see it out here. People talking about it. People of influence talking about it, suggesting it. Do we need this? Tucker's done it. Other people on other left-wing media has done it. Should we do this? Should we consider it? I think the answer is yes. I know other people don't. I know other people, whether through nostalgia or they have arguments against it, but I just don't see it getting any better. especially considering we have a serious demographic problem in this country, which is a whole other conversation, but I don't think anybody can deny it. And it's not going to just get better because we wish it to. Somebody's going to have to heal these wounds, and nobody's been doing it. America's been bleeding since 9/11, especially. We have not recovered, and anybody who thinks we have is lying to themselves. As a country, as what our country means, it doesn't mean what it did before 9/11 anymore. And a lot of people like what our country meant, and we'd like to get back to it if we could. Some people like the new version of our country. Okay, fine. But I think the only reasonable solution to that is to separate. Because if we don't, someone's going to have to crush somebody. And I don't want to see that.
Well,
I don't want to see that. And I didn't get to show it, but I had a video showing what it looks like. It looks like Shanghai right now. That's what it looks like. It looks like a man in the street screaming about how hungry he is, how his family's starving, how his mother's starving, because the government has completely failed them. They keep lying to them. They keep pushing back COVID lockdowns and things. That is a microcosm of what a conflict like that will look like when the supplies run out because there's war on the continent. And I don't want any, nobody wants to see that. As much as people want scalps, and I know a lot of us do, we don't want to see American children suffering and dying in the street. We don't want that. And the only way I can see to get away from it is to be adults. Let some adults get in this room and just figure out a way to have a peaceful or mostly peaceful separation.
Yeah.
It's happened before all throughout the world. It's happened in this country with states inside this country. It can happen. Now, will it? I doubt it.
Yeah.
But that's what I think will start to happen by 2035.
Well, I do think that a big problem is most of the leadership across the world is our children. That is a big problem. But I also think by 2035, you're all going to be speaking Mexican anyway. Ben.
So I don't think that that's going to happen. I'm going to take the negative on this, largely because such a split. It's not necessarily that it would be like detrimental at a political scale, but from an economic scale, it would be hugely detrimental. The reality is that a large portion of the financial interest in the financial center of the country tends to be more around the urban areas with large industry, IT industry, and stuff like that. And those are the areas that tend to be more democratic in nature. It usually is the more rural areas, where we have stuff like agriculture and manufacturing, and that's where we get more into the conservative area. And a lot of them rely on certain government subsidies and what have you. And so I think such a split would be hugely detrimental to the country, mostly from the conservative side, where there's a very real chance that if they split, they would find themselves in economic ruin as a result.
But they could starve the cities.
Yep.
I mean,
that's what I want to avoid.
Unless the cities just get like an influx of like food from Mexico or something like that. Like, I mean, the theory is...
unless they bring it in through air or directly by sea, like a coastal city.
So now you're talking about them locking down, like, travel. Yeah. And that's such an aggressive
that's what
thing.
Civil war looks like, dude.
That's what I'm trying to avoid.
Now we're talking about actual like war within the states.
I think that is I honestly think, and Chester, did you or did you not used to tell me that you don't think separation or divorce or secession, whatever you want to call it, was a common talking point among people in the country? And then now you can't deny that it's not become much more prevalent. I don't think anybody can deny that. There are people, even famous people, talking about it.
I know the media is trying to push it. I know that.
Yep.
I don't know.
Well, you even have leftists. You even have lefty celebrities have mentioned it, like Sarah Silverman's mentioned it, and gone on a long list of how to do it or why to do it. There are ways you can do it, Ben, where we can keep a lot of our economic ties, because, like you said, the rural areas where all the food comes from is much more conservative. There's ways to do it. The most valuable land in the country is the Mississippi River Basin. It's not even close. It is by far where pretty much all of the actual wealth of this country is generated, because that's where the food comes from. It's where a lot of the oil comes from. It's the main trade line. It absolutely is. No, I said wealth. I said wealth, not capital. Wealth. There's a difference. So where the wealth of this country, what gives us our power, our hegemonic power, is the fact that we can support ourselves, is our breadbasket. That is our breadbasket. If that goes and becomes hostile To at any metric of it, millions of people will suffer.
Mm.
Not just in America, all around the world. Now there are other places that could pick up that slack, like you're talking about, absolutely. But it'd be a lot more difficult for them to operate in a hostile environment. And I'm telling you, I need you to understand there are millions of people ready to go hostile now.
Mm.
Not
Well,
later, now.
I don't agree with the wealth or food distribution at all on that, but that's an hour conversation I'm not going to get into. Ben, did you have something more to say?
Yeah. So what I think is more likely going to happen, and this is, I'm going to put this as heavy conjecture. So what more likely than the country splitting into civil war? I'll say it that way, right? I don't think that's going to happen at all.
No.
And the more likely scenario I have, I don't think it's going to happen necessarily, but I think it's more likely than this, is that we have problems within the structure of the political system, largely because of the two-party system. We need either the rise of a legitimate third party, be the libertarians, or what I think is actually more likely to happen is that the Republican Party is just kind of killing itself over and over. It's shrinking itself more and more and more. The base of what it's actually trying to accomplish is becoming so slim that it's actually a far more possibility for the Republican Party to kind of go away and then to find itself into the centrist liberal side of Democrats, and for the Democratic Party to split into the progressives and the liberals, right? Which the liberals, again, are more centrist or right leaning from the left perspective, right? And that's where you have the possibility for more acceptance of, like, say, immigrants who, again, tend to be more conservative and would therefore side with the liberals as opposed to the progressives. And the progressives would push more of the social policies that we're talking about in some of the, like the other economic policies that are a bit more extreme, what have you. I
You
think that good.
No, you do realize that the Republicans are about to absolutely annihilate the Democrats in November, right?
Possibly that is a very real possibility, but then the question becomes, what do they accomplish with that? We've seen that
Nothing.
happen before, and then they don't do anything with it.
Yeah.
So it's this thing where they take over and they shrink more. They take over and then they shrink more, right? So, like, the Republican Party as it is now isn't as powerful as it used to be back in the Reagan era or even the Bush
No,
era. Like
it's true.
like it's
The
it's
question I have for both of you, you're talking about politics. I'm not. I'm talking about war. They're two different things. The question I have for both of you is what do you do with the millions of Americans of all differing ages who are ready to fight? Because if we don't reconcile with what they want, you're going to have, I promise you, this is close, American guerrillas, actual guerrillas in these rural areas ready to go. I am telling you, I talk to these people. This is what I'm warning against. They're real and they're serious. Now, when the federal government says they're right wing, they're not all right wing. There are a lot of them that are lefties too, who are living in these rural areas, who are sick and tired of the federal government. They're
Yes.
sick and tired of the way the government operates. And, like Antifa, groups like that are a microcosm of this, but these are much more serious people who don't move and don't do anything because, one, if they do it alone, it's a massive waste of time. They're just going to get killed or arrested or whatever, and nothing will change. They're waiting for, I say, waiting for Caesar, right? They're waiting for a critical mass of people to have their back on it. And that's coming. I know you don't think it is, but I promise you it is. People are done with the federal government. If it does not reform itself, you are going to have millions of Americans who are going to try to force it to or abolish it entirely. And that is something that has to be dealt with. And the only way to deal with it is to talk to those people. Because if you don't, you're just going to radicalize them more.
So
If you
you're
try and
saying
crack down on them, you're making it worse.
so you're saying it's just inevitable.
It is, unfortunately. And I mean, look at history, Chester. You know this. Countries
It's
like
true.
ours usually fall at about 250 years into something, whether it's despotism or just falls apart. They
Well,
don't last much longer.
if you're going to ask a historical geopolitical question, I would say America is going to come into over the next 50 years to a century is going to go through some extreme economic and political turmoil, and
Yep.
then after that it'll come into a golden age for a while. There's a lot of idiots that are out there saying that America's going to fall. It's the end of America. No, it's not.
No, I don't think
If you
America's
look
going
at
to fall.
no, if you look at history and you compare all the things that have happened throughout history, we're coming into some really, really kind of ugly changes that need to happen. But on the back end of it, whatever those changes may be, you're going to see America come into a golden age for a while. Yeah.
Yep. And I think there is a solution that other people have presented that I think works best for pretty much everybody, except for like the elite right now, or some of them. And that is the city states, like you were talking about, Ben, where all the money is. They're also usually where a lot of immigrants live. We call them the immigrant blue cities. Those cities where a lot of the liberals come out of and a lot of this progressive stuff is coming out of, they could very easily be transitioned into Holy Roman Empire or Greek style city states that govern themselves largely and have a obviously an input into the whole like regular states do. That wouldn't even disenfranchise anybody. That would actually give them much more local power than they have now, because a lot of these city states would be like Austin, like he lives in, that is surrounded by a whole bunch of conservative areas that has trouble doing certain things that it would like to do. Like, I'm sure they would push much more liberal policies if they could statewide, but they can't, and they get things pushed down their throat, which Abbott I think has lost some cases about. But still, the intentions there is my point. If they could govern themselves, if they didn't have a state body over them besides a federal government with doing certain things that the federal government must do, I think that is the solution. I think the solution is to balkanize, but not fully. We keep a NATO-like pact, so the military stays largely intact. We keep, obviously, we have some form of accord for the nukes because we can't have, a whole bunch of rogue nations with nukes at our doorstep. Um, and then, for the most part, we let I've said this before. We make federalism what it was supposed to be, and we let these individual areas largely govern themselves. Now, I know there's problems with that. I get it, but they're a lot better than a bunch of dead people. And I'm telling you,
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Well,
warn you, that's real. That's could and probably will happen if the feds don't start listening. I'm
okay.
telling you,
So I get the warning, but so therefore the easiest solution is simply go back to what the founders created to
largely, yeah.
sovereign states and reduce federal government. And if you want to be ultra liberal, go live in that state.
Yep.
Or if you want to be
Why
ultra
I,
conservative,
that's
go
why I
live
don't
in
advocate against
Nebraska.
all forms of like even ethno nationalism or any other mitigation between it that I personally don't want to live in. But if there are people that are vociferous about it of any race, I have no qualms with them having that as long as I don't have to live in it. Right? That's where my contention comes in. If they want to go over to Idaho and build their perfect Asian utopia, cool.
Mm.
But they're going to
Wow.
have certain rules they have to follow largely. But other than that, we leave them alone and let them govern themselves. The
Sounds like
problem is we have a lot of people in this country on both sides who would never let that happen
yeah, that's the
because,
problem. Yeah. Well,
yeah,
it sounds like those founders are pretty smart dudes.
they
Grimlock.
were.
I'm kind of in the same vein. I think one or two things need to happen. There needs to be a drastic reduction in the federal government. It has to happen. I don't care how the sides look at it. The American people should want this because, for one, you can get rid of a lot of your problems if you reduce it, and it's got to change. It's got to change because, for one, as I said, the culture of American politics have long been toxic. Not just at at the people in Washington, but how the average American treats it. It's become too much of two drunken sports fans at a bar
Yep.
arguing over which team is better, and it's the same tribalistic shit. It's great when your team does it. It's the dirty rat bastards when the other team does it. That's it. Most people, to be honest, are too simple minded and emotional to stop. They're just not going to stop. And the fact of the matter is, with people like that, the only way to make them stop is by whooping their ass. And
Hmm.
all that does is going to lead to more violence. So if you want a non-violent way of doing this, you're gonna have to reduce it. Plus, the fact is that too many politicians, quite frankly, make their money on the backs of the average American's misery. You have to remind these people that they are public servants first and foremost, and if they don't serve the public that they have been assigned this power by, that there should be some drastic consequences. Luckily for them, Biden has passed the non-lynching bill because I would have went out and got some rope tomorrow. But a
Wow.
firing squad will do.
Yeah.
There,
Well,
there,
Because
and let's be fair for
oh,
Americans. There was a time when that did happen occasionally.
oh
If
yeah,
you
it did.
sent someone to Washington and they came back and didn't do what you told them to, yeah, good luck, buddy.
Right.
Good
well,
luck.
that's what needs to happen because all right, look at what we was talking about tonight. The way COVID was handled, and it was handled horribly by the government on the most for the most part by both sides. That there was a couple of outliers. DeSantis might have handled it better than anybody, in my opinion. A couple of other people, but for the most part, it was handled horribly. It was handled very authoritarianly, if that's a
Yeah,
word. um,
is now.
America, Americans should be very worried about that. Americans should also be worried about for the fact that for the last 20 years, starting with 9/11, that they have had more of their freedoms um, restricted in the name of safety. That's
Hmm.
no, that's bullshit.
Mhm.
But like you said, going back to the tribalistic way people are being right now, you can't come to a peaceful resolution with that because, as I've said numerous times before, the quickest way to make a person completely irrational is make them emotional, and there's far too many emotional people in this country
I
to
Yeah,
agree.
come
that's
to
true.
a logical solution.
That is true.
I
Because
agree.
a logical solutions hurts people's feelings, and I don't have time for your fucking
Which is
feelings. Get
stupid.
out your got get out your goddamn feelings. We have problems. We need answers solved.
Mhm.
Nobody makes good decisions when they're emotional. No
Yeah.
one.
Well, I have
And
to say,
if you don't believe it, just look at your worst relationship. You was
sure.
probably in your feelings. Uh,
Grimlock, I have to say, I do appreciate your colloquial approach to debate. So,
He
and
gives
also, just as a side note, a South Carolina inmate chose death by firing squad. I think we should
Well,
let a couple of the politicians know that those options can be passed to you.
this is not off the
Keep
table.
on. It's not off the table.
Well, I think Thomas Jefferson said it best, and it's quoted in V for Vendetta. A government should be afraid of its people, not a people afraid. I'm
Yes.
misquoting it, but they should be afraid of their people. When the way Thomas Jefferson said it is the exact quote: "When a government fears its people, there's liberty. When the people fear the government, there's tyranny." And right
Yes. I.
now, we have a government that is so full of Marie Antoinettes. It's a serious, serious problem. And if they don't stop with their elitist talking down to us like we're idiots bullshit, January 6th is going to look like a day at the
yeah,
fucking daycare.
I would have chose
It
the
was.
Marquis de
It
Sade,
really
but
was.
you do you.
Him too.
Hold on a second.
This
Hold on
is
a
the
second. Hold
ideal.
on,
I know.
Grimlock. Hold on a second. Ben, you were trying to say something.
Go ahead.
no. I was trying to trigger you by saying lit it up rather than lit up. Just
Oh, okay. Get that.
I think so.
but
So let's
this
go
wait.
go
I
ahead.
was gonna say this is the ideal. I want the governments at all sizes. I want the governments to be every bit as afraid of letting Ben down as they are letting me down.
And that's
Because
what I was.
regardless of what side of the aisle is, you're supposed to be public servants. So Ben put whoever he puts in power for a reason, and I put whoever I in power for a reason, and those guys should be go, man, if we fuck up, those guys are gonna rain down
Afraid.
on us.
And,
Yeah.
And politicians have long not had that fear. January 6th was the closest that they've ever been to that. That's why I laugh at the reaction to it,
Yeah. Me
because
too.
for the first time in a long time, certainly in my lifetime, you've had the fear of some potential consequence rain down on your ass, and you couldn't handle it.
Yeah. I
Should
so
be
agree.
more of that. Just
let's come together as like that being like the true like solution here is that progressives, Democrats, liberals, Republicans, conservatives, like the real thing that would like do change is that all the bullshits get put aside and the groups come together as one from like a populist perspective and
Hmm.
they say like we don't care if you're a fucking Republican, we don't care if you're a fucking Democrat, you need to do better by all of us, right?
Yep.
Yep.
We need to address the taxation problem, we need to address the healthcare problem, we need to address the housing problem, the inflation problem, Like, you're doing far more for corporations than you're doing for the individuals, right? And so that would be the thing that they would probably be afraid of the most, is like if all the bullshit like stuff was dropped, and that from an individual populist perspective we combined and said, you're failing us, stop
Yeah.
talking about the bullshit, and like solve real problems for us.
We can do
Yes,
it with law
but
too. That's the scary thing, right? There, you could make, and I know there's going to be pushback on this. I'm not going to get fully into it, but it's part of what you and I were talking about, Ben. You could make a law that for politicians and people in positions of authority, if what they say is untrue and they know it's untrue, it's not just they get sued, it's they go to fucking jail. And if somebody gets hurt seriously, maybe even worse. Because we have to get some rein in on what. First of all, when they go to Congress, they're literally legally allowed to lie in Congress about anything. They can say
Yep.
fucking anything. There's no law that stops them. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. What they say is supposed to matter. So either you're telling me two things: either what they say doesn't matter at all, or two, I'm a peasant and they're my lord, and
That
I
is
didn't sign up for
exactly
that.
what it is. Yes.
Yeah, I didn't sign up for
Anyway,
that.
I really need to cut it, guys, because I'm going to be late. So I do need to stop it here. So I will namaste on that point that we are all peasants. Fair enough. Thank you guys for coming. Tomorrow we're going to have a much lighter and shorter conversation about comic books. So come on back
are
to
we doing
that.
the comic strips tomorrow since we're week behind?
Well, that's your homework, wasn't it?
The comic strips, yeah.
Yeah.
It's on it.
All right.
Yeah,
It's on it.
comic strips tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun conversation. Come back for that. And next week, who knows? Maybe we'll pick up the conversation somehow. But thank you all very much. We'll see you
Didn't even
tomorrow.
talk about
And
the vaccines.
I didn't talk about the Mexican. I'm very nice to Mexicans.
Not the Mexicans, the vaccines, Chester. We'll get to them, though, I'm sure.
That's true. Mexicans. All right, guys. Later.
Later.